If you touch my sisters, I will cut off your dick and force your balls down your throat. Ulrich's blood-red eyes stared at the girl who had slipped into his room in the dead of night and was now straddling him, a knife pointed at his throat. Ulrich, however, stared back at her, not the slightest bothered. She was 13 years old, yet there was a coldness in her twin pools of darkness that should hardly belonging to a girl of her age. With her long dark hair falling down both sides and her pale skin, she looked as frightening as she was unreal. This is what happens when you adopt the Villainesses. That was Ulrich's thought as he stared back at her calmly, holding back a groan. He couldn't exactly be considered normal either, after all. Despite the situation, he looked too much at ease. Well, that was who Ulrich was. And Silas, who had slipped into both his body and his mind, had long since come to terms with it. Well, they made quite a pair in some ways, but he was Ulrich now, and he had no intention of following the same path that cruel man had taken in the novel he had once read. That was why, with his knowledge of the story and the fact that he had reincarnated years before the original plot began, he chose as his first great move the adoption of 3 girls. 3 dangerous girls from the novel, also known as the Villainesses, the Blood Knight sisters. After their mother and their village of witches had been massacred on the king's orders, their lives had taken a turn for the worse under the original Ulrich, who had led the attack at the king's command. But this Ulrich hadn't done exactly as his predecessor had in that novel. What the original Ulrich had done, standing amid the destruction, would shape all 3 sisters onto a path of vengeance against the kingdom, driven above all by the death of their mother at his hands. The last thing Ulrich wanted was to reenact what had unfolded in that novel. He couldn't outright refuse or halt the massacre, but he could prevent these Villainesses from being broken and set upon that path of ruin. So he chose to save them and their mother as well. He managed to hide the 4 of them inside a cart, but one of the knights found them. Their mother slipped out, trying to stop him, and was killed in the process. Before the knight could reach the cart and the girls, however, Ulrich had already cut him down. And then, to everyone's shock, he chose to take the girls into his household. He was a count and a powerful one at that, so it was well within his means, though the decision drew a great deal of bewilderment, wariness, and hostility directed at him. Witches were hated in Skargardia after all, though Ulrich couldn't care less. He brought them to his estate, fed them, gave them clothes, ordered the maids to tend to them, and gave each one her own room, though all 3 promptly chose to sleep together regardless. What Ulrich hadn't anticipated, however, was that on this very night, he would find himself straddled by the eldest of the Villainesses, Aram, a knife pressed to his throat and a threat of castration on her lips. To put it politely, at least, the silence in the darkness stretched on as Ulrich continued to stare at her. After a while he spoke. "Are you done?" he said. Aram's eyes narrowed slightly before she pulled back her knife, the one she had definitely stolen from the kitchen. Ulrich had noticed it, actually, alongside a maid, but had told her to act as though nothing was wrong. He'd thought to let Aram keep the knife if it could bring her some reassurance, but now he was beginning to regret it a little. She hadn't tried to kill him, though, and Ulrich knew the main reason she hadn't was because he had tried to protect them, her and her mother both, until the end. But he had still been part of the attack on their village, and so there was a tangle of complex emotions within Aram. In the end, however, she still couldn't bring herself to trust him. Not that Ulrich blamed her. She was protective of her sisters, which was understandable. But Aram had never been an ordinary girl. She was the most dangerous of the 3 sisters. Ulrich watched in silence as Aram climbed off the bed and slipped quietly out of his room. He sat up slowly and raised a hand to his neck, drawing back a single drop of blood on his fingertip. What kind of mess have I gotten myself into? Was he even going to survive before the start of the true story of that damned novel? Keep your enemies closer, that was the saying, and it had been his intention. But perhaps he had taken it a step too far by literally adopting them. Regardless, there was no going back now. He would have to live with the choice he had made. The next day, Ulrich woke up earlier. Even though he wasn't exactly Ulrich anymore, all the memories and habits were there. And one of them was waking up early at 4 a.m. and training in his training yards. A habit forced by his father to make him stronger. By any normal views, and the onlookers back then would think of his father as insane with how he had treated Ulrich since discovering his broken mana core. Ulrich was there, topless, swinging this dull-edged steel sword against a wooden dummy. Clang, clang, clang. His swings with his sword were fast and accurate, and anyone watching him would know that he was an excellent swordsman and he knew what he was doing. However, Ulrich knew that being a great swordsman wasn't enough in this novel. He had to be stronger if he wanted to survive this novel. After an hour of practicing all kinds of swinging, Ulrich did his push-ups, his young and toned lean body exerting at each of his movements, but he kept his focus as he crossed the hundreds of push-ups easily. Following that, he did a series of other muscle exercises, and when it was finally sunrise, he stopped. At that time, Monica, his personal maid, rushed at the perfect time with a fresh towel. As the sun started rising, she caught sight of Ulrich's naked torso with complete mesmerization. His body was pale and toned. Along his abs and his arms, a lean and perfect athletic body with a few scars along them, only making him even hotter as the sweat trickled down them. He was only 20 years old, yet he seemed to have the body of someone who trained for years, which wasn't entirely wrong. Blushing, Monica thrusted her arms forward, and Ulrich walked past her as he wiped the sweat from his neck. "Did any of them wake up yet?" he asked. Monica knew who he was speaking about immediately and shook her heads. "No, my lord, they are still asleep," she said. "Wake them," Ulrich said. My lord. Wake all three of them. I expect them to be awake, bathed, and properly prepared by the time I return," he said without adding any words and left toward his quarters. "Yes, my lord." She rushed out immediately. Inside his quarters, the maid who had prepared his bath immediately bowed her head and hurriedly left. After closing the door, Ulrich took his bath, letting the warm water wash away the sweat and the exhaustion that clung to his body, and then stepped out. He dried himself, then carefully put on his dark trousers, boots, shirt, and vest coat. After ordering his hair, just a little he stared at his reflection. Dark red hair, as though it had been rinsed in red wine, and eyes the shade of two deep pools of blood. People outside called everyone from the Reubenhart family bloodsuckers, and with their pale skin and sharp looks, they could almost pass for one. It didn't help that Ulrich himself didn't have a wide range of expressions to show people. He rarely showed anything at all. He had been an active child, but after his mother's death when he was 10, following the discovering of his broken core, and with the strict education his father imposed, a father who was rarely present, Ulrich had grown withdrawn, keeping his father's teachings close in order to survive in a world where everyone wanted a piece of nobles like them, especially other nobles. So when his father died 2 years ago, Ulrich had succeeded him at barely 18 years old. A few people had tried to take advantage of him, an orphan, young, burdened with too many responsibilities, but they had quickly come to regret it. Now Ulrich held all power within his household. Reubenhart was a rich county, famed for its legendary wine production. Wine was one of the highest-selling products in the Kingdom of Skargardia, and the Reubenhart County produced most of it, and with exceptional quality, so it was, unsurprisingly, very wealthy. The county also lay close to the capital, to the east, bordering the kingdom as well, which made the movement of envoys easier whenever they were demanded. The capital, after all, was the greatest selling city. Thankfully, having learned at his father's side for so many years, Ulrich knew exactly how to manage production. More than that, he had increased it, spending money on the workers, improving conditions, investing where others would have hoarded. He knew the benefits would return to him eventually, multiplied. Nothing had seemed like a problem until recently, until he received memories of Earth, and understood that money wouldn't save his life. After checking his reflection one last time, Ulrich turned and walked away, but paused briefly in front of a shelf lined with books. Magic spells, Skargardian politics, geography, history, and more. He picked 3 of them and walked out. The maids gathered in the living room below were uneasy. As always, serving a Reubenhart had never been easy, and even less so recently since Ulrich had taken power and become count. He was not someone easily satisfied, after all, though on occasion they had witnessed small smiles of quiet contentment cross his face. Right now, however, confusion reigned. and the three reasons behind that confusion were currently seated at a table, side by side. Ulrich had brought 3 girls back from a village he had devastated, and they appeared to be the daughters of a witch of all things. It was something unlike him. He despised witches, after all. Yet he had ordered them to be properly fed and clothed. They all wore recently tailored garments, beautiful gowns befitting a noble lady of high standing. Such whispers passed between the maids, but they quickly fell silent when Ulrich descended the stairs. He crossed the room at an even pace and stopped before the table, turning to face the 3 girls. He looked at each one of them. First, the one who had threatened to relieve him of his manhood the previous night. Aram. She was staring right back at him, her long, pitch-black raven hair loose around her shoulders, her dark eyes as dark and threatening as ever. In some ways, she reminded him of himself. Seated beside her was a girl 1 year younger. Hermione. She had long silver hair and bright red eyes. She was far more expressive than Aram, the wary glare she was leveling at him sharp and unconcealed, her hands clenched tightly on her knees. The last one, and the youngest, was Esther. She had long golden blonde hair and bright blue eyes, and with that gown, she looked every bit the part of a high-ranking noble girl. Contrary to her elder sisters, however, she was timid, almost frightened. When Ulrich's gaze fell on her, she quickly averted her eyes, her fingers curling into Hermione's sleeve. Ulrich stared at all 3 of them in silence. He had read about them far too many times in that book, but seeing them in the flesh, younger than he had imagined, still unbroken, had something of an effect on him regardless. Now, however, he had to deal with them. He had to make sure they wouldn't follow the same path as in the novel. That alone would spare him a great deal of pain later. "There is no need to remind any of you that I saved your lives that day," Ulrich began. "Witches are to be executed by the king's decree, and their children sold off in the best of cases." He let his words settle before continuing, placing the books on the table as he walked toward them. All 3 tracked his movements, warily, as if bracing for anything. "But I took you under my protection before that could happen," he said. "Your mother, however, is dead. Because of you." Hermione, seemingly having heard enough, turned and glared at him. Ulrich's lips curved slightly. "Because of me, yes. I led that attack, among others, and I bear full responsibility for the deaths of those people without question," he said, confirming her words. "Because of me, yes. I led that attack, among others, and I bear full responsibility for the deaths of those people without question," he said, confirming her words. Hermione gnashed her teeth. "However, I saved your life and from whatever miserable life you might have had left without me," he added. "What do you want?" Aram asked. Ulrich glanced at her. "I don't spend money or effort on useless things. If I took you under my wing and adopted you into my house, it wasn't out of charity. I expect something in return." His words only made the 3 of them more uneasy, more wary. "So tell me," Ulrich said, "how much do your lives weigh? Yours and your sister's. How far are you willing to go to repay me for granting you life?" The moment the words left his lips, Aram lunged. The knife Ulrich had seen her hiding up her sleeve shot toward his face. But Ulrich saw it coming from a mile away. He caught her wrist, stopping the blade a few inches from his eye. My lord!" The maids and knights around them rushed forward immediately, but Ulrich halted them with his free hand. He stared at Aram as she gritted her teeth. "Elder sister," Esther cried, frightened, while Hermione had already stood, moving to shield her. "Is this how you thank the one who saved you, Aram?" Ulrich asked. Aram's eyes widened as Ulrich spoke her name. Neither she nor her sisters had given him their names until now. "Your protectiveness, your willingness to throw yourself into danger to protect your sisters is admirable," he said coldly. "But it will get you killed. And then you will leave your remaining sisters to face far greater darkness and violence alone. Is that what you want?" Leave her." Hermione rushed toward him, but she froze mid-step as a crimson barrier spell snapped into place around her, enclosing her on every side. She slammed her fists against it, but the magic didn't so much as ripple. "Sister!" Esther cried, rushing forward and reaching out only for her hand to collide with the unseen wall. Aram's teeth clenched at the sight, and suddenly the ground began to tremble. The walls shuddered. Even the table quivered. Ulrich watched her for a beat before releasing her wrist and dispelling the barrier around Hermione at once. The trembling stopped as well. The three sisters immediately clustered together, Aram raising her knife again, her stance rigid and ready. "Do you want to live?" Ulrich asked them. "To survive in this world as the daughters of a witch? Do you want your sisters to survive? Do you want to grow up with food, clothes, and a safe place to sleep?" Silence answered him. Ulrich's gaze turned colder. "If you don't, then leave. Right now," he said, stepping back toward the chair across from them. "Run as far as you can, because hunters will come for you. You'll be separated, sold off to nobles, worse ones, with certain hobbies and fetishes, abused and played with until you beg for death, just to join your mother." He adjusted his sleeves and looked up at them. "But even that mercy won't be granted to you." Esther had already tucked herself behind Hermione, peeking out with wide frightened eyes, while Hermione's glare had turned fearful as well. Even Aram looked less fierce now, more thoughtful, her grip tightening around the knife. Because there were no lies in his words. That was what happened to the daughters of witches. "You will be tortured," he continued, "and you'll tell yourself your sisters might be doing fine, but they might be suffering just as much as you, calling for your help. And the only answer you'll ever receive is cruelty beyond anything you've seen so far. Then one day, when you're finally broken and dying, your body used by men from every corner of the kingdom, you will think back to this moment, to the day I offered you a safe haven, food, and protection." When he finished, no one spoke. The maids, and even some of the workers stood frozen, shocked by the blunt brutality of Ulrich's words. It was psychological manipulation, aimed clearly at three girls already drowning in grief. And yet, his words weren't wrong. "Or you can choose to live," Ulrich said, his voice no longer quite as cold. "Under my roof, with food, clothes, a bed. You'll learn. You'll learn how to survive in this society as daughters of a witch. You'll learn how to defend yourselves against cruelty and violence. And you'll learn how to live without having to look over your shoulder every hour of the day, without staying awake at night, terrified that hunters or knights will find you." He let another silence fall. The three sisters looked considerably less threatened now. Ulrich had drawn the line perfectly. The outside as the enemy, all darkness and hunger, and his side as the only light worth reaching for. "If you choose to stay," Ulrich said, "then take back your seats. I am a man of my word. I will provide protection, food, shelter, and education above all. And no one will threaten you or dare lay a hand on you, as long as you are part of the Reubenhart household." His gaze sharpened. "That includes me," he added, "unless you force my hand. In that case, I'll be delighted to show you pits of nightmares even devils wouldn't wish to enter." And then Ulrich stepped back and let them think. The three sisters leaned in close, whispering to one another, quick, tense murmurs until their decision settled like a stone dropping into still water. At last, they returned to their seats calmly. Ulrich's lips curved, visibly this time. He hadn't felt this kind of satisfaction in a long while. "Good," he said, and pushed the books he had brought toward them. "First, you will learn the basics. You cannot be part of my household if you don't learn what nobility requires and everything else you need to know." Silence followed, however. Not refusal, but something closer to hesitation. Their eyes went to the books, then, one by one, lifted to Ulrich as if he had placed weapons on the table instead of paper and ink. "What is it?" Ulrich asked. "Already defying my orders?" We can't read," Hermione snapped, glaring at him even as her cheeks flushed with humiliation. Ulrich's stare, dead set on her, didn't change except that he blinked once. "You cannot read," he repeated, slower now, looking from Hermione to Esther, and finally to Aram as if waiting for either of them to deny it. None of them did. The greatest and most powerful witches in the world, and they can't even read? Ulrich was having a hard time keeping his face straight. His silence, however, only seemed to shame them further. Well, not Aram, who appeared entirely indifferent, but the other two, and Hermione in particular. She was clenching her fists so tightly on her lap that her knuckles had gone pale. He found himself wondering if perhaps they had learned to read later in their lives. Because if they had managed to become this good with magic and spells while being completely unable to read and so unable to study, then the extent of their raw talent was, frankly, terrifying. Regardless, Ulrich hadn't anticipated this. He rose to his feet abruptly. "My lord!" Monica appeared at his side immediately. "It seems I'll have to carve out some time to babysit," Ulrich said, casting a glance at the three of them. Aram stared back at him with her usual murderous gaze, though less significant. "Humph!" Hermione let out a sharp little harumph, while Esther buried her face into Hermione's back. Anna Maria was a witch, but she was by no means an ordinary one. Choosing to abandon her responsibilities and whatever dark designs her coven was planning, she had left her birthplace behind to care for her three daughters. She had had enough of fighting and hating. She only wanted peace, and she refused to let her daughters grow up in that environment. So she took them and vanished. She chose to settle in a village on the border of the kingdom of Skargardia, where a distant relative lived and offered them a home. She had lived there and raised her daughters, Aram, Hermione, and Esther, in 5 unbroken years of pure, peaceful bliss. She hadn't regretted her decision for a single second. But that happiness was only meant to last 5 years. "We are under attack. The knights are attacking. They found us." Panic seized Anna Maria. Their village was indeed home to witches, but it was not a coven. It was a peaceful settlement, and until now, they had blended perfectly among the ordinary folk. "Wait! Help! Please don't har!" Screams echoed through the air as the villagers were slaughtered and executed around them. "Mama!" Anna Maria turned to see Esther clutching her sleeve, trembling with terror. Aram and Hermione were managing to hold themselves together better, but they were clearly frightened. "Come, follow me. Stay silent," Anna Maria whispered, gripping Esther's hand tightly. She crouched low and led them out of their small hut. The sound of magic exploding and the terrified screams were horrific, but Anna Maria's only priority was her daughters. She knew exactly what kind of fate awaited the children of witches, especially here in Skargardia, a kingdom renowned across the world for its ruthless hatred of her kind. "Found a family over here." Anna Maria froze. She spun around to see a knight leveling a rifle at them. She recognized the weapon immediately. It fired ammunition designed to freeze the veins of a witch, severing their connection to witchcraft entirely. Anna Maria acted immediately. She swept her hand out, and the knight was sent flying as though he had been hit by a truck. He hit the ground with a loud crunch, his neck snapping instantly, but the noise immediately drew the attention of several others. Biting her lip, Anna Maria raised a hand, her bright red eyes glowing. Sharp spikes of earth violently erupted from the ground, impaling the approaching knights one by one. "Run!" Anna Maria shouted, turning to flee, only to come face to face with another knight, his sword already swinging downward in a lethal arc. But before the blade could fall, the tip of a sword burst through the center of his chest from behind. The knight spat blood as the light faded from his eyes, and he collapsed, revealing a young man behind him. He had hair the color of spilled, dark wine, and eyes shaded like deep pools of blood. Anna Maria flinched slightly just looking at him, and her daughters shrank back behind her, peeking out with wide, worried eyes. Ulrich held her gaze for a single second before stepping over to a nearby cart and yanking back the heavy white sheet covering it. "Get in and hide," he said. Anna Maria stared at him for a moment, then without another second of hesitation climbed in with her daughters. Ulrich instantly pulled the sheet back over them and walked away. Horrified screams continued to tear through the air outside, leaving them to only listen in the dark. Anna Maria pulled her daughters into a tight embrace, waiting. Minutes bled away. The screams echoed on, but they were beginning to diminish, and that scared her. What if this had been his plan all along? To isolate them, to keep them from running so he could subject her and her daughters to something far worse? Hesitantly, She lifted the edge of the heavy sheet. It was a fatal mistake. A nearby man caught her eye instantly. He immediately strode toward the cart, leveling his rifle. "Stay here," Anna Maria whispered to her daughters and scrambled out. She raised her hand at once, but in her sheer panic and desperation, she failed to notice the second knight approaching from her blind side until he drove his sword deep into her waist. Anna Maria gasped as the blade tore through her. She tried to raise her hand again, but the man in front of her had already fired. The rifle cracked, sending needle-like bullets embedding into her chest and throat. Instantly, the ever-present connection to the world that she had felt her entire life as a witch was severed, plunging her into a hollow void. "Kill the whore. You don't have to tell me twice." The knight who had stabbed her smirked, raising his sword for the killing blow, only for another blade to plunge deeply through his chest from behind. It was Aram, her eyes burning with dark, bottomless hatred, struggling under the weight of the heavy sword she had lifted. The knight glared back at her before collapsing heavily into the dirt beside Anna Maria. "You little—" The rifleman immediately drew his own sword and rushed forward to handle her. He swung hard. Aram threw up her stolen blade to parry, but the sheer force of the blow sent her flying backward, her head hitting against the wooden wheel of the cart. Still hidden inside the cart, Hermione sobbed, clutching Esther tightly to her chest. Seeing the knight advancing on her sister, Hermione was just about to throw herself out of the cart when the man's head was abruptly sent flying from his shoulders. Ulrich stood behind him, lowering his sword. His gaze fell to Anna Maria, crumpled on the ground. She was dying. A rare, sharp flash of annoyance crossed Ulrich's eyes at the sight. Even knowing what was going to happen, he hadn't been able to prevent her death, the one act that was supposed to ensure her daughters wouldn't spiral into madness. He dropped quickly to one knee to inspect her wounds. But no, she couldn't be saved, and he highly doubted anyone else around here would even try. Please. Anna Maria choked on her own blood, looking up at Ulrich. She reached out a trembling hand, her fingers gripping his white tailored sleeves and staining them a deep red. Protect them. I beg you." Ulrich stared down at Anna Maria, watching the tears of blood gathering in her eyes. He gave her a small nod. Seeing that clear, unhesitating promise, a wave of relief washed over Anna Maria. She felt the sincerity in his gesture, and in the end that was enough. She turned her tear-filled gaze toward her daughters, who were already rushing toward her, and managed a faint, broken smile. Unable to speak, she simply mouthed the words, "I love you," before her eyes finally slipped shut. "Mama! Mother!" All three girls threw themselves at Anna Maria, bursting into loud, racking sobs as they clung to her lifeless body. Their wails were loud enough, and broken enough, to draw the eyes of nearly every soldier remaining in the clearing. One of them was a young man 2 years older than Ulrich, wearing heavy white armor that was now drenched in the blood of his victims. He had striking, short pink hair and narrow brown eyes. He was the crown prince of the kingdom of Skargardia, Albert van Skargardia. "What do we have here?" he asked, a wide, twisted smile spreading across his face as his eyes lingered hungrily on each of the crying girls. "Daughters of a witch, it seems, your highness." The young, blonde-haired man accompanying him, slightly older than Ulrich, replied with a faint smirk. He was the eldest son of Duke Gravenberg, Julian Gravenberg. Albert scanned the three girls, his twisted gaze settling particularly on Aram. "They will make excellent slaves. Take them," he ordered. One of the royal knights stepped forward. Aram snatched up a discarded sword and immediately threw herself in front of Hermione, who was shielding a sobbing Esther. But she didn't have to do anything. Ulrich simply raised his bloodied sword, barring the knight's path. The knight turned, a glare already forming, but the moment he met Ulrich's icy, crimson eyes, his expression rapidly dissolved into unease. "What are you doing, Ulrich?" Julian snapped, glaring at him. "These three are mine," Ulrich replied. "Are you disobeying me, Ulrich?" Albert asked, his smile slipping slightly. "I could ask you the same question," Ulrich retorted, turning his trademark calm, disdainful gaze upon the prince. "This is my territory. You are here only because I allowed it and because His Majesty requested it. If I want these girls, I will take them." "You! How dare you?" Julian stepped forward, anger in his eyes, but Albert threw out an arm to stop him, his own gaze turning frigid. "I am the crown prince and your future king. I take whatever I want. Even slaves," he said. "They aren't slaves," Ulrich replied, casting a brief glance at the three girls. "I am adopting them as daughters of the Reubenhart house." Every jaw in the clearing dropped open in utter shock. But the most shocked of all were the three sisters themselves, staring up at Ulrich in disbelief. "My lord!" The voice belonged to head butler Fabian, a man in his 50s with a neat appearance. He had served Ulrich's father with great loyalty for decades, and now that duty had passed to the son. Fabian had known Ulrich since he was a child, a baby in arms, and it was often said, in that no one knew the young lord better than he. At this moment, Ulrich was in his study, smelling old papers and ink. He was bent over his desk, a quill scratching continuously as he penned letters and issued a flurry of orders destined for the various officials who managed the disparate corners of his territory. It was a vast holding, a patchwork of lands that required a specific chain of command through several other noble houses to administer effectively. Those nobles were all seasoned men, veterans who, in the early days following Ulrich's father passing, had sought to take advantage of his youth and inexperience. They had seen a grieving orphan and smelled opportunity. But by now, they were only shadows, silently obeying his orders. They had learned quickly that Ulrich was in no way the broken boy they had expected to find. Fabian stood just inside the doorway, waiting. He watched his lord's hand move across the page, the scratching of the quill the only sound in the room. Several minutes passed in this silence. Finally, Ulrich set down his quill and sealed the last letter with a decisive press of his signet ring. The wax, bearing his family crest, cooled in the dim light. "I want all of them dispatched before sundown," he said. "At once, my lord," Fabian replied with a slight bow of his head. He paused, then added, "And I must inform you, my lord, the tutors you requested have all arrived. They are waiting in the reception hall." Ulrich acknowledged this with a simple nod and rose from his chair. He moved as he walked out of the room, Fabian falling into step a respectful half-pace behind him. A full week had passed since he had adopted the three future most dangerous witches of the world. The days since then had unfolded with a surprising, almost suspicious smoothness. Following his lengthy and brutally frank speech, all three of them appeared to have grasped the reality of their position. It was a simple equation. Whether they harbored a secret loathing for him or nursed a quiet fear of their new life, Ulrich was their shield. As long as they resided within the walls of his house, they would be sheltered by the power of his name. And, perhaps more pragmatically, they had seized upon the offer of education with an eagerness that bordered on desperation. And so, their lessons had begun. Initially, with no formal tutors yet in place, Ulrich had ordered the maids to act as their first instructors. The maids of his estate were no simple country girls. They had all received a thorough education in reading, writing, and numbers, making them more than capable of teaching the basics at least. They carried out their orders, but they did so with a thinly veiled reluctance born of a lifetime of ingrained prejudice. Despite Ulrich's explicit order, some of the household staff could not entirely hide their disdain whenever he was not present. Their words would grow harsh, and their tones tinged with contempt. That was how deeply the fear of witchcraft was embedded deeply inside the kingdom. Yet, for all their misgivings, they were Fabian's staff and Ulrich's word was law. They could not refuse. Thankfully, Aram and Hermione couldn't care less about the maid's loathing toward them. Aram simply ignored it, while Hermione returned the hostility with equal measure. The youngest, however, was a different matter entirely. Sweet, innocent, and sensitive Esther took every cutting word and cold glance deeply to heart, though thankfully, she always had her sisters close. One could only wonder what Aram, in particular, would have done to those who brought Esther to the verge of tears with nothing but words. She might well have already acted on it, were it not for her understanding of her position. Ulrich descended the stairs. The living hall was already full. They had clearly been waiting for over 10 minutes, and yet none of them had moved. Hermione's expression made no secret of her impatience or her irritation at having been kept standing that long. On one side stood Aram, Hermione, and Esther. On the other, for people, the tutors he had sent for. He had asked for the best his county could offer, and they had all answered the call. When Ulrich arrived, the first stepped forward. A woman in her 40s, impeccably presented. A gown without a single crease, brown hair gathered into a neat bun, and a pair of fine glasses resting on the bridge of her nose. She bowed her head with flawless posture before introducing herself. "Lord Count, I am Ilana Etten. I am deeply honored to have been called upon," she said with a polite smile. "Lady Ilana is an expert in the conventions of high nobility," Fabian said. "She will be instructing the young ladies in etiquette and the deportment expected of noble women. She has tutored the daughters of counts and dukes alike." Next, a man wearing glasses stepped forward. He appeared to be in his 30s, composed and bright-eyed. "My lord, the honor is entirely mine. I am Thomas Danvers, and it will be my pleasure to teach your daughters the history, geography, and politics of our kingdom and the wider world," he said, hand resting on his chest with a warm smile. Then a younger woman stepped forward, blonde, with an eager smile that seemed barely containable. "My lord, I am Linnea Danvers. I will be teaching the young ladies literacy, speech, and poetry. Within a couple of years, they will stand as a model for any noble lady in the kingdom," she said, her enthusiasm spilling into every word. Ulrich gave a brief nod before moving on to the last and most important of the four. He was an old man in a white robe, a long beard resting against his chest. His expression was perfectly calm, and his gaze had been settled on the three girls from the very moment Ulrich had entered the room. Fabian cleared his throat. "My lord, this is Grandmaster of Magic Brian Strelly. He has graciously answered our call and will be instructing the young ladies in the foundations of magic," he said. The moment those words landed, all three girls reacted, but Hermione's ears perked up. She fixed her gaze on the old man with barely concealed eagerness. She was clearly the most impatient to learn. Aram was equally eager, though for reasons that were perhaps considerably darker. "I am grateful for your acceptance of my request." Ulrich spoke in his usual tone, stern and emotionless enough that one might genuinely wonder whether he was grateful at all. "These three are daughters of the Rubenhart house. I suggest you treat them as such with due respect, and they will certainly return it in kind," he said with a subtle warning aimed at both parties equally. Then he glanced at Linnea. "Before anything else, none of the three can read or write. That is to be your first priority," he said. "Of course, I will tend to it thoroughly. Please count on me," Linnea replied immediately, a faint flush rising to her cheeks as she met his gaze. "Good. I leave them in your care," Ulrich said. He cast a brief glance at the three girls. Only Aram and Esther were looking back at him. He said nothing more and left. He had somewhere to be, and a novel's worth of knowledge to put to good use. "My lord, please, you cannot simply go off on your own." Fabian's voice erupted in panic. And indeed, Fabian was utterly at a loss. It was already strange enough that Ulrich, a man who despised witches, had adopted the daughters of one, providing them with food, clothes, and an education that many noble-born girls would have envied. But now he was preparing to leave entirely alone, which was simply not something Ulrich did. He rarely left the estate to begin with, preferring to issue his orders from within the walls of the mansion. And on the rare occasions that he did venture out, he always took a sizable escort with him, trusting no one. Now he had asked only for a coachman and had turned down every other offer of company. "Are you giving me orders now?" Ulrich asked, fixing Fabian with a stern look from beneath those deep red eyes. "And no, my lord, but please, you are the count. Whatever it is you're looking for, tell me, and I will send our best men to retrieve it. Don't put yourself in danger," he said, his voice tinged with pleading. Their exchange was loud enough, or rather, Fabian was loud enough that several maids turned to look, concern creeping across their faces. Even Aram, Hermione, and Esther had slipped out of their reading and writing lesson to see what the commotion was. Ulrich glanced briefly at the three of them. "If I do not return by next week," he said, "all three are to continue being raised as daughters of the Reubenhardt house. When they come of age, you will determine who among them is best suited to succeed me." Fabian went speechless. So did everyone else. First, Ulrich was speaking as though his death were a genuine possibility. And second, perhaps more shocking still, he was already laying out the future of the Reubenhardt name and legacy, intending to pass it to three girls he had only just adopted. The three girls themselves looked no less stunned. Hermione in particular seemed shaken, as though she hadn't expected anything remotely like this. It was almost suspicious the way he was treating them, though perhaps it was simply Ulrich being overly dramatic. He had no intention of dying, but the possibility existed, and he knew it. And if he did, he wanted his promises to the girls to hold even beyond his death. A home, safety, and education. He was a man of his word, and it would feel very much like defeat if, after everything he had done to pull them from a life of slavery and abuse, those three girls ended up on the same broken path they had walked in the novel. With that said, Ulrich pulled on his cloak and climbed into the carriage. "My lord," Fabian stepped forward. "Please, I beg you to reconsider." "I am not dying, Fabian," Ulrich said, annoyed. Fabian fell silent and looked at him. "But if I do," Ulrich said, holding his gaze, "you will manage this house and see to the girls until they come of age. I have left a writ bearing my seal in my study. Use it if the need arises." He said nothing more, and signaled the coachman to go. Fabian stood and watched, powerless, as the carriage rolled away and the sound of hooves faded down the road. Inside the cabin, Ulrich rested his elbow on the armrest and leaned his cheek against his fist, watching the scenery roll past outside. He genuinely had no intention of dying. That was precisely why he was heading to such a dangerous place, to get something that would grant him the power and the leverage he needed to survive this cursed novel. Ulrich was by no means weak. He had been rigorously trained by his father since childhood, and Ulrich himself possessed the discipline to forge his own strength. Physically, he was already stronger than veterans. He was a masterful swordsman, the blade an extension of his own arm, deeply ingrained into his muscle memory. His problem lay entirely in magic. He had not been gifted with mana. Despite being a veritable genius when it came to spell theory and magical creation, having studied and memorized countless spells inside and out, he was entirely incapable of putting them to use. The fault lay within his own mana core. In this world, every human and creature was born with a mana core. At the age of 10, however, the core underwent a blossoming. It would expand and settle, finally allowing a person to truly draw upon their mana, to command it, and to have the magic answer them in return. During the blossoming, a mana core revealed two crucial aspects: its shape and its layers. Shape and layers dictated everything. Commoners overwhelmingly possessed a spherical core with a single layer. But occasionally, a genius would awaken a core of a different shape entirely, or one that already possessed two or more layers right from the start. Ulrich, however, despite being born of a highly distinguished and ancient noble bloodline, had awakened a perfectly common, single-layered spherical core. The shape he could perhaps forgive. Divergent shapes were exceedingly rare. After all, but the layers were a bitter disappointment. Ulrich had fully expected his core to blossom with at least two layers, and perhaps even give him prismatic shape. Or actually getting two layers may be rarer than actually obtain a shape. Regardless, as if that insult weren't enough, Ulrich suffered from a rare condition known as core sickness. They were microscopic, countless fractures, not in the core's shape, but in its very integrity. Somewhere within his spherical core, several tiny flaws allowed mana to bleed out before it could ever be fully shaped into a spell. It was like trying to carry water in a bucket with countless pinholes in the bottom. Whenever he tried to spin a spell, attempting to weave threads of mana through his core, a sharp, tearing pain would follow, and the resulting spell would collapse into instability after a couple seconds depending on the complexity of the spell. For someone of Ulrich's standing and ego, it was a humiliation. He had been quietly mocked and sneered at by countless peers because of it. No matter how brilliantly he understood the theory of spells and magic, it felt entirely useless if he couldn't put a single ounce of it into practice. That was precisely why Ulrich had compensated by dedicating himself so eagerly to the sword and martial arts. There were, of course, theoretical ways to treat core sickness, but to begin with, Ulrich had the most serious case of mana core leaks ever seen in history, with countless flaws in his core. On top of that, the procedures were notoriously dangerous, and Ulrich could easily die in the attempt, which was exactly why the original Ulrich had never chanced it, despite the sickness itself was deathly for him. His pride simply wasn't vast enough to wager his life on it. But things had changed the moment Ulrich ceased to be just Ulrich, the moment the memories of a past life, and of the very novel he was living in, had surfaced in his mind. First and foremost, his life was already in danger simply by the fact of existing within this world. Secondly, thanks to his knowledge of the story, he knew exactly how to remedy his core sickness. Yes, he could die in the attempt, but there was no faster way. Perhaps he had successfully dodged the immediate death flags associated with the three sisters by adopting them, but there were countless other dangers looming ahead. Ulrich already knew he had painted a target on his back simply by bringing those girls into his house. He needed the strength to fight back, and unfortunately, in a world ruled by magic, martial arts, and swordsmanship alone would never be enough. For that, he needed a functioning mana core. If he had been born with a defective core, then he would just have to get a new one. He would have to destroy his current core entirely, and forge a new one in its place. And not just any ordinary core either. He would forge one of the three most legendary cores in existence, a relic left behind by a living god, the father of magic. The Hollow Core. The Hollow Core. As far as Ulrich remembered from his past life's reading of the novel, he knew exactly where it was. It lay hidden within the maelstrom of forgotten depths, a vast, abyssal scar in the ocean, carved out during the cataclysmic, near-apocalyptic battle between the saint god Kaler, a human who had transcended his mortality, and the demon god Hania Belher. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, the scar was located in the Great Dark Blue Sea, just off the eastern coast of the Kingdom of Skargardia. Since Ulrich's county sat right on the eastern border, it had taken only a couple of hours by carriage to reach the coastal fishing town of Greyhaven. Greyhaven possessed a truly strange architecture. The centuries-old houses were built at extreme, leaning angles, looking as though they were constantly on the verge of toppling forward and plunging directly into the sea. Obviously, this wasn't just a strange local preference. It was a natural consequence of the maelstrom. Even miles off the coast, the Great Scar exerted a subtle pull on the earth itself. Once the carriage rolled to a halt, Ulrich pulled his hood low to conceal his red hair and features as best he could before stepping down. He walked away carrying a bag heavy with magical tools, items he had spent the past week gathering specifically for this very day. He wasted no time and headed straight for the harbor. It was already late afternoon. He needed to be quick. By the time he reached the coast, dozens of boats were already docked, and it was nearly impossible to single out the one he had chartered for today. He did, however, have a name. He grabbed the arm of the nearest man walking past him. "Do you want to die, brat?" the man asked, glaring at him. Ulrich simply stared back with cold, crimson eyes. "I am looking for a woman named Mira." Her bright ocean blue eyes dragged over Ulrich for a moment before she took another long swig. She took a step toward him, stumbled, and immediately pitched forward. For a brief second, Ulrich considered letting her crash to the floor as he normally would have, but he needed her. His arm shot out, catching her strongly by the waist. "You are drunk," he said coldly. "Hic." After a loud hiccup, Mira looked up at him, still draped heavily over his arm. From that angle, she could make out his features, the strands of blood-dark hair spilling from his hood, and those beautiful eyes. "Aren't you quite the hottie?" she smirked. "I will find another ship," he said, forcing her back onto her feet and turning away. "No one else is going to accept your crazy, suicidal quest toward the maelstrom of forgotten depths. Handsome," she laughed. The tavern went dead silent. Everyone gasped, turning dumbfounded stares toward Ulrich. Ulrich turned his gaze back to her. Hiccuping again, Mira smiled. I can take you, if you have the promised gold, she said. In your drunken state? Ulrich asked scornfully. I'm at my best like this, Mira laughed. Yeah, you've got to believe it, man. She really is best like that. Don't worry, she'll definitely take you straight to hell in that shape. The whole tavern erupted into laughter. Ulrich considered it for a moment, then looked at Mira. Outside, he said and walked out. Mira followed, her gait still unsteady as she trailed him into the street. Once outside the tavern, Ulrich pulled out a heavy pouch of gold and tossed it to her. Mira caught it. She didn't even need to bite the coins glinting inside. She could tell just by the weight and sound that it was true gold. But her fingers lingered on the leather itself. This is some very fine leather for a mere coin pouch, she said. The hilt of my blade is wrapped in fine leather as well. Would you like a look? Ulrich asked. Mira smirked. That was a good one. There was a split second of silence before she suddenly drew the cutlass at her waist. Ulrich drew his own blade at the exact same moment. Clang! The sharp ring of steel meeting steel echoed down the street as they locked blades. Mira tried to force her cutlass against him, but Ulrich was faster. With a deft twist of his wrist, he pushed her back, instantly forcing her own blade mere inches from her face until her back slammed into the tavern wall. Leaning in close, Ulrich glared at her. Do not waste my time. Oh, dear God, Mira muttered, staring at Ulrich's face from up close. You're even hotter this close, she stuttered, genuinely caught off guard. Ulrich narrowed further his eyes, pulling back and walking down the 3 steps to the street. Wait, I'm coming, Mira called out, hurrying down the steps after him. But this time, it clearly wasn't the drink that made her stumble. She just tripped over her own feet. Exhausted, Ulrich spun around and caught her mid-air, before she could even hit the ground. I will not repeat myself. Do not waste my time, he said, staring directly into her blue eyes. Yesh, Mira bit her tongue as she answered, flushing bright red in embarrassment at her own clumsiness. Ulrich let go of her and turned toward the docked boats. Where is yours? He asked. Follow me. Mira somehow managed to scrape her composure back together, her zeal returning as she marched forward. Ulrich followed. Behold, the blue wind. As soon as they arrived at the docks, Mira spread her arms wide toward the vessel. It was perhaps not quite as large as Ulrich had expected, but he had to admit it was a beautiful ship. It was in a pitiful state, certainly. It desperately needed repairs, but with the sum of money he had just given her, she would be able to afford a complete refit and then some. What do you think? Mira asked, turning to Ulrich with a grin. Just take me where I need to go, Ulrich replied, already striding up the lowered gangplank, the wooden walkway that bridged the ship to the pier. The moment he set foot on the deck, several men from Mira's crew frowned. Oi, Captain, who's this fancy lad? One of them sneered. Looks like he's never done a day's work in his life. You sure we can trust him? We can, you dumbass. Look at this. Mira landed on the deck behind him and immediately began flicking gold coins into the air. The men scrambled over each other like dogs to snatch them up. Ulrich's face twisted at the thoroughly unnoble display. Even though he wasn't entirely the original Ulrich anymore, the sight was still deeply distasteful to him, if not unsightly. Come on, my lord. I'll show you to your quarters, Mira said, trying to hook her arm around his shoulders. We leave right now, Ulrich said, blocking her arm. Mira smiled, then spun to face her crew. You heard the man, you idiots. Haul the lines. We're sailing for the Blue Scar right now, she shouted. Emboldened by the gold they had just pocketed, the crew cheered and sprang into action. Ulrich descended into the cabin below deck and settled in. The air was damp and smelled stale, but he supposed it could have been worse. Taking a seat at the table, he pulled out a book. It was a text on magic, specifically binding spells. The structural patterns of each spell varied wildly, and the stronger the binding, the more complex the weave of mana required to cast it. Ulrich was a prodigy when it came to understanding, memorizing, and theoretically drawing these patterns. His problem was simply that he could never execute them with his broken core. It was as though the gods themselves had intervened to prevent him from using his genius. A monumental loss and a shame. That was how his father had once described it. Back then, Ulrich had believed his father was calling him a shame, so he had simply trained harder with his swords and weapons. But looking back, he understood that his father, however strict and cruel he may have been, had genuinely wanted Ulrich to become a better, stronger man than he was. He had been reading for only a few minutes when Mira came down the steps. Ulrich snapped the book shut instantly, turning a hard gaze on her. "It's my ship," she retorted, correctly interpreting the look. "Did I say it wasn't?" Ulrich replied. "Your gaze said it," she smiled, walking toward him. She already seemed significantly less drunk at least. Ulrich also felt a faint tug of satisfaction as the deck shifted beneath his feet. The ship was finally moving. "Tell me," Mira asked. "You never gave me your name." "You don't need to know it," Ulrich replied. "You could at least lower that hood," she pressed. "For what?" Ulrich asked, opening his book back up and resuming his reading. Silence fell, followed shortly by the sound of a cork popping. Mira had produced another bottle from wherever she had stashed it in the cabin, and took a long drink. Ulrich ignored her entirely. A few minutes later, however, Mira spoke again. "Do you have a death wish or something?" she asked. "No." "Then why do you want us to take you near the scar?" she asked. "It's the most dangerous place on the seas, you know. Unless you have a very peculiar and specific way you wish to die, I don't see anyone having any business out there. Did your house fall into debt or something? And now you want to end it all?" "What I want to end right now is this conversation," Ulrich said sternly, turning the page. Mira giggled and took another sip. "We are going to be spending a whole day down here, so you might want to at least try speaking to me," she said. "Or I might simply wish for silence," Ulrich replied, his patience wearing thin now. She was clearly someone who liked to talk, and his mind was far too preoccupied with the very real possibility of his impending death to entertain her. A moment of quiet followed, and just when Ulrich thought she had finally relented, Mira stood up. She shoved the table out of the way and stepped directly into Ulrich's space. Ulrich pulled the book back just in time as Mira unceremoniously straddled him, settling her weight onto his thighs. "What are you doing?" Ulrich asked. Mira took one last sip, tossed the bottle aside, and reached out, pulling his hood back to reveal his face and hair entirely. "I don't wish for silence," she said. "Silence is boring, and I don't like it." "Move," Ulrich said. "Do you have any idea the kind of risks my crew and I are taking to get you near that apocalyptic hellhole? Even suicidal people don't go near it," she said, peering down at him with flushed cheeks. "What do you want?" "Get me there and I will offer you more gold," Ulrich said calmly. "If I survive it," he added quietly in his head. "I don't want gold," Mira said, her fingers beginning to toy with the buttons of his vest. "I wish," she whispered, "for intimacy and warmth." Ulrich gave her a speechless stare. "Is this what the women of this era are like? Are you a whore?" he asked directly. She shook her head. "I haven't actually ever slept with anyone." "Hick," she said with a drunken little chuckle. Ulrich looked at her properly. She appeared to be around his age, perhaps a little older, 22 or 23. It was genuinely surprising that she commanded a crew of rough sailors the way she did. "I am just a pure virgin wishing to be despoiled," she said, hiccuping again. "Find someone else for that twisted wish of yours," Ulrich said, gripping her shoulder with his free hand to shove her back. But she only tightened her grip on his vest. If he shoved her back too hard, she was going to rip the buttons right off. "Why? Sniff." She suddenly let out a little cry, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes that looked startlingly turquoise now. "Am I not hot enough?" she asked, sniffling. "You are drunk," Ulrich said, his stoic expression beginning to crack as he wondered how on earth to handle her. "Answer me," Mira cried out, yanking on his vest again. Ulrich dropped his book, which hit the floorboards with a heavy thud, and grabbed her wrists. "I have no interest in you. Just find someone worthy to be despoiled by, he said seriously. He doubted she meant a word of it. She was just severely drunk. And yes, perhaps his handsome features had played a part, which was exactly why he wished she would sober up and stop drinking. He hadn't even finished the thought before she surged forward and pressed her lips against his without a second of hesitation. MMMH. Ulrich's eyes widened at the sudden press of her lips, the sharp tang of alcohol mingling with the heat of her mouth. There was a split second of silence as Mira kissed him. Awkwardly, clumsily. He wondered briefly if it was her first time kissing anyone. At the same time, a sudden rush of blood hit him. Standing up with her legs still wrapped tightly around his waist, he backed her up against the table, lowered her onto it, and broke the kiss. Ha! Mira gasped for breath, a soft smile spreading across her lips. Ulrich also drew in a slow breath, staring down at her. The sexual tension couldn't have been any higher. For a fraction of a second, Ulrich felt like giving in. Sleeping with a gorgeous woman wouldn't be a bad way to spend his final hours, especially if he was actually going to die tomorrow. He might even regret it if he didn't. But, Silas. Mira's face suddenly shifted, twisting into the features of another woman. A woman with blonde hair. She was smiling at him, reaching her arms out to pull him back in. Silas. Ulrich pulled instantly back and letting go of Mira's legs. Mira propped herself up on her elbows and looked at him, confused. Ulrich fixed her with a stern gaze. You are drunk. Mira stood on the quarterdeck, right beside the ship's wheel, which was currently being manned by one of her crew as the vessel cut through the deep, dark blue sea. You sure this is a good idea, Captain? Edmar, her second-hand man asked, his eyes darting uneasily over the water. The further they advanced toward the scar, the stronger the current became, tugging at the hull as if they were being reeled in. It made the ship move faster, certainly, but they all knew the nightmare that lay ahead, even though their plan was simply to drop the suicidal noble off in a smaller rowboat and leave him to whatever grim fate he sought. Just getting this close felt just more dangerous. He turned to Mira, waiting for an answer, but Mira, arms folded on the rail, her chin resting heavily atop them, wasn't listening to him at all. She was staring into the middle distance, trying desperately to forget the embarrassing display she had put on inside that cabin a few hours ago. Just thinking about it made her cheeks burn hot and bright red. Why the hell did I even do that? Despoiled. What an absolute idiot I am. She wanted to plunge straight into the maelstrom with Ulrich and never come back. It wasn't the first time she had gotten severely drunk, but usually, she retained some measure of control. And worse, she had never acted like a cheap whore in her life. But that was exactly what she had just done. And the most shameful part was that she felt like she had been entirely conscious while doing it. If Ulrich hadn't stopped at the very last second, she was certain they would have actually done it all the way right there on the table. Perhaps it was simply because he was that attractive, and she had let her instincts override her sense. But it was still humiliating. The way she had just offered herself up, and why had he rejected her so easily? She couldn't believe how calm he had remained. She had seen plenty of men, even nobles, try to force themselves on her before. It seemed Ulrich possessed far more self-control than she had expected, though he had clearly come close to giving in. Perhaps if she had pushed just a little bit further, he would have broken. Wait, what am I even thinking? Clearing her throat sharply, Mira stood up straight. Captain. Mira finally glanced over at Edmar. Are you sure about this whole thing? He asked again. I am. Or do you not want the gold he paid us? Mira asked. Gold ain't worth squat if we're all dead before we spend it, Captain. Grover below let out. We aren't sailing into the Blue Scar. We're getting him as close as is safely possible for the ship, dropping him off and turning back immediately. Mira replied, giving him a dry stare. Sigh. Don't even want to know what's going on in his head. But then again, he's some fancy noble. Who the hell knows how them lot think? He grunted and others nodded. Mira couldn't deny that, because there was no way Ulrich was going to survive out there. Down in the cabin, Ulrich had finally stopped reading. Between the jarring carriage ride and now the constant swaying of the ship across the open sea, whatever energy he had left was entirely sapped. He clearly needed to sleep, so he allowed himself to do just that. Hours passed. Eventually, Mira slipped into the cabin. She approached the table and looked down at Ulrich's sleeping face. "You're even hotter when you're asleep," she whispered. Scanning his features, she was certain he was a high-ranking noble of some kind, which only made his suicidal wish to approach the scar all the more suspicious and strange. "Hey!" She reached out to touch his shoulder, but before her fingers could make contact, Ulrich's hand shot out and clamped around her wrist. "What? We've arrived. Going any further is too dangerous for the ship," Mira replied, pulling her wrist free. He nodded, already standing up. "That's fine. Do you have the boat ready?" he asked. "Just as you asked. It has a paddle, though I highly doubt you'll need it. The current will drag you in regardless," she said. "Just lower it," Ulrich said. "You know, I really shouldn't care, but are you sure you want to go through with this?" Mira asked, hopping up to sit on the edge of the table. "Your kind should only be interested in gold," Ulrich said, shrugging on his heavy coat. "Why are you trying to talk me out of it?" "Because you're hot. It would be a shameful sin to lose someone as handsome as you," Mira replied with an easy shrug. Ulrich cast a glance her way, a faint fleeting smile curving his lips. He reached into his bag, pulled out another leather pouch, and tossed it to her. Mira caught it with one hand. Inside were at least a dozen more gold coins. "What's this for?" she asked. "For at least a week. Come back to this exact spot at this exact hour," he said. "Just in case you need to pick me up. You must have some hellish amount of confidence to think you're actually going to survive. Because you won't. No one survives once they get dragged into the scar," Mira replied, her tone turning dead serious. "I am not just anyone," Ulrich said softly. He slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out. Mira sat there for a moment, dumbfounded, before a smile spread across her lips. "I hope you're right." Jumping down from the table, she followed him up to the deck and immediately ordered her crew to lower the rowboat. Ulrich stepped into it and was steadily lowered down to the churning waters below. "I hope to see you again, hottie," Mira called out, leaning her arms against the rail as she watched him drift away. Ulrich stared up at her. "Do not forget what I asked." If he actually managed to come back alive from this deadly descent, the very last thing he wanted was to be forced to swim for miles against a brutal current just to reach the nearest stretch of land. Well, the hollow core was put there so definitely Kaler had made so the one getting it would be safely teleported or something. Ulrich was certain of that. "Don't worry, you can count on me," she smirked. "What did he ask for, Captain?" Grover asked besides her. "He begged for my precious maidenhood, and I promised to give it to him if he comes back alive," Mira replied loudly. "The hell? No fucking way. Shoulda been me. Screw that noble prick. Just 'cause he's got a pretty face and a fat purse. Fuck all these nobles." Ulrich, having heard every word of Mira's blatant lie, chose to completely ignore it. Engaging would only give him a headache. He immediately gripped the edges of the small rowboat as the dangerous current seized it. He had been provided with a paddle, just as he requested, but he clearly didn't need it as Mira brought him quite close. As he felt the water dragging him faster and faster toward the abyss, he immediately dropped to his knees and ripped his bag open. First, he pulled out an amulet on a heavy chain. It was a dull blue and looked rather basic, but its effects were vital for Ulrich. It was enchanted to muffle and dampen ambient noise, crucial, because the roar of the maelstrom was enough to drive a man insane. Legend said the roar was actually the endless wailing of the countless souls the demon god had dragged into death. He did a quick inventory of the bag. Everything should be there. Suddenly, the boat pitched violently, throwing him off balance. He nearly tumbled over the side but managed to catch himself just in time. The rowboat was accelerating rapidly now. It was time. He immediately pulled out several vials. Every single one had cost him hundreds of gold coins. He uncorked them and downed them one after the other. One to grant him resistance to inhuman pain, preventing him from passing out from the shock. One to accelerate his body's natural healing process. Another to allow him to breathe underwater for exactly 1 hour. And another, the most dangerous and by far the most expensive, designed to rapidly regenerate lethal tissue damage. He drank it without a second of hesitation. Finally, he took a much smaller vial and tilted his head back, squeezing the thick drops directly into his red eyes. He shook his head, blinking the sting away, and looked around. He could see everything with sharper clarity, even in the creeping darkness of the storm. Once he was finished, he sealed the bag and strapped it tightly across his chest and back. He could only hope it would hold together. Ulrich stood up, bracing his legs as the current dragged him ever forward. Through his magically enhanced vision, he finally saw it clearly. Calling it a maelstrom or a typhoon was a gross understatement. It was gargantuan, a world-ending chasm of water, and he was being pulled straight into the throat of it. He gripped the sides of the rowboat tightly as the wood began to groan and splinter under the mounting pressure. Ulrich stared directly into the black heart of the abyss. For a brief second, time seemed to slow to a crawl. He really might die here. And who was he thinking about in this final moment? Was his life flashing before his eyes? Not quite, but there was one woman's face that surfaced in his mind. "I love you, Silas." "Faith!" He mumbled her name into the roaring wind, and jumped straight into the typhoon. As soon as Ulrich plunged into the heart of the scar, the water crashed into him with the force of a speeding truck, bludgeoning his entire body at once. He felt every molecule of his being scream as the maelstrom caught him in its jaws and yanked him under. He could not move, not so much as a single finger. The crushing pressure of the spinning vortex pinned his limbs to his sides as though he had been wrapped in bands of solid steel. He tumbled end over end, again and again, completely at the mercy of the current. The first wave of pain struck almost immediately. The water smashed against him, each impact feeling like the ruthless strike of a hammer. His skeleton, refined by generations of noble lineage, bones dense and forged strong by centuries of selective breeding, held for exactly 1 second. Crack! His left arm snapped first. He felt the break with clarity, though he couldn't hear the bone give way over the deafening, apocalyptic wailing of the maelstrom. The noise threatened to rupture his eardrums despite the enchanted amulet straining heavily against his throat. Ulrich had purposely replaced the amulet's original chain with a reinforced cord, but now it dug into his skin like a deadly garrote. NGH. A heartbeat later, his right arm followed, accompanied by a choked grunt. Both arms were now broken, bent backward at unnatural angles, thrashing uselessly in the surge. Had he not downed the vial of pain resistance beforehand, the physical shock would have undoubtedly caused him to pass out on the spot. Yet even with the potion's aid, the pain remained nearly unbearable. But the worst danger wasn't the physical trauma but the water itself. Because this water was not merely water. The maelstrom of forgotten depths swirled at the exact site where a demon god had fallen, where a transcendent human had physically torn out a divine core. As a result, the crushing depths were entirely saturated with ancient mana. It was wild, poisonous, and deeply mingled with the demon god's own corrupted, lingering essence. It forced its way into him through his mouth, through his nose, through his eyes. It seeped into the tears in his skin where splintered bone had ruptured through the flesh. It invaded through every pore and every opening. The demonic essence crashed into his internal system, immediately overwhelming him. And by all means it should have killed him instantly. Such dense, corrupted mana was a highly volatile poison. It ruptured cells. It dissolved organs. Crystallized blood in the veins. Any normal person possessing a healthy core and an intact vessel would have been melted down from the inside out within seconds. But Ulrich was far from normal. His core, that pathetic, leaking, porous, entirely broken mana core, loved it, to say the least. The dangerous mana flooded into him, and just as immediately, it began flooding right back out. His core sickness, the very curse that had made him a laughingstock among his peers, the terminal flaw that was supposed to take his life by 30, effectively turned the deadly poison into a fast-flowing river. The mana passed through him like water through a rusted sieve. It simply could not remain inside him long enough to burn his flesh. It could not pool in enough quantities to burst his organs. It flowed in and poured out, taking nothing and leaving him miraculously untouched by the corruption. Ulrich's body should have dissolved into nothingness. Instead, it drew strange, impossible breaths of the saturated water. It was almost ironic. Had it not been for his extreme terminal case of a leaking mana core, he would never have even entertained this suicidal plunge in the first place. Soon enough, Ulrich sank deeper into the abyss, the swirling beginning to steady slightly as he slipped past the most chaotic upper layers of the vortex. The encroaching gloom shifted into a suffocating darkness. The maelstrom had swallowed him whole. He could see virtually nothing, despite the drops he had placed in his eyes. He still couldn't move. He could barely even think through the swelling tide of physical pain. His arms were already broken. Then his left leg. Then went his ribs 3, 4, 5. He lost count. They broke and cracked against each other sharply. He could actually feel pieces of his own skeleton floating loose inside his flesh. The healing vials were working, fighting a desperate, if not impossible, war against the trauma. But a dampened pain was still pain. The distance the potions provided was not an absence. He still felt the destruction of his body. The pain was simply too much. His eyes, already useless in the pitch black of the trench, fluttered and began to close. His body had endured too much. His mind had processed too much trauma. The vials could only repair so much tissue at once, and his leaking core could only filter the poison so fast. The rest was left up to his mortal limits, and they had finally been breached. True darkness rushed up to swallow his consciousness, and Ulrich closed his eyes and continued to fall. Silas! 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 Ha! Ulrich snapped awake instantly, but the sudden consciousness was immediately swallowed by a wave of pain. He groaned, his face pressed flat against the freezing, hard ground. His blurry vision tried to take in his surroundings, but he could only see what lay directly in front of him. He was a broken, crumpled heap on the floor. His body was a huge mess of shattered bones, though he could feel the fractures slowly beginning to knit themselves back together, the lingering effects of his vials finally taking hold. Crack! MMJ. He grunted against the stone as a dislocated bone snapped back into its socket. He grinned his teeth together, fighting the instinct to scream, and simply weathered the agony. He needed to recover if he wanted to move, and he needed to move if he wanted to reach his bag. Miraculously, the leather satchel was still attached to him, though it hung by a single, badly frayed strap clinging to one shoulder. For the next 10 minutes, the hollow, freezing space was filled with the sounds of bones popping, cracking, and grinding back into place, accompanied by Ulrich's muffled groans of maddening pain. When his right arm had finally recovered enough, he reached toward the bag and fumbled with the clasp. He let out another groan when he saw that most of the vials inside had been completely shattered, the glass shards mixing with spilled liquid. But he had predicted exactly this. That was precisely why he had wrapped a select few of his most critical vials in layers of cloth and stashed them inside a reinforced iron box. He pulled the small box free and instantly retrieved a high-grade healing concoction, one that had easily cost him another 100 gold coins. Yanking the cork out with his teeth, he swallowed the thick liquid in one fluid gulp. Almost immediately, he felt the acceleration of the healing process strike his body. Consequently, his grunts of pain became even louder, echoing sharply around. Slowly, his left arm regained mobility. Then he managed to drag himself onto one knee. He stayed there, trembling until he finally managed to push up onto both knees, gasping heavily for breath, his hands shaking against the cold floor and his soaked red hair plastered flat against his face. He remained in that position for a full minute before forcing himself to rise. His legs shook like leaves in a tornado under his weight as he finally stood up and looked ahead. He was inside a temple, though it hadn't exactly been built. The walls were clearly not carved stone. Rather, they were large, jagged crystal formations that had taken untold millennia to grow, glowing faintly from deep within with a pulsing violet light. Looking down, he saw that the floor was completely smooth, almost perfectly polished but freezing and slick beneath his bare feet. His boots were gone, torn away by maelstrom. The rest of his clothes hung in tatters. He was standing on a long, narrow path. Straight ahead, as far as his eyes could see, the path stretched deep into the gloom. But it wasn't complete darkness. There was a faint light waiting at the end. To his left and right lay nothing. The raised path was suspended over an expanse of water so perfectly still it looked like a sheet of black glass. Cursing softly under his breath, Ulrich began to walk. He walked for what felt like hours, or perhaps it was only minutes. Eventually he reached an archway. It was huge, easily 50 meters high and 30 wide. It wasn't built from separate blocks, but seemed to have grown directly out of the surrounding crystals, forming a single sweeping curve of glowing purple material that almost appeared to be breathing. Beyond the arch lay pure darkness. Ulrich stopped dead in his tracks. The arch clearly marked a boundary. He could feel it in the air now, but on the other side, there was something else entirely. The hollow core is in there. Ulrich narrowed his eyes. He could feel the pull of it. He took a step forward. The temperature plummeted instantly. With his next step, the faint light bleeding from the crystal walls began to dim. He kept walking until he stood directly on the threshold. The darkness ahead abruptly shifted, and Ulrich's eyes widened. There, floating silently in the center of the absolute void, was an helix-shaped spiral. It was an helix mass of pure, condensed crystal turning slowly and endlessly upon itself, pulling the eye ever inward toward a center that never seemed to arrive. It glowed with the exact same violet light that ran through the temple walls. The hollow core, one of the 3 legendary fragments of the original shattered core that had once belonged to the human god, the very first being in history to awaken a mana core. Ulrich walked toward it. He stopped just inches away, standing in silence as he stared at the artifact, his dark red eyes perfectly reflecting the mesmerizing spin of the crystal. Then, without a single second of further hesitation, he reached out and closed his hand around it. The instant his fingers made contact, he froze completely, a sudden terrifying numbness hitting his entire body. He let out a sharp, choked cry before collapsing hard onto his knees. All sound was sucked from the room, replaced only by a dry, deafening crack that sounded like a cannon firing directly inside his own skull. He stared down at his arms in watching thick, glowing purple veins protrude and spread across his skin. NGHM. The sensation rapidly consumed his entire body, and then he felt it, deep within his chest. His original broken mana core shattered entirely, exploding into microscopic fragments. Crack. Ulrich's eyes blew wide as blinding purple light erupted from the crystal still clutched in his hand. The energy shot into his chest like thousands of burning needles plunging directly into his heart. Each strike sent a wave of mind-boggling pain through his body. His nervous system began to shut down, incapable of processing the volume of pain, yet Ulrich remained forcefully awake. It was as though the core itself refused to let him pass out. He could feel every excruciating second of the energy flooding his chest, filling the empty void where his old core had died, as something entirely new began to slowly forge itself into existence. It was more than his mortal mind could endure, and the moment the new core finally solidified, it was the final straw for him and his body. Thud! He collapsed face first onto the cold stone, swallowed by the darkness once more. A tense atmosphere had settled over the Rubenhart estate. No one dared to speak too loudly or say anything out of turn, but whispers still rang through the halls. Ulrich was not there, so the servants felt emboldened to gossip as much as they pleased, though the moment Fabian, the faithful head butler, came into view, the murmurs would die instantly. Right now, however, Fabian was away or under above in Ulrich's study. He stood silently beside the long desk of his lord. It was his usual spot, the place he had occupied for the past 2 years ever since Ulrich had taken over as count and claimed his late father's seat. It wasn't that Fabian hadn't been allowed in this room by the previous count. Under the previous one, however, he had always been expected to stand directly in front of the desk, facing his master. But when Ulrich took power, he had plainly said that he disliked people hovering directly in front of him, this close, and so Fabian had moved to the side. He was standing there now, but this time he was entirely alone, just as he had been for an entire week. 7 days. 7 days had passed since Ulrich had ridden off on whatever dangerous errand had taken his attention and wasn't willing to tell him about it. Fabian knew neither the reason for his departure nor his exact destination. The coachman and the carriage who conducted Ulrich had never returned. The silence only made the situation feel more ominous, and dark thoughts continually flooded Fabian's mind. He felt as though he had failed Ulrich entirely. He had accompanied the boy since childhood, watching him grow from a quiet, solitary youth into the capable young man he was today. Perhaps he should have insisted harder a week ago. No, he definitely should have insisted harder. The deep creases lining Fabian's face creased further with grief. Once again, he reached out and touched the writ Ulrich had left behind, the document bearing the official seal, legally turning management of the household over to Fabian and granting full power, status, and titles to the 3 adopted daughters. He had written those orders specifically in the event of his death, the very real possibility of his death, and it had now been 7 days. No matter how he tried to deny it, Fabian was finding it increasingly difficult to believe Ulrich was still alive. But his heart refused to accept it. His young lord, the boy who, upon the discovery of his broken mana core, had been subjected to brutal physical training by his father, pushed far beyond the limits of what any child should ever endure. Yet it had forged him into a very capable man who, following his father's death, had proven every single doubter wrong, his own father included. Ulrich didn't need a functioning mana core to rule. He had managed his vast territory with an iron hand. At merely 20 years old, he had the respect and also fear of everyone within the Reubenhart domain. Even the rival nobles who had once sneered at him were quickly beginning to understand that the incapable son was far from being incapable, broken core or not. But Fabian had always known of the unspoken, bottomless rage Ulrich harbored toward the world. A rage born the day his blossoming at 10 years old revealed a broken core. It had come directly following the death of his beloved mother. The boy had already been heartbroken, and the failure of his core had only driven the knife deeper. Upon discovering his son's defect, Ulrich's father, equally shattered by the Countess's death, had poured every ounce of his grief and obsession into forging Ulrich's strength through other means, body and mind. From the age of 10, he had forced Ulrich through brutal training that would have broken, or even killed, any ordinary child. But Ulrich had survived, and he had come out the other side changed completely. There were positive aspects to that change, of course, such as his independence and the strength he possessed to handle any threat. But at the same time, he had lost something vital. The capacity for precious bonds, the very feeling of love, things that had burned so brightly within him while his mother was still alive had been entirely extinguished. Reminiscing sadly on the past, Fabian descended the grand staircase. The servants who had been huddled together in small groups, whispering furiously, immediately scattered like frightened mouses the second they saw him. He could already guess their thoughts regarding Ulrich's potential death and the newly adopted witch daughters. It was a shocking development, especially considering that Ulrich's mother had been killed by a witch's curse. Yet her son had gone and adopted 3 girls born from one, and immediately after enthusiastically agreeing to the king's demand to eradicate their village, no less. He had overseen the slaughter of an entire village just to save 3 daughters at the end? It didn't make really any senses unless Ulrich was some kind of sadist. Well, he hadn't exactly slaughtered them himself perhaps. The king had sent his own son with a small detachment of men to carry out the massacre, while Ulrich's official task was merely to oversee it and protect the prince. But the fact remained that Ulrich had been an active participant. Fabian could honestly not understand what was going through his lord's head. Lost in thought, he walked silently through the estate until he reached a specific corridor. Before he could take another step, however, a door opened, and a woman stepped out. It was Linnea Danvers, one of the tutors Ulrich had hired for the 3 girls. Linnea's task was to teach the sisters how to read and write, but at the moment, she looked thoroughly exhausted, exactly as she had looked every single day for the past week after finishing her lessons. She was just stepping out for her midday break. "Are you feeling well, my lady?" Fabian asked, concern filling his voice. Linnea flinched slightly, startled to find someone standing there, and flushed with embarrassment at having been caught looking so drained. She quickly straightened her posture. I am. Thank you, Lord Butler," she said hurriedly. Please do not tell the Count that I displayed such an unsightly scene. I wouldn't dream of it." Fabian chuckled softly. He could already tell that Linnea was quite fond of Ulrich. When he had first approached her about the position, she had been exceedingly eager the moment Ulrich's name was mentioned. She clearly held a deep admiration for him. "And are the lessons proceeding well with the 3 young ladies?" he asked. Yes," she nodded, though her eyes darted away. "Please be honest, my lady," Fabian said gently. Tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, Linnea sighed softly, stealing a brief glance back into the room. "They are actually wonderful. Just as expected of Lord Ulrich, the Count wouldn't have adopted these 3 sisters without seeing something exceptional in them," she said, a fond smile gracing her lips. "I expected something entirely different," Fabian chuckled. Linnea laughed lightly. "It's just that they are exhausting in their own unique ways. The middle sister, Hermione, is a genius unlike any child I have ever seen. I believe she can already read and write at the level expected of someone her age." What? Fabian's jaw dropped. It had only been 7 days. Linnea nodded, laughing awkwardly to herself. "The other 2 are no less intelligent, but the middle sister's comprehension and learning abilities are genuinely frightening. However, she has quite a fiery temper. She is craving for knowledge, and she is already demanding to begin learning magic," Linnea said, slumping her shoulders in defeat. "Oh, I see," Fabian chuckled. "I imagine the other 2 are faring well and not causing too much trouble, then? The youngest one seems quite sweet from what I have seen." "She is, isn't she?" Linnea nodded enthusiastically. "She is also eager to learn and kind. Certainly the kindest one to speak to me. She does ask a lot of questions, though. Perhaps slightly too many questions." Beginning to feel a twinge of pity, Fabian hesitated before finally asking about the last sister, swallowing hard. "And what about Lady Aram?" Linnea shivered instantly. She leaned in close, dropping her voice to a panicked whisper. "The eldest sister is actually terrifying me." Lady Linnea?" Fabian stared in bewilderment as tears gathered in the tutor's eyes. "I haven't told anyone, but on the very first day, she threatened me with a pencil, a sharp pencil that I had just sharpened for her. She pointed it directly at my neck and asked that I spill all of the Count's secret plans for them. I didn't even know what she was talking about. I swear. And now, during every single lesson, she just sits there, sharpening her pencil while giving me her dead look. I have never seen such dark eyes ever before." Fabian went speechless. From stealing a kitchen knife on the first day to issuing death threats with office supplies by the 7th. He seriously wondered how he was supposed to manage her, setting aside the other 2 sisters entirely. "Please, my lord, come back." Only Ulrich was capable of handling the 3 of them together. Fabian had seen it with his own eyes back then. He could only plead silently for Ulrich's safe return. Otherwise, he highly doubted he would be able to fulfill his lord's dying request to raise the 3 girls until they came of age. At this rate, he doubted he would even survive that long. Mira sighed deeply. She was slouched over the tavern bar, a leather pouch of gold lying open on the sticky wood right next to her cup of ale. Her eyes, however, were fixed blankly on the gold coins brimming from the pouch. It was certainly an enticing sight. The tavern owner swallowed hard every time he looked at it, briefly entertaining the fantasy of snatching it and running off to start a new life. But then he would raise his gaze slightly, see the familiar blue-haired captain, and immediately abandon the impossible dream. She was not someone to be trifled with. He preferred to stay in her good graces, just like everyone else. She was one hell of a gorgeous woman, yet no one ever tried to make a pass at her, at least no one who knew her or who had learned about her the painful way. She was like a queen here in Grey Haven. Though she dressed in pirate-like attire, she wasn't actually a pirate. She operated more as an expert merchant and a highly successful scavenger of the sea. People whispered that she was blessed by the goddess of fortune, or perhaps that she was the goddess of fortune herself, because every time she left the shores, she returned with a hold full of treasure. Goddess of fortune. Barton, the gruff man who owned the tavern and tended the bar, couldn't help but agree with the sentiment as he watched her. Even now, she sat with a fortune in gold sitting casually in front of her. Anyone else would be over the moon to possess so much wealth. Yet Mira wore a lost, almost upset expression. The morning returning from the sea after a long week, though no one knew exactly where she had been, she had came into the tavern, adopted this exact slouched position, dropped the pouch on the table and just stared at it, lost in thought. "Hey Mira, what's with the depressed face?" Barton finally asked. "You're making everyone around you miserable with that look. Aren't you usually the one grinning, smiling, and actually enjoying life?" She offered nothing more than a dull hum in response. The source of her deeply sour mood was, obviously, Ulrich. Perhaps it was because she had still been slightly drunk when she had sailed him to his death, but ever since she had sobered up, and despite the vast amount of gold she had received, she felt strangely upset about the entire ordeal. Why would he do such a thing? "Come back every day to look for me," he had said. It already took a full day of travel just to reach the drop-off point, after she had returned after dropping him to come back again. And he had spoken with such certainty, as if anyone could actually return from an abyssal scar torn into the ocean 1,000 years ago during a mythical battle between a human god and a demon god. It was absurd, and Mira felt upset. He was handsome and he seemed highly intelligent, so why on earth had he thrown his life away like that? She had forced her ship to drop anchor at a safe distance from the maelstrom, holding their position for an entire week so they could check the waters every single night. But nothing had happened, and on the 7th day, she had finally returned to port with a thoroughly exhausted crew. None of them dared complain, of course. Firstly, because Mira was their captain and would gladly beat their asses into the deck, and secondly, because they had already been paid handsomely in gold. "If you don't know what to do with all that money, couldn't you share a bit with this old man?" Barton tried. He received a sharp glare in return. "Got it? Got it." He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Mira stared at the pouch for another second before snatching it up and turning away. "Hey, Mira, you need to pay." Before Barton could even finish the sentence, Mira flicked a gold coin back over her shoulder. It landed perfectly, smacking him square in the forehead. Barton grunted in pain, but the moment he caught the gold coin in his palm, he grinned widely, flashing his rotted front teeth. Mira walked straight to the harbor. A large section of the docks was permanently reserved exclusively for her ship. She paid an exorbitant rent just to ensure she always had the best berth available. Her crew was milling about the deck, though a few were slouched on the pier below, drinking. "Get off your asses. We're setting sail to the Scar," she said. "What? No, wait, Captain. Not back to that cursed place. I swear I heard the Leviathan out there last night. Captain, we're gonna die if we go back, Captain." "Shut your mouths," Mira snarled. "Listen up, you idiots. We are checking again because we are a crew of honor. We keep our word. But we did keep it, Captain. For a whole week. I am not counting the day it took us to travel back here," she replied, fixing them with a deadpan stare. "No way. I am not a liar. So we are doing this one last time to find the very handsome, red-haired hottie with the beautiful red eyes. Understood, idiots?" she shouted, raising her fist to rile them up. Her entire crew, however, stared back at her speechless. She just wants to make out with him. Definitely. Incidentally, 2 of the crew members suddenly found themselves entirely incapable of setting the sails correctly, and were promptly sent below deck to rest. Soon enough, the Blue Wind set sail once more. Hours passed, and surprisingly, Mira didn't touch a single drop of alcohol the entire time. After hours of travel, she stared up at the night sky, idly toying with a pendant around her neck. A beautifully carved blue coin hung from it, and she rolled it between her fingers as she watched the stars. "This is your last chance, handsome." Thinking that, she slouched back against the deck rail. A few hours later, she was called over by Edmar, her second-in-command, a tall, burly man with a weathered face. "Captain, we can't get any closer," he said. Mira yawned and stood up. "Give me the spyglass," she ordered, and Edmar handed her the heavy brass telescope. She walked to the bow of the ship, climbed onto the railing, and stood precariously atop it. Extending the telescope, she pressed it to her eye. It was pitch dark, but Mira could still make out the surface of the sea. She scanned the horizon, sweeping back and forth, until she suddenly froze. Far in the distance, the black water possessed a distinct, glowing purplish hue. "Hey, morons! Keep going! Are you serious, Captain? We'll get swept right into the scar." "Shut up and do as I say." The crew reluctantly obeyed, and the ship slowly crept forward. Mira kept the spyglass locked on the horizon, a smirk spreading across her lips. "Is this your doing, hottie?" The ship pressed onward, slowly being caught in the relentless, sweeping pull of the scar. Mira kept driving them forward, ignoring the crew's desperate attempts to dissuade her, as they warned they were on the verge of losing complete control of the vessel. "Stop!" she shouted suddenly, throwing a hand up. She pressed the spyglass back to her eye. What they? She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Something was floating on the surface of the sea. It was a body. She could just make out the shock of dark red hair. But what truly stunned her was that it was being pulled away from the scar, fighting directly against the current that was currently dragging her ship in. It looked entirely unreal, and the body seemed to be smoking, giving off a faint, dark haze that was either deep red or purple. In the dark, she could hardly distinguish the color. "It's him!" she shouted, jumping down from the bow to track the trajectory of Ulrich's drifting body. "Turn the ship. Follow him. We have to catch him. Captain, there is no way he's alive. Do as I say." They reluctantly complied, bringing the ship around, but they were fighting against the pull of the vortex and progressing agonizingly slowly. "What in the hell?" Mira narrowed her eyes, and suddenly, she understood. It wasn't some kind of complex spell pulling Ulrich away from the scar's gravity. There was a massive, creeping shadow moving beneath the water, and Ulrich was lying directly on top of it. "We have to jump in and get him," she said, her voice dead serious. Every single man on the deck shuddered. Jumping into the water this close to the scar? It was a death sentence. Mira looked around at her terrified crew and clicked her tongue in disgust. "Bunch of wimps. We just want to live to see another damn day, Captain. Ain't no one wishing to live would jump in the water this close to the scar, Captain." Yeah, I heard you, you bunch of losers. Just watch and learn," Mira said. She rapidly stripped off her heavy coat, boots, unbuckled her cutlass, tossed her hat aside, and began tying a thick rope securely around her waist. "You had better hold on to this, or I swear I will come back and haunt every single one of you until I drag you all down here with me." They all flinched. "We'd never abandon you, Captain." "Yeah, you're our captain." "Much better," Mira smirked, and without a second thought, she vaulted over the rail and plunged into the sea. The terrifying current of the scar grabbed her instantly, and several men on the deck had to haul back on the rope just to keep her from being swept away. But underwater, Mira's eyes suddenly flared with a bright, luminous aqua blue light. She thrust her arm forward, reaching out into the sea. The moment her glowing hand struck the water, the violent waves and the lethal current immediately began to slow and soften in a tight radius around her body. Taking advantage of the sudden calm, she swam rapidly toward Ulrich. The closer she got, the stronger she felt the presence of whatever colossal thing was slithering beneath the surface. It sent freezing chills directly down her spine, but she kept swimming. Just as she reached him, she felt the massive creature beneath him shift, plunging deep into the abyss and abandoning Ulrich to the surface. Without the creature carrying him, Ulrich was instantly caught by the scar's current once more, but he was swept directly toward her. Mira grabbed him tight, wrapping one arm securely around his chest, and screamed toward the ship. "Pull, you dumbass! Ughin! Pull harder! You idiots!" Mira screamed. They were hauling the rope with everything they had, but the overwhelming pull of the scar was fighting them for every single inch. They were close to the ship, yet the distance felt impossible to close. It didn't help that the ship itself was desperately trying to sail away from the vortex as fast as the wind would allow, exactly as Mira had ordered, given how dangerously close they had drifted to the abyss. "We're trying, Captain. It's too heavy, Captain. What did you just say?" When Mira's glowing blue eyes shot up toward the deck, every man on the line flinched and immediately began heaving with frantic, renewed strength. "Pull, dumbass. Do you want to die?" As they dragged her upward, Mira groaned. Her arm locked strongly around Ulrich's chest. "Hey, you're alive, right? You had better be alive. I'm telling you," she shouted, looking down at his unconscious face. But Ulrich offered no answer. His skin was freezing cold, and though she couldn't pinpoint exactly why, something about him felt different. She gripped him tighter as the crew hauled them higher and higher, until finally, with a heavy splash of seawater, they were dragged over the rail and collapsed onto the deck. Mira coughed up a lungful of brine, landing hard on the wooden planks. Her long sea-blue hair was entirely drenched, plastered flat against her face. She quickly brushed it back with both hands, struggling to her feet as she looked down at Ulrich. Edmar stepped forward, staring at the noble lying on his side. He was soaked from head to toe, wearing barely more than scraps of cloth. His expensive breeches had been torn at the knees, and his fine shirt was in tatters. Laying there like that, he didn't look alive in the slightest. "Told you, Captain. He's dead. What kind of idiot goes near the scar anyway? The real question is, how the hell did he manage to escape in one piece? And I swear I saw something in the water pulling him. Guys, must have been the Leviathan. We need to get the hell out of here right now." The crew rapidly descended into a panicked clamor as the terrifying reality of the situation finally hit them. They had just pulled a man out of the scar in one piece. They had never heard of a single ship or boat surviving the maelstrom, let alone a lone man. The fact that they had managed to get this close and survive was a miracle in itself, though they all silently attributed that entirely to their captain's unnatural luck. But as for how Ulrich had survived, they didn't have the faintest idea. "Shut up, you idiots," Mira snapped. She dropped to her knees beside him and rolled him onto his back. "There's water in his lungs," she said, resting her palm flat against his chest. "Of course there is, Captain. He drowned." One of the sailors cackled, only to immediately receive a slap to the back of the head from Edmar. Mira ignored them. Her hand remained pressed against his chest as she leaned down, her face hovering mere inches above his. She stared at his pale features for a couple of seconds before she pressed her lips tightly against his. The crew gasped, and a few immediately started whistling and catcalling, but Mira entirely ignored them, focusing entirely on the task at hand. The hand resting on his chest began to glow with a faint, pulsing blue light. She deepened the kiss, and slowly blue veins began to glow vividly along her neck. The luminescent lines crept upward, spreading across her cheeks until they reached the corners of her closed eyes. Her throat worked as she swallowed several times. Then she pulled back sharply, turning her head to spit a mouthful of seawater onto the deck. Without missing a beat, she sealed her lips over his once more, her hand still glowing against his chest, as the entire crew fell silent, mesmerized by the display. Mira furrowed her turquoise, glittering brows in concentration before slowly lifting her hand away from Ulrich's chest. As she did, delicate, bluish threads, looking exactly like ribbons of flowing water stretched between her glowing palm and his chest, connecting them. She held the connection steady, and then further deepened the kiss, her tongue plunging boldly into his mouth. Finally, she brought her hand down hard, striking him sharply on the chest. Ulrich's red eyes snapped wide open instantly. The first thing he registered was Mira's lips pressed against his. Seeing his eyes fly open, Mira immediately squeezed hers shut and continued, or rather, pretended to continue her emergency treatment. Ulrich, entirely out of breath and unable to expel the water trapped in his throat, reached his hands up weakly, gripping Mira's shoulders. Setting aside his physical exhaustion, he felt as though his mind were spinning 60 times a minute. The sudden, intense sensation of her lips and tongue completely overwhelmed his dulled senses. After a few more seconds, Mira finally pulled back, spitting a last mouthful of water over her shoulder. She remained on her knees, smiling down at him. Back from the dead? She grinned. Ulrich immediately tilted his head to the side, spitting out the remaining seawater that had pooled in his throat onto the deck. He gasped for air, placing an unsteady hand against the wooden planks to prop himself up until he was sitting upright. He continued to pull in heavy, ragged breaths, looking around with blurry, unfocused eyes as if he had been locked in total darkness for months. Every single member of Mira's crew stared back at him, jaws slacked open in stunned disbelief. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Ulrich's gaze finally settled on Mira, who was still smiling at him. "You came back," he said. "A promise is a promise. I am a woman of my word," she replied, her expression turning solemn. Maybe too much for her. Even though it's been more than 7 days. Grover started to speak, but another sailor instantly clamped a hand over his mouth. Ulrich glanced briefly at Grover before turning his attention back to Mira. "A week," he said softly. "More or less," Mira nodded. "And I cannot believe you actually came back alive. What kind of freak are you?" Ulrich rested a weak arm across his bent knee, still breathing hard. "I had a broken mana core," he said. "Broken?" she asked, surprised. Ulrich stared up at the dark sky. "An extreme case," he added. "I had, at most, until my 30th year before I would have died." Mira's eyes widened in shock. She had never heard of anything like that. She knew a broken core could be deeply painful, but she had never heard of a case so extreme that it was terminal, which was entirely normal, considering Ulrich's specific condition was the only recorded case in history. "So," he said, brushing his drenched, crimson hair back from his forehead. "It was either die quietly in my bed, or die trying to survive. I chose the latter." "You are insane," Mira replied, a slight grimace twisting her features. Ulrich lowered his gaze back to her, and a faint smile curled on his lips. "Perhaps." Mira's heart skipped several beats at the sight of his smile, a sudden rush of pink flooding her cheeks. "Why, you know." Thud. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire ship tilted sideways, groaning loudly as if it had just been struck by another ship. "What the hell was that?" Mira shouted, scrambling to her feet in panic. "Something hit us on the port side, Captain. Something giant. I knew it. It must be the Leviathan." Panic instantly spread in the blue wind. I knew it. It must be the Leviathan. Leviathan." While the crew spiraled into panic, Ulrich simply gave them a dry stare. "What the hell would you know about sea monsters, you noble bastard?" Grover lashed out. "Edmar, take the wheel. Get us out of here," Mira shouted, her expression dead serious as she rapidly barked orders at her scrambling crew. Ulrich forced himself to his feet, but immediately stumbled, nearly collapsing back onto the deck, not because of the violent pitching of the ship, but out of bone-deep exhaustion. He pressed a hand flat against his chest. For a fleeting second, his lips curled upward into a smile, before his expression contorted in pain. The sensation, it felt exactly as though a cluster of white-hot needles had just been driven directly into his heart. Then again, his original mana core had literally exploded into microscopic fragments and had been replaced by an ancient legendary core. So naturally, he wasn't going to feel completely fine anytime soon. But none of that mattered, because finally, for the first time in his life, he had a functioning mana core. "Hey, hottie, step away from the rail." Hearing Mira's shout, Ulrich managed to steady himself against the woodwork and peered over the side, looking into the water to see exactly what was hunting them. Narrowing his eyes, he tracked a massive, sweeping shadow gliding just beneath the surface. "Is that the same monster?" Grover shrieked, terrified it was the colossal beast that had just carried Ulrich up from the abyss. "No." Mira shook her head slowly. "This one is smaller." "You call that small, Captain?" "I called it smaller, idiot. Now get us the hell out of here, she roared back, shooting him a glare. She sprinted across the deck and snatched up her cutlass. She didn't bother grabbing her coat, hat, or boots. She didn't need them to fight. She immediately vaulted up onto the prow of the ship, balancing perfectly on the railing as she scanned the water. It didn't take long to spot the massive shape slithering toward them, closing the distance rapidly. I think we have no choice but to fight it, she said. Hearing that, Grover's face drained of all color, turning as pale as a sheet. Fight it, Captain. That is a sea beast from the Scar, he shouted. Any creature capable of surviving and feeding within the maelstrom was unordinary, possessing a level of power far beyond normal monsters. Either we fight it, or it swallows us whole, dumbass. Now prepare the cannons and the mortar, she screamed. The crew scattered, sprinting frantically to their battle stations. Meanwhile, Ulrich quietly stumbled away, making his way down into the cabin. Captain, the Red Noble is fleeing into the cabin. Grover immediately tattled. He's a noble, what did you expect, you idiot? Edmar snapped from the wheel. Ulrich ignored them entirely. As soon as he cleared the stairs, he collapsed onto his knees, his hand clawing at his chest as another wave of pain hit him. He dragged himself awkwardly across the floorboards until he reached a stack of heavy, secured barrels. Reaching into the narrow gap between two of them, he pulled out a hidden small bag. He ripped it open, retrieved a reinforced iron box and pulled out 2 vials. He popped the corks with his teeth and immediately downed them both. The second he swallowed the liquid, he retched violently, vomiting a mouthful of thick, black blood onto the wooden floor. Engu! He gritted his teeth, fighting off the encroaching darkness, and forced himself to stay awake as he gasped for air. Meanwhile, the loud, concussive booms of cannons began to echo outside. Heavy iron balls struck the water, sending massive geysers of sea spray raining over the deck, but the shadow kept moving. Is the mortar ready yet? Mira shouted. On it! 3 men hurriedly loaded the heavy mortar, dropping an explosive shell down the barrel. One of them immediately pressed a glowing red rod to the fuse. They took a quick step back and clamped their hands over their ears. Boom! The blast echoed like thunder, and a massive plume of water erupted directly behind the ship. Did we get it? As if. Just keep firing. Mira, still standing perched on the high point of the prow, scanned the water. She could no longer see the shadow, but she could feel the beast lurking dangerously close. For a split second, an eerie silence fell. The screams of her crew, the crashing of the waves, the roar of the cannons, everything seemed to fade. Then she snapped her head to the right, just in time to see a colossal, circular maw lined with scythe-like teeth erupt from the water. It blotted out the sky as it lunged directly for her, swallowing the space where she stood under the dumbfounded gazes of her crew. Mira reacted purely on instinct, launching herself backward a fraction of a second before the jaws snapped shut. She hit the deck hard and skidded across the wet wood. Silence crashed down over the ship, every man's expression twisting into pure horror. They had never seen a sea monster of this size. They all slowly turned to look at their captain, who was staring back at the beast with a hardened glare. It seemed the goddess of fortune's luck had finally run out. Keep firing. Get every cannon ready to fire at point-blank range, she screamed. Captain! Grover suddenly shrieked, pointing right behind her. Mira spun around. The massive, gaping mouth had breached the surface again, and this time, thick, slick tentacles shot from its throat, wrapping around her arm. She instantly swung her cutlass, slicing cleanly through them, but a dozen more immediately shot forward, binding her arm and completely immobilizing the hand holding her sword. Damn it! Edmar charged in instantly, his saber flashing as he hacked the tentacles away, freeing her. Move, Captain! He shoved her forcefully toward the center of the deck, but immediately fell to his knees as a fresh barrage of tentacles snaked around his legs. Mira spun back around, vaulting over Edmar's back, and cleaved the thick appendages holding him. But the moment she struck, a massive cluster of tentacles whipped around her waist, instantly hauling her backward toward the waiting maw. "Captain!" Edmar lunged forward, catching Herds by the wrist, but Mira forcibly shoved his hand away. "Go!" she shouted. Feeling herself being rapidly dragged into the abyss of the beast's throat, she let out a sigh. The screaming of her crew, the violent rocking of the ship, the roaring of the wind. Everything seemed to slow down. "Is this how I die? Well, I suppose I was already lucky to have survived this long." She started to close her eyes, accepting the dark. But just before they shut entirely, a figure suddenly vaulted through the air directly into the monster's gaping mouth. Her eyes blew wide in shock. Ulrich. He plunged straight into the beast's throat, wrapping his arm tightly around her waist and dragging her deeper into the dark. Pitch blackness instantly swallowed them, and she felt the hilt of her cutlass slip entirely from her grip. What just happened? She was completely disoriented. It was pitch black, hot, and disgustingly slippery. She was inside the monster, and she was still alive, wasn't she? And the man holding her. Suddenly, a brilliant, beautiful spark of crimson light flared in the dark, illuminating Ulrich's face. His expression was dead serious. In his left hand, he held her cutlass, pointing it upward as they slid uncontrollably down the slick, fleshy slope of the beast's throat. And then she saw what he was doing. His hand was moving in rapid, impossibly precise motions, using the blade to carve blazing runes into the air itself. She recognized the shapes, but she had no idea what spell he was attempting to cast. The moment he finished, the crimson runes collapsed inward, fusing directly onto the steel of the cutlass. "Hold on to me," he said quietly and too calmly for their situation. Mira immediately locked her arms tight around his chest. Ulrich bent his knees and launched himself upward, driving the glowing blade straight through the thick, muscular roof of the beast's throat. A second later, vicious, foul-smelling liquid splattered across them as the blade breached the skin, and the night sky burst back into view. Mira stared in awe at the stars directly above Ulrich's head. She barely had time to process what was happening before Ulrich tightened his grip around her waist and launched them both through the jagged, bleeding tear in the monster's flesh. A deafening bestial screech tore from the worm as it thrashed wildly in agony. Ulrich hit the slick exterior of the beast's body and immediately began sliding down its length, holding Mira tightly as he locked his eyes on the creature's massive tail, which was currently rearing high into the air, preparing to plunge back into the sea. The exact moment the tail reached its apex, Ulrich hit the tip, bent his knees and pushed off. Using the momentum of the thrashing beast, he launched them through the air, hurtling high over the water toward the retreating ship. His trajectory was flawless. The crew stood with their jaws hung open as Ulrich plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the deck. His bare feet skidded violently against the wet wood before he lost his balance, tumbling and rolling rapidly across the planks while keeping Mira tightly shielded in his embrace. NGH. He stopped dead when his back slammed into the wooden rail at the edge of the deck. The wood cracked deeply under the impact, but fortunately, it held. "Are you all right, Captain?" Edmar asked, his hands keeping a grip on the ship's wheel. It had been 2 full hours since they had managed to escape the proximity of the Blue Scar and, miraculously, escaped the colossal worm monster as well. They hadn't managed to kill it, but the beast had ultimately plunged back into the black depths of the sea and abandoned its pursuit, for which every man on board was very much thankful. Once the threat had passed, a collective wave of relief had washed over the crew, and they immediately set a hard course back to Grey Haven. They had all seen more than enough for one lifetime, and they feared the blue wind wouldn't survive the journey back. The ship had suffered a lot of damages. The hull was cracked in several places, and water was steadily leaking into the lower decks. They had done their best to plug the breaches with empty barrels, loose timber, and whatever else they could find, but everyone knew the ship was not sailing again without an expensive refit. Thankfully, Ulrich had already paid them handsomely, and had guaranteed them even more gold once they returned him safely to port. So, despite having just put their lives squarely on the line, they were actually looking forward to the payout. "Captain," Edmar prompted, glancing over at Mira when she failed to answer. She was lost deep in her own thoughts, standing at the edge of the quarterdeck with her arms propped heavily on the rail, staring out toward the horizon. The very first, faint hints of dawn were beginning to bleed into the sky. Perhaps she was watching the sunrise, or perhaps she was simply gazing at the dark sea as it reflected the endless, starry expanse above. It was, after all, one of the greatest perks of living on the sea. Everything felt endlessly vast, and you were constantly rewarded with the most breathtaking views of the sky. That was what Mira always used to say. But right now, she didn't seem to be appreciating the scenery at all. She was entirely lost in her own head. Ever since the exact moment Ulrich had pulled her from the jaws of death, she had been standing right there, completely stripped of her usual loud, zealous attitude. It looked as though she was still reeling from the shock of it all. Then again, the entire crew was still reeling from what they had just witnessed. A gargantuan worm monster that had nearly dragged them, ship and all, straight to the bottom of the ocean. Their goddess of fortune moments away from being devoured alive. And a mad, red-haired nobleman who had thrown himself directly into the beast's throat without a second of hesitation, only to burst back out mere seconds later, carving his way through the monster's flesh from the inside out. He had used the creature's own thrashing tail as a springboard, launching himself through the air with Mira safely locked in his arms, before crashing onto the deck of their retreating ship. The entire sequence felt like something ripped directly from the pages of the mythical tales they all used to read. It was all well and good to romanticize the life of a sea scavenger, but the bitter reality of the ocean was rarely as fantastical as the stories claimed. At least that was what they had all believed, right up until they met Ulrich. He wasn't even a sailor like them, yet he moved with such terrifying dexterity and fearlessness that every man on deck felt a sense of shame just watching him. Unsurprisingly, not a single member of the crew had dared to utter another insult about fancy nobles since. Even Grover, who had been the most vocal and hostile of the lot, had snapped his mouth shut. As for Mira, Edmar couldn't help but want to chuckle. From the very first moment the handsome noble had stepped onto the docks, she had been completely destabilized. But this was something else entirely. Well, he supposed he should just be happy for his captain. She had just been rescued exactly like a damsel in distress, a role entirely alien to her, considering she usually sailed the seas acting far more like the conquering hero than a princess in need of saving. And he wasn't the only one who noticed. Down on the main deck, the crew had gathered in small clusters, whispering and smirking from ear to ear as they watched their usually ferocious captain. She was completely lost in her thoughts. She hadn't recovered her coat, her captain's hat, and her cutlass. She wore nothing but a loose tunic secured tightly by her corset, and her cropped breeches. She stood there barefoot, leaning against the rail with one arm while resting her cheek in her hand, her long sea-blue hair blowing softly in the wind. She possessed a distinctly soft, girlish look that they had never seen before. It was a breathtaking sight, yet her crew was far more interested in mocking the woman, who was usually so aggressive for suddenly looking exactly like a maiden struck by first love. Check her out, Grover. She's gotta be dreamin'. Yeah, no doubt. Probably dreamin' 'bout that red-headed hottie. Heh. Look. Think she just turned red. By the damn sea. Wish we could bottle that look. Shit. Captain's actually grinnin'. Never thought I'd live to see it. You never seen her smile before, ya idiot? Not like that. Only smile I know's the one she gets right before she kicks someone's ass. True that. Right now she's smilin' like that tavern wench at Grover. Heh. Which wench? The one old enough to be your grandma. You prick. She's the only one who'll even look at ya, Grover. Don't screw it up. The crew burst into a muffled, raucous laughter. Right at that exact moment, Mira slowly turned her gaze toward them. Every single man froze mid-laugh. She gave them a terrifyingly sweet, entirely silent smile before pushing off the rail and descending the steps to the main deck. The crew instantly scattered like roaches, pretending to sweep the deck, coil ropes, and perform various other menial, entirely useless tasks in the dark of night. Thankfully, she ignored them completely, walking straight past them and heading down the stairs toward the captain's cabin. She reached the wooden door and paused, her hand hovering hesitantly over the brass handle for a long moment before she finally pushed it open, stepped inside, and clicked it shut behind her. Turning around, she immediately started speaking. I wanted to, but the words died instantly in her throat. Ulrich was standing near the table, completely shirtless. He had obviously been given replacement clothes from the crew stores, so they were far from high quality, just a pair of rough, poor-quality silk trousers and a simple tunic that he was currently holding in his hands, right on the verge of pulling it over his head. He froze, glaring at her with a stern and annoyed expression. "Knock before you enter," he said. But Mira didn't reply. Her jaw had simply dropped open, and she stood there, entirely devoid of shame, transfixed by his bare chest. He was lean yet perfectly toned. He had broad, square shoulders and a rigid body marred only by a few faint scars that somehow only made him look even more attractive. Ulrich's face twisted in visible discontent as he watched her brazenly ogling him. He quickly turned his back to her and pulled the cheap tunic over his head. It was rough fabric and hung slightly loose over his frame. Yet somehow, Ulrich's natural looks made the entire crude outfit appear stylish. "What do you want?" Ulrich asked, turning back around to face her. "I will pay you the remaining gold once I have returned to my lands. I will send an envoy." He stopped dead at the sudden, rapid sound of footsteps closing the distance between them. He barely had time to think before Mira pounced on him. She grabbed 2 fistfuls of his rough tunic, hauled him forcefully downward, and sealed her lips against his. There was a moment of stunned silence as Ulrich tried to process what was happening. Mira was pressed flush against him, her hands twisted tightly into the rough fabric of his shirt as she hauled him downward, kissing him forcefully with her eyes squeezed shut. He could feel her soft, wet lips pushing aggressively against his own. If he could even call it a kiss. It was impossibly awkward, clumsy, and it felt like she was genuinely about to bite. "NGH." She bit down hard. Ulrich instantly grabbed her shoulders and tried to shove her back. Mira groaned in protest, trying to keep her mouth locked against his. Ulrich applied more force, finally breaking her grip and shoving her away. He reached up, his fingers brushing against his swollen lower lip, coming away slick with blood, his blood. Mira stood a few feet away, gasping for breath, her cheeks entirely flushed. He stared at her, his expression stern. "Are you mad?" She took a shaky breath, wiping her own mouth with the back of her hand, and nodded. "For you." Ulrich continued to stare at her in complete silence. "I saved you from that worm because this ship belongs to you, and I need it to return." "I don't care," she interrupted, stepping forward and pulling him back toward her. She stared up at his face, her beautiful aqua-blue eyes looking almost turquoise under the dim lantern light. She gave him a wide smile. "I just want to sleep with the man who made me look at death and life at the exact same time," she said. She smirked, her eyelids fluttering shut as she rose onto her tiptoes, leaning in for another kiss, much slower and far more gentle this time. But Ulrich's hands remained clamped on her shoulders, locking her entirely in place. She opened her eyes, looking up at him as he stared down at her, entirely unmoving. She offered him a coquettish smile and pulled harder against his shirt, leaning her weight firmly against him until she finally managed to reach his mouth. But before she kissed him, she darted her tongue out, lightly licking his bottom lip and tasting his blood. "I'm sorry for that," she whispered against his mouth. "It's actually my first time ever kissing someone." She finally pressed her lips against his, offering a soft, gentle kiss, slowly trying to deepen it. MMN. But it was Ulrich who suddenly took control. His arms shot out, wrapping around her waist as he yanked her flush against his chest, kissing her back with bruising intensity. Mira smiled into the kiss, pulling back just a fraction of an inch to breathe. "What is your name, hottie?" "Ulrich," he said, backing her across the room until he slammed her back into the stack of wooden barrels. She let out a sharp, startled cry as her spine hit the wood, throwing her head back and baring her throat. "Aha!" She moaned softly as Ulrich's mouth immediately moved to her neck, his lips leaving bruised, red marks against her skin as he sucked and bit down. I feel like I've heard your name. She gasped in broken intervals as Ulrich kissed the column of her throat, licking the glistening, salty sea spray from her skin. She immediately tangled her fingers into his damp, dark red hair, pulling him closer. Why, you're so good at this. How many times have you, had sex, MMH? He silenced her, sealing his lips over hers in another crushing kiss before finally pulling back just enough to look at her. You talk too much, he said. She smirked, panting heavily for air. Then shut me up, Ulrich. She grabbed his shirt, yanked him hard against her, and kissed him again. Ulrich wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her away from the barrels before lifting her entirely off her feet and setting her on the edge of the heavy desk. Mira eagerly reached back, frantically unlacing her corset. She yanked it off and threw it aside, leaving her white tunic hanging loosely off her shoulders. Without pausing, she reached for the fastening of her cropped breeches, shoving them down her hips and kicking them entirely off her legs. She looked back up at Ulrich and let out an impatient, frustrated grumble. Take yours off. Ulrich stared at her for a long moment, genuinely wondering if this girl was even real. Thankfully, he had seen worse in his past life with Faith. Mira ignored his hesitation, leaning forward and reaching impatiently for the hem of his rough tunic, but Ulrich's hand shot out, catching her by the wrist. You aren't going to cry later, are you? He asked. I am going to cry right now if you keep refusing me. She glared, immediately pressing her bare foot flush against his crotch. I know you're already hard, Ulrich yanked her ankle forward, dragging her all the way to the edge of the desk. He pushed her legs wide apart, stepping quickly between them, and slid his hand directly beneath the hem of her loose tunic. His fingers found the damp heat between her thighs, the sudden touch of his cool skin startling her. Cold! Mira gasped, her hips flinching upward. Ulrich ignored her complaint. He gripped the hem of her tunic and pushed it up, exposing her bare thighs and the delicate, closed petals of her pussy to the cool air of the cabin. Oh God! This is so embarrassing, actually, she said, her cheeks burning a bright crimson as she looked away. Ulrich's cool fingers began to slowly stroke the sensitive flesh down there, tracing the seam of her folds with tenderness. She bit her lip, shivering from the intense contrast of his cool touch against her burning skin, before suddenly grabbing Ulrich by the collar and pulling him down. Kiss me. I don't want to feel embarrassed, she whispered breathless, her breath ghosting over his mouth before she crashed her lips against his. Ulrich answered the kiss immediately, while his hand continued its wicked work below. Mira moaned, the sounds muffled entirely against his lips. Her eyes grew teary with mounting pleasure as his thumb teased her sensitive bundle of nerves. Feeling that she was already slick with her own arousal, Ulrich didn't hesitate. He coated his fingers in her warm fluids and slipped a single finger deep inside her tight passage. MMH on. Mira broke the kiss with a sharp cry, pulling back just enough to gasp for air. Why, your finger! She looked at him, her eyes shining with unshed tears of pleasure. But when her gaze met his, when she saw those dark, blood-red eyes staring back at her from inches away, paired with the faint curl of his lips, she gulped. Never mind, HMMH. He shut her up with another kiss, deeper and hungrier than before, while his finger hooked and stroked her sensitive inner walls. HMMH. Mira gripped his shoulders tightly, her nails digging into his clothes until the sensation simply became too much. She tore her mouth away, gasping loudly as her body bowed upward. Ah, yes, she cried out, an immediate orgasm ripping through her, her inner walls clamping down hard on his intruding finger. She let out an erotic, shuddering sigh, gulping for air as she looked down. From her vantage point, she had the perfect view of Ulrich tugging down his pants, freeing his fully erect cock. Oh, gods! It's going to split me? She breathed out, her eyes widening in pure shock at the size of it. But Ulrich wasn't looking at her face. His crimson gaze was locked intently on her drenched, swollen pussy lips. He stepped closer, pressing the broad, scorching head of his cock right against her slick entrance. That was hot. That's hot. And good, hot and good. And hard. She babbled, her face flushing a brilliant, feverish red as the heat of his shaft radiated against her most sensitive flesh. Lay down, Ulrich said, his voice calm yet with an hint of desire. It will enter better. Mira finally dragged her gaze away from his massive member and looked up at his face. A trembling smirk touched her lips. Enter me then, she said softly, leaning back and propping herself up on her elbows against the hard surface of the desk. Ulrich reached out, taking hold of Mira's long, bare legs. He lifted them, draping her calves over his shoulders as he pulled her hips flush against his waist. That's so. She blushed furiously, looking at her feet dangling over his shoulders. He towered over her, casting a shadow across her body as she lay pinned on the desk beneath him. She had never felt so entirely vulnerable, yet the dominance of the position sent a wild thrill of excitement straight to her core. Ulrich rested the blunt tip of his cock against her opening again, pausing to lock those piercing red eyes with hers. Fuck me, she whispered, surrendering completely. He drove his hips forward, pressing her wet labia apart. Oh, God! This is splitting me. Aha! She gasped in shock. She felt Ulrich's thick cock spreading her open, stretching tight walls that felt as though they had never been forced to accommodate anything this massive. Enengich. Ulrich let out a low, rough groan, feeling the intense squeeze of Mira's tight passage wrapping tightly around his shaft. Wait! Mira cried out, immediately dropping flat onto her back. She squirmed against the desk, her toes curling sharply as the pressure invaded deep into her stomach. She felt Ulrich reach the very depths of her body, completely filling her. She raised her head just enough to look down between them, seeing his thick length buried almost entirely inside her spread folds. This own! She let out a long, trembling moan, finally catching her breath. Why, you are inside me. It's inside me. I feel so weird on. Her babbling was cut off by a sharp squeal as Ulrich slowly pulled back, dragging his thick ridge along her sensitive walls, and then thrust deep inside her again. Her eyes flew wide open. She came instantly, her legs shivering against his head from the overwhelming stimulation. Do it again. No, I mean, she stuttered, her brain short-circuiting from the rush of pleasure. Ulrich smiled faintly at her beautiful, flustered face, seemingly amused by her frantic reactions. He didn't hesitate to give her exactly what she was begging for. He pulled back and drove his hips forward again. Ahan! Why yes, like that. That felt good. Again. Ulrich, Annen. She moaned even louder, slamming the back of her head against the table as her hands blindly gripped the edges of the desk, entirely giving herself over to the stretching pleasure of his cock claiming her. Ulrich stopped the slow and pauses between thrusts and started rocking his hips, fucking Mira in the truest meaning of it, his hands gripping her hips, pulling her against him with every forward drive so that the impact reverberated through her entire body. Annen, Ulrich. Yes, Annen. Mira's voice broke apart with each collision, her fingers scrabbling uselessly at the edges of the desk. Ulrich watched her, lowering his gaze briefly. Beneath the loose, shapeless tunic she still wore, her breasts moved with every thrust, swaying, bouncing with each impact, the fabric shifting and rippling in ways that told him everything about the generous weight hidden beneath it. Without breaking his rhythm, Ulrich leaned forward, sliding both arms beneath the hem of her tunic and pushing it upward as his hands traveled north, skimming the warm, soft skin of her stomach until his palms closed over her breasts. Mira's back arched immediately off the desk, a sharp cry tearing from her lips as his fingers sank into her tender flesh. He squeezed, fingers finding her stiff nipples and rolling them between his knuckles, kneading her breasts gently. Oh God! Ulrich, Annen. Your hands. Don't stop, MMH. Her voice turned high-pitched as he simultaneously drove into her harder and pinched her nipple, the dual sensation shorting out her coherent thoughts entirely. Her legs slid from his shoulders in the chaos of sensation, wrapping instinctively around his waist instead, ankles crossing at the small of his back and pulling him deeper. Deeper, Anand. Yes. Right there. A-N-D. Don't you stop. Like that. She begged breathlessly, her head tossing side to side against the hard desk. The cabin around them had long surrendered to the sounds of their coupling, with the continuous creaks of the desk against the floorboards, the obscene wet slap of flesh, the ceaseless tide of Mira's escalating moans bouncing off the low wooden ceiling. And Ulrich only fucked her harder. Aha! H-H-N, Ulrich. I'm going to... H-H-H-H. Her thighs clamped around him before she could say it, as her whole body seized. She was already gone, tumbling headlong into another strong orgasm, her pussy clenching around his cock stronger than ever, her entire body shaking beneath him, her pussy flooding around his cock in a gush of warm arousal. That was also the last straw for Ulrich, and he immediately pulled out. The decision was made in a single instant, a last thread of rational will snapping just in time. He came in thick ropes across her exposed pussy, coating her swollen, glistening lips in white. The next pulse landed across the soft curve of her stomach, striping her pale skin. The last spilled onto the bunched hem of her tunic, soaking into the rough-spun fabric. After the entirely unexpected sexual intercourse with Mira, to put it gently, Ulrich stood silently by the desk. He used a torn scrap of his previous ruined clothing to wipe himself clean before pulling his rough trousers back up and securing the lacing. Meanwhile, directly in front of him, Mira was still lying flat on her back across the desk. Her legs remained splayed, her thighs slick with his release, and she was panting heavily, her face completely flushed with both pleasure and disbelief. Ah, so that was sex? That was so good. I have never felt anything that good in my entire life, she mumbled, staring blankly up at the low wooden ceiling. Ulrich glanced at her as he thoroughly cleaned his hands and fingers with another scrap of cloth before tossing the soiled rags into a heap in the corner. You have kept your legs spread long enough. You can close them now, he said. Mira propped herself up on her elbows and flashed him a wicked smile. What? Getting turned on again? You can take me again, you know? She teased, grinning widely. Ulrich's eye twitched. Are you descended from a succubus? He asked. He had never actually met one, but he knew that demonic species existed. Mira finally closed her legs and slid off the edge of the desk. But the moment her bare feet hit the floorboards, her knees buckled. A sharp, stinging discomfort flared between her thighs and deep in her abdomen, throwing her entirely off balance. Ah! She pitched forward, but Ulrich caught her instantly, wrapping his arms securely around her waist to keep her upright. He glanced down at her. It was your first time. You will likely feel some discomfort for a while, he said. I definitely feel discomfort, she nodded, gripping his arm tightly as he pulled her fully upright. She looked up at him. But honestly, I think it's mostly because you fucked me while holding my legs spread that wide for so long. They just went numb, she said, blushing hotly. Ulrich stared at her in complete silence for a moment before slowly reaching his hand toward the hem of her loose tunic. I knew it. Here, this time, do me from behind. I've seen so many people do it like that, and I've always been really curious about. Completely ignoring her noisy rambling, Ulrich tore a clean strip of fabric from the hem of her tunic. He raised it to her neck, gently wiping away a stray drop of his semen from her collarbone. Mira blinked, finally realizing what he was doing, and her face immediately fell in sharp disappointment. She had genuinely thought he was going in for a second round. Clean yourself properly, he said, handing her the scrap of cloth. Mira smirked, watching him turn away and take a seat in the chair by the wall. She took the cloth and quickly wiped her stomach and between her thighs, cleaning herself as best she could. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if realization had just hit her. Wait, you pulled out, she said, spinning to face him. I pulled out, he repeated. reaching up to the shelf to grab the exact same book on magical theory he had left there a week ago. Thankfully, they hadn't thrown it away. Why? Mira asked, stumbling slightly as she took a confused step toward him. Ulrich glanced at her over the cover of the book, wondering if she was joking, but her expression was one of pure confusion. That was my first time. You should have finished inside me. I've heard it feels so much better that way, she complained. Are you stupid? He asked her. What? I felt your hot rod inside me and it felt amazing. So obviously your hot stuff would have felt even better, she argued stubbornly. I am not prepared to raise a bastard. Ulrich cut her off coldly, looking back down at his book. Mira froze, and then she finally understood. If you didn't want a child, then fine. I am not ready either for one anyway. I would have just taken a potion afterward. There are plenty of merchants selling drafts to prevent that, she huffed. I do not trust you, Ulrich replied without looking up. What? Mira stared at him, bewildered. Ulrich lowered the book and gave her a distinctly stern glare. I do not trust that you would actually take it, he said. For a nobleman in his position, an illegitimate child could rapidly become a political nightmare. In the worst-case scenario, a bastard could be actively weaponized against him by his enemies, and he intended to avoid that vulnerability at all costs. Mira was momentarily speechless, but then her eyes widened in sudden realization. You are Ulrich van Rubenhart, aren't you? She asked, pointing a sharp finger directly at him. Ulrich kept his gaze locked on the pages of his book and didn't even bother replying. Mira took 2 quick steps forward and immediately dropped herself right back onto his lap. Ulrich's eyes narrowed in irritation, pulling the book back as she boldly grabbed him by the collar of his tunic. You are the Count, she said, a winning smirk spreading across her face. Do you want a prize for figuring it out? He asked. No. She shook her head, her smile lingering. Then get off. I don't want to. I'm sore between my legs, and you are the reason why, so you can take responsibility, she said. I am going to throw you off the ship, Ulrich retorted, holding her gaze with a dark stare. It's my ship, she said, shrugging lightly. I am going to throw you off your ship, he repeated. You really aren't any fun, she sulked, though her smirk immediately returned as she leaned her face closer to his. But honestly, that only makes you cuter, and far more handsome, she whispered, her breath ghosting warmly over his lips. After we return to port, I will pay you, and you will forget everything that happened here. Nothing happened, he told her. Nothing happened. There is no way in any hell I could ever forget Count Rubenhart fucking me on a desk in the cabin of my own ship. That was my first time, you know? She shot back, glaring at him. It was mine as well. Am I making an ordeal out of it? He asked, glaring right back. Mira's eyes went wide as saucers in shock. That was your first time too? She asked in disbelief. There is no way. You were entirely too good for it to be your first time. How would you know if I was good for a first time? He replied, wincing. I felt it. And you acted like you knew exactly what you were doing, she argued. Ulrich didn't bother to explain. It was definitely his first time in this life, at least, so technically it wasn't a lie. Wait. Does that mean I just took the Count Rubenhart's maidenhood? A thick vein visibly throbbed on Ulrich's forehead as he grabbed her legs and forcefully shoved her off his lap. She stumbled, but only slightly, catching her balance and pressing her bare hip lightly against his thigh, radiating warmth. She cast a sideways glance at him, offering one final, deeply satisfied smirk, before finally standing up straight. Walking over to a large, ornate rectangular chest in the corner, she finally began to change into proper clothing, brazenly undressing right there in the open. Much to her dismay, however, Ulrich didn't so much as glance up from his book the entire time. When she was finally dressed, she grabbed the desk which had been shoved quite a distance across the floor during their quite animated sexual encounter, and dragged it back in front of Ulrich. She then hopped up onto the edge, crossing her legs and flashing him a bright, expectant smile. He gave her nothing more than a fleeting glance before his eyes dropped right back to his book. She let out a sigh. Finally feeling exhaustion catching up to her, she decided it was time to rest. She slipped off the desk and walked over to the bed nailed securely into the corner of the cabin, her bed. The rest of her crew either slept on the main deck or down in the cramped storage hold. But obviously the captain slept in a real bed. As for Ulrich, she hadn't seen him sleep during the entire first trip, and he certainly didn't look like he had any intention of sleeping now on the journey back. She lay down, turning onto her side to face him, watching the rigid line of his back as he sat in the chair. Her aqua-blue eyes lingered on him for a long, quiet moment before she finally spoke. "Did you get what you came for?" she asked quietly and curiously. There was a moment of pause before she saw him nodding slightly. Emboldened, she continued, "You may rest in my bed if you feel sleepy, Count Rubinhart. My bed and legs are always open to you." Ulrich offered no answer this time, much obviously. But Mira simply giggled softly to herself, pulled the thin blanket over her shoulder, and slowly let her eyes drift shut. 9 days had passed since Ulrich had left the mansion, and still, there was no word from him. Ulrich had instructed Fabian to handle the matter of his succession if he did not return within a week, but it had already been 2 days past that deadline, and Fabian had yet to make a single preparation. He was still deeply mired in denial, telling himself each passing night that Ulrich would definitely walk through the doors the very next day. Inevitably, the servants of the Rubinhart estate had begun to grow highly suspicious regarding their lord's fate. Many already believed him dead, and whispers of the grim future awaiting the county ran rampant through the halls. Ulrich was the previous count's only child. There were no known bastards, and Ulrich himself had no children. His only legally recognized heirs were the 3 girls he had just adopted, the daughters of a witch. The entire staff shuddered at the mere thought of where things were heading. It was simply inconceivable. None of them could ever imagine working under the rule of a witch. The very idea was shocking. How had things even ended up like this to begin with? Some of the servants even began to wonder if this had been Ulrich's plan all along, to dump the household on the 3 girls and flee to some distant land, having finally grown tired of the immense burden of his duties. But that was entirely unlike Ulrich. His father hadn't raised him to flee. Ulrich possessed a nobility that ran far deeper than a mere title or name. He had an unbreakable pride and quite a strong ego as well. And would he really abandon his own estate, the land where he had grown up, the place that held the last precious memories of his beloved mother? And to leave it all to the young daughters of a witch of all people? Of course, the loyal Fabian was still there to manage things, but for how long? Questions continued to mount, fueling their growing terror at the prospect of taking orders from witches. They weren't merely upset, they were terrified. And that terror caused their behavior toward the 3 sisters to change drastically. Over the past week, the tension between the staff and the girls had escalated. Aram might have murdered a couple of the maids by now, had it not been for the stabilizing presence of Monica. Monica. Fabian had no idea what kind of merciful God had sent such a woman to the Rubinhart household. She had arrived 5 years ago and had been quietly tending to Ulrich's personal needs ever since. And shockingly, Ulrich had actually accepted her and allowed her to stay. Now, Fabian finally understood why. She obeyed Ulrich with complete devotion. So when Ulrich commanded that the girls be treated well and announced their adoption, Monica immediately took the role to heart. Whenever Aram picked up a kitchen knife and began stalking toward a servant with a pitch-black, murderous glare, Monica would swiftly intervene, gently but firmly prying the blade from her grip. Whenever Hermione launched a vase or a full plate of food at a maid's head, Monica would immediately apologize to the terrified servant, while trying to stop Hermione from throwing the rest of the tableware. Whenever Esther broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the hostility, Monica was always there to comfort her as best she could. Because of that, Esther had quickly taken a liking to her. That last fact was likely the only reason Aram and Hermione listened to Monica, at the very least a little. But even she couldn't prevent every catastrophe. Several servants had already packed their bags and fled in the dead of night, while others, sporting fresh bruises and cuts, had begun darkly whispering about poisoning the witch's food. The situation was rapidly spiraling completely out of control. The only time the three girls were ever somewhat docile was during Linnea's lessons. Just like now. Fabian walked down the hall with his hands clasped behind his back to check on the study room. The door was cracked open slightly. He peeked inside and immediately widened his eyes at the scene playing out before him. Elder sister. This is bad. Esther stood by, panicking and softly scolding as she watched Aram rummage through a large leather satchel. It clearly belonged to Linnea, who was currently dozing at her desk just a few feet away, using her crossed arms as a cushion. Aram ignored her entirely, pulling books and teaching materials out of the bag and tossing them aside. She must be hiding secret orders from Ulrich in here. I am checking, she said, searching as though she fully expected to find a sealed envelope bearing the Count's crest with dark orders concerning them. It's Count Ulrich. Monica will scold us if she hears you say his name like that, Esther whispered nervously. Nobody here cares about Monica except you, Esther, Hermione sneered. She was definitely sent by Ulrich to monitor us and win our trust. And you fell right into her trap. Is that true? Esther's eyes widened in shock. But she is so kind. It's all an act, Hermione scoffed dismissively. Big sister Hermione, what are you doing? Esther asked, her face nodding with concern as she watched Hermione clamber up onto the desk, settling onto her knees directly in front of the sleeping Linnea. Hermione smirked and slowly reached both hands out, hovering them just above Linnea's head. I read about a magic spell that lets you see through people's thoughts. I'm going to use it to dissect her mind and find out all their secret plans, she said. I found a letter, Aram said suddenly. Really? Hermione stopped mid-spell and whipped her head around to look at Aram. Esther also crept closer, her curiosity winning out over her fear. Aram nodded, her expression dead serious. But it's a letter from her to Ulrich. She is probably informing him about how their plans against us are progressing, she said, standing up and narrowing her eyes. Read it, Hermione said, sitting back on her heels atop the desk. Aram unfolded the letter and squinted her gaze. She had been learning to read, but it had barely been a week, so she had to take her time sounding out the words. For my beloved Count Lord Ulrich van Rubenhart. She started slowly. E.W. Gross. Hermione let out her expression, twisting into a grimace. Whenever I see your deep red hair, my cheeks bloom red as well. She continued. Is that really a letter detailing her evil plans, elder sister? Esther asked, furrowing her brow slightly as she peeked over the top of the parchment. There must be a code hidden within the text, concealing the true message, Aram concluded darkly. I think so too. I mean, why else would she write something so completely gross? Hermione nodded in agreement. But how do we decipher the secret message, elder sister? Esther asked. Leave it to me, Aram, Hermione grinned, turning back and thrusting her hands out toward Linnea's head once more. I will extract the answers from her mind myself. Wait just a minute. Fabian had seen more than enough. He immediately pushed the door open and stepped into the room. All three girls froze instantly at his sudden entrance. Fabian let out a long exhale of relief. Lady Linnea, he called out to her first. She remained deeply asleep. Lady Linnea. Linnea jolted awake, bolting upright. A sheet of parchment was stuck directly to her cheek by a patch of drool, hiding half of her face. The moment she saw Fabian, she panicked, peeling the paper off her skin. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and scrambled to her feet. My sincerest apologies. Please, do not tell the Count about this unsightly behavior. Beloved Count, you mean? Hermione sneered. Linnea finally turned her head, only just now noticing Hermione kneeling directly on top of her desk. Lady Linnea, I told you not to take on more hours than necessary, Fabian sighed. Linnea was the one who had stubbornly insisted on teaching the girls for extra hours, but as a result, she was barely getting any proper rest or sleep. I just wanted to make sure the girls were properly ready for when the Lord Count returns. Linnea said, slumping her shoulders in defeat. Ready for what? Aram asked, taking a slow step toward her. Elder sister, Esther gasped, quickly wrapping her arms tightly around Aram's left arm to hold her back. In her right hand, Aram was tightly gripping a freshly sharpened pencil. When Linnea's gaze finally dropped to the makeshift weapon, her eyes blew wide in terror and she let out a sharp yelp. Eek! I really should rest. You are absolutely right. She grabbed her satchel, haphazardly shoving her books and papers inside in a desperate attempt to flee the room. But just as she moved toward the exit, Monica suddenly appeared in the doorway, completely breathless but wearing a radiant smile. The Count has returned. Ulrich, sitting in an ordinary carriage, watched as his sprawling estate finally came into view. It was a grand, imposing rectangular estate, surrounded by vast, meticulously manicured gardens. Everything about the grounds was geometrically perfect and rigidly ordered. Gardeners could already be seen out in the early morning light, systematically trimming the grass and pruning every single plant into submission. Perfection and order, it had been a lifelong obsession of Ulrich's father, and one that Ulrich himself had fully inherited. It was also the exact reason why he had found it so difficult to accept the reality of his broken core. It was a terminal imperfection buried deep within his very being. It had been a bitter pill to swallow, but now that chapter was definitively closed. He reached up, pressing a hand flat against his chest. He could feel it vividly, the brand new, wholly unique core burning within him. The hollow core, the helix-shaped anomaly swirling within him. One of the 3 legendary fragments of Kaler's original core. After enduring an entirely inhuman amount of pain, he had somehow managed to forge his new core and survive the ordeal. A faint smile curled his lips. He had actually done it. With his new core in place, he could immediately tell the difference from his broken one. The flow of mana within his body felt fresh, fluid, and powerful. But alongside that new strength, he could also distinctly feel the weight of the hollow core inside him. It felt painfully heavy actually, as if the core itself were simply too pure, too dense for his mortal body to properly contain. Which, of course, made perfect sense. The core was a direct fragment of the very first mana core ever awakened by a transcendent, godlike human. He wasn't going to suddenly become omnipotent and gain flawless control over it just by enduring a few hours of blinding pain. It might take years, perhaps even decades, to truly master it. But Ulrich couldn't care less. He could finally spin mana through an unbroken core and weave a spell without it faltering and collapsing into nothing after mere seconds. He let out a soft sigh, leaning back against the cheap upholstery. It seemed he had been missing for over a week. He could only hope Fabian had kept things running smoothly, and more importantly, that the 3 girls had actually behaved themselves during his absence. A minute later, the carriage finally rolled to a halt in front of the towering iron gates of the Reubenhardt estate. State your name and business. The guard who stepped forward was clearly one of Reubenhardt's own soldiers, outfitted in deep crimson leather armor. Emblazoned across his chest was the ancient crest of the Reubenhardt family, a crimson circular saw containing a spoked wheel. The hired coachman hesitated, glancing nervously back at the closed carriage. It certainly wasn't the kind of lavish carriage a high-ranking noble would ever travel in, so it was entirely understandable why the guards were highly suspicious and reluctant to even let them approach the gates. But it wasn't as though Ulrich had had the luxury of being picky in Grey Haven. He had quickly hired the first available carriage early that morning, eager to leave before Mira woke up and inevitably tried something bizarre to force him to stay. There was a brief pause before Ulrich simply pushed the door open and stepped down onto the carriage's footboard. The moment the 2 guards caught sight of him, there was no mistaking that blood-red hair, those eyes, and his signature stern expression as if he was looking at failures. Their jaws dropped completely open. They instantly dropped to one knee. My lord, Count Reubenhardt, it is a delight to see you returned. Dropping to one knee was perhaps an exaggerated greeting. It was a gesture typically reserved strictly for royalty, but it seemed Ulrich's sudden coming back had forced them down entirely on instinct. Ulrich stepped fully down from the carriage, casting a brief glance over them. Open the gates, he said. They instantly scrambled to their feet and hauled the iron gates open. "And pay him," Ulrich added, tossing the instruction over his shoulder as he stepped onto the grounds. "Yes, my lord." They both nodded fervently, hurrying to pay the coachman, even handing over a few extra silver coins than was strictly necessary. The coachman, already deeply shocked that he had actually been driving Ulrich van Rubenhart himself, was now clearly on cloud nine. Meanwhile, Ulrich walked casually up the grand, paved path. All around him, eyes widened one by one as the various groundskeepers and workers immediately dropped whatever they were doing to bow and greet him. Ulrich kept his pace, looking up at his looming estate. He had been gone for barely over a week, yet somehow it felt like an eternity since he had last been here. Most likely because he had almost never left the estate in the past, preferring to manage his entire territory from the strict comfort of his study. As he reached the front steps, he immediately saw a small crowd gathered to welcome him back. Fabian stood at the very front, sporting an immensely relieved smile and looking close to tears. "My lord, it is a great relief to see you return to us safely," he said, his voice tinged with emotion. "Welcome back, my lord." Monica also smiled relieved as she bowed. Except for the bizarre, cheap clothes he was currently wearing, he looked as perfect and untouchable as ever. In fact, there seemed to be a newly refreshed, almost relaxed aura about him. A subtle shift that only Fabian and Monica, who had served him closely for years, could actually detect. Ulrich looked at them and gave a single nod as he ascended the few stone steps leading to the main doors. Fabian, Monica, and the gathered crowd of servants all bowed their heads deeply, parting to let him pass. The moment he stepped into the grand entrance hall, the first person he saw was Linnea. "See, Count Rubenhart." She immediately bowed at the waist. "It is a pleasure to see you faring so well. I have been so terribly worried," she stammered, her eyes actually welling with tears. Though Fabian had assured her that the Count had simply departed on an urgent diplomatic visit, unease had gnawed at her heart all week. Seeing him back in one piece immediately washed it all away. Ulrich looked at her briefly. "Have you been teaching?" he asked. I have been. I will resume the lessons immediately if necessary, my lord," she said. In her eagerness, she took a hurried step forward, ending up perhaps a little too close to him as she stared up into his face and crimson eyes. She instantly flushed a bright, burning pink, scrambled backward, and bowed her head shyly. "My sincerest apologies," she mumbled meekly. Ulrich paid it no mind. His gaze had already drifted past her toward the three girls who had just stepped into the entrance hall. Aram appeared first, wearing her usual, deadpan "should I just murder him?" expression. She was closely followed by Hermione, who immediately fixed him with a deeply suspicious, probing glare. Esther appeared last. The moment she caught sight of Ulrich, she instantly ducked behind Hermione, clinging tightly to her sister's back and timidly peeking out to look at him. They were all wearing proper, tailored gowns, and their hair had been neatly brushed and styled. They at least looked the part of nobility now. As for their character, etiquette, and overall stance, that was clearly going to take some time. "Have they been learning properly this past week?" Ulrich asked, glancing back at Linnea. "They have done wonderfully, my lord. Indeed, just as expected of you, my lord. You have truly found 3 hidden gems in these adorable girls," she said, offering a smile that looked suspiciously strained. "Have they caused any trouble in my absence?" he asked, keeping his gaze locked on the 3 girls, especially on Aram. They have not," Linnea replied, stuttering slightly. Ulrich's eyes drifted down to where Aram's right arm was casually hidden behind her back. She was definitely hiding a knife back there. "Get my bath ready," he ordered abruptly. "Right away, my lord." Monica immediately hurried up the stairs to tend to it. Ulrich followed closely behind. Once Monica had drawn the warm water, he swiftly shed his cheap, rough clothes and slipped into the tub. He immediately felt the deep, lingering exhaustion in his muscles begin to dissolve into the heat. It was definitely healing. He let out a long exhale, resting his head back against the rim of the tub. He had successfully obtained the hollow core, which was a great feat. But that was only the very first step he had to take if he wanted to prevent the apocalypse that was inevitably coming in this novel. All the immediate, dangerous incidents he was currently dealing with regarding these three sisters were merely the beginning. In exactly 5 years, he would be expected to teach at Arcadia, the academy located within the imperial city-state. It was the epicenter of the story's development, as that was where the protagonist would officially begin his journey. Or, rather, protagonists plural. He could, of course, simply refuse the teaching position and remain hidden away here in his territory, but he had no intention of doing so. Besides, he really didn't have much of a choice because currently, he was secretly allied with the demons. Thinking about it now, Ulrich felt stupid for ever making that deal. He had cast aside his pride and forged a dark pact simply to obtain a functioning core the demons had promised him. But now, he didn't need their prize anymore. He could theoretically try to wriggle out of the arrangement and cut ties with them, declaring he no longer required their services, but he wouldn't do that for 2 reasons. First of all, the demons could easily leak the evidence of their collaboration to the kingdom. He could be branded a traitor and lose everything as a result. Secondly, remaining in an alliance with the demons actually gave him the perfect opportunity to drag them down from the inside, playing the role of a double agent. He planned to take full advantage of his position, getting as close to their inner circle as possible before dismantling them right before they could successfully resurrect their demon god. But he still had plenty of time before he had to make his move. 5 years before the main story officially began. He now possessed the legendary hollow core. And far more importantly, he possessed the 3 future most powerful witches in existence. He was going to groom them flawlessly, training them until they were strong enough to help him completely annihilate the demons. That way, he wouldn't die by their hands. He would successfully sever his cursed ties with the demonic faction preventing the resurrection of the demon god, and he would secure long-lasting peace for himself. It was the equivalent of killing 3 birds with 1 perfectly thrown stone. Ulrich hadn't bothered to do anything else on the day he returned. He took his bath and immediately went to sleep. The overwhelming exhaustion of forcefully obtaining a legendary core, enduring the mind-bending pain of the process, and surviving the long journey back had taken an immense toll on his body. By the time he finally woke, it was already well into the bright morning of the following day. It was rare for him to sleep in this late, but it just showed how thoroughly drained he was. Even now, he could still feel the lingering ache of exhaustion deep in his bones, clearly a side effect of the new core. His body simply needed time to adjust to the presence inside him, which was entirely normal. He sat up slowly, waiting a moment to take a couple of deep breaths before finally rising from the bed and walking toward the washroom. He pressed the faucet of the basin, letting the cold water pool in his cupped hands before splashing it harshly against his face, allowing the shock to wake his dulled senses and soothe his tired features. Perhaps because he had looked so exhausted upon his return, Monica hadn't even bothered him once since the sun rose, which was a welcome reprieve. Stepping into his dressing room, Ulrich carefully selected his outfit for the day, as was his routine. Black silk trousers, polished leather boots, a pristine white shirt, and a tailored waistcoat, all cut from the finest materials money could buy. When he was finished, he adjusted his cuffs, tugging them sharply a couple of times to ensure there wasn't a single wrinkle in the fabric. It was a small habit of his. A maid who was currently sweeping the thick red carpet in the hallway flinched the moment he appeared. "My lord," she squeaked, immediately bowing at the waist. Ulrich didn't spare her a second glance, continuing his stride down the corridor. The estate was already animated with the morning's work. "My lord." A minute later, Monica hurried to his side, matching his pace perfectly. "Do you require anything, my lord?" she asked. "Are they awake?" he asked her. "They are. They are currently in their lessons with Lady Linnea," she replied. "Linnea? Did she leave yesterday evening?" Ulrich asked, his eyes trained straight ahead. "She did, and she returned quite early this morning. The young ladies also woke early to begin," Monica confirmed. Ulrich nodded, just as Fabian approached from the opposite end of the hall. "My lord, Gather all the missives I have missed and a full report of whatever occurred during this past week, and leave them on my desk, Ulrich ordered. Right away, my lord. Fabian smiled warmly and immediately turned to see to the task. Ulrich continued walking, heading straight for the study room where the girls were currently being taught. Have you been all right, my lord? He suddenly heard Monica's voice from behind him and unusually hesitant. When he cast a brief glance over his shoulder at her, she instantly blushed at her own boldness and quickly averted her eyes. I am fine, he replied shortly. You certainly look wonderful, my lord, she said quietly. Ulrich didn't reply to that, but the truth was he actually felt really good. As he approached the study, Monica immediately stepped forward, reached past him and pushed the door open. Ulrich stepped into the room, and every single gaze instantly snapped to him. Lord Count Reubenhardt. Good morning. Linnea beamed a smile the moment she saw him. Yesterday he had looked haggard, exhausted, and dressed in cheap, ragged clothes, and yet, even then, he had looked astonishingly handsome. But right now, properly dressed in his tailored attire, he looked radiant. Even more so than before he had left. There was a distinct shift in his entire aura. It felt purer, almost otherworldly. She couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly had changed, but she noticed it immediately, just as Fabian, Monica, and everyone else had. Ulrich glanced at Linnea, acknowledging her presence before shifting his discerning gaze toward the three girls. They were seated at the trio of front desks that had been specially prepared for their lessons. The moment his gaze fell upon them, the atmosphere in the room visibly shifted. Esther, who had been positioned at the desk closest to the door, and thereby closest to him, instantly scrambled to her feet. Like a startled fawn, she rushed to hide behind Aram, who occupied the desk farthest from his reach. Reacting to Esther's panic, Aram had already stood up. Her hand shot out, her fingers hovering protectively over a pencil resting on the tabletop. The wooden tool had been whittled down to a point that looked unusually, almost uselessly sharp, more akin to a makeshift weapon than a writing instrument. As for Hermione, she remained seated, crossing her arms as she leveled a wary glare at Ulrich. After letting the silence linger for a brief moment, Ulrich finally stepped fully inside the room. How have they been doing? He asked Linnea, his voice calm as he approached Esther's now empty desk. An open practice book lay there, its pages filled with her careful script. The lettering was slightly awkward, peppered with a few rudimentary mistakes, but she was actively writing and connecting words. Given that she was only 10 years old, her progress was impressive. Beyond mere comprehension, her handwriting held a distinct, delicate beauty from his perspective. It bordered on calligraphy, each stroke reflecting an attentive and gentle spirit. Wonderful, my lord, Linnea replied eagerly, her face brightening as she watched Ulrich inspect the work. Lady Esther is progressing wonderfully. She is very sweet and attentive. At this rate, I believe she will learn to properly read and write within a month, at least all the foundational basics. At Linnea's praising words, Ulrich flicked his gaze toward Esther. She was nervously peeking out from over Aram's shoulder. The moment her timid eyes met his, her cheeks flushed a deep shade of pink, and she quickly ducked away. Lowering Esther's practice book, Ulrich slowly walked toward the small desk where Hermione was. The older girl watched his every step, her ruby eyes narrowed into a hard glare. Ulrich calmly ignored her hostility, his attention instead drifting to the practice book belonging to her. Lady Hermione is astounding. She is learning the quickest, my lord, Linnea continued, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. I am honestly shocked. She is definitely a genius among geniuses. It won't take long at all for her to grasp everything the nobility requires regarding writing and comprehension. Ulrich flipped to another page, his eyes scanning the ink. While Esther possessed the most inherently beautiful penmanship, Hermione's handwriting was meticulously precise, perfectly ordered and rigidly structured. Flipping through yet another page, he noted that she hadn't made a single grammatical or spelling mistake. It was flawless. When he finally glanced up from the book, Hermione was still sitting with her arms tightly crossed. Meeting his eyes for only a second, she haughtily turned her head away. "Are you done? You are wasting our time," she snapped. A dense, chilling silence descended upon the room at her insolent words. Ulrich did not speak. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, pointing a single finger toward her. In an instant, his finger moved in a rapid, fluid motion. A luminous, beautiful crimson shape materialized in the air, quickly multiplying and expanding outward until it formed a glowing dome around Hermione. Without breaking eye contact, Ulrich slightly clenched his index finger. Reacting to his will, the dome immediately shrank, shifting its form into a tight crimson cylinder that perfectly enclosed Hermione and her desk, effectively trapping her within. What? Hermione gasped, her calm facade shattering. She stood up abruptly, taking a panicked step backward until her back hit the invisible wall of the cylinder. Along the curved surface of her glowing prison, runic patterns and spell symbols flickered ominously. "Big sister!" Esther shrieked out tearfully. As Ulrich turned his head at the cry, he caught sight of Aram springing into action. Using her desk as platform, she vaulted over the table, launching herself directly at him with the sharpened pencil gripped tightly in her hand. Ulrich's expression remained entirely impassive. He simply took a casual step to the side, dodging her airborne assault. Aram landed gracefully on the floor, immediately whipping around to face him, the pencil brandished like a dagger. However, Ulrich's sharp eyes were not on the obvious weapon. His attention was focused squarely on her other hand, which was smartly concealing a real knife, attempting to use the pencil as a mere distraction. Anticipating her strike, Ulrich suddenly lunged. He grasped the wrist holding the pencil, pulling her off balance and yanking her forward. Just as he predicted, she immediately swung her right hand, the one wielding the hidden knife in a lethal arc toward his neck. With lightning speed, his free hand shot up, catching her second wrist in a grip before the blade could even graze his skin. Now completely restrained by both wrists, Aram could do nothing but glare up at him, her dark eyes burning with murderous intent. "I told you to stay quiet and behave yourself," Ulrich said, his voice ice-cold as he stared down at the struggling girl. "Is this how you interpret behaving yourself? By attempting to assassinate the very person providing you with shelter and food?" "Release her," Aram said through gritted teeth, ignoring his reprimand. "I will," Ulrich replied. "Once she writes down 1,000 times. I apologize for my impolite behavior, Count Reubenhart." Saying that, he glanced at Hermione, who was staring back at him in dumbfounded. I will never do that," she finally sputtered out with a blush of anger. "Then you will stay enclosed in there for eternity," he replied sternly. Dismissing her entirely, he turned his gaze back to Aram. With a sharp twist, he tilted the wrists he still held captive in his grip. "NGH." Aram let out a pained grunt. The sudden pressure forced her fingers to open, and both the hidden knife and the sharpened pencil clattered to the porcelain tiles. Without giving her a chance to recover, Ulrich hoisted her up, throwing her over his shoulder as he strode toward her desk. "Eek!" Elder sister, Esther, who had been frozen in horror, shrieked. She immediately bolted away from the scuffle, rushing toward Hermione's glowing cylinder in a bid for safety. Ulrich ignored the youngest girl for now. He reached Aram's desk and placed the thrashing, kicking girl onto her chair. Just as he had done with Hermione, his fingers moved in a swift motion. He reproduced the exact same spell, weaving a luminous crimson cylinder around Aram, effectively enclosing her within an inescapable magical barrier. He stared down at her then. "And you will not come out until you have written 5,000 times. I will not attempt to harm the Count Reubenhart because I am not ungrateful. Let me out," Aram shouted, glaring at him. She pounded her small fists against the glowing crimson barrier, but the spell held strong, entirely unbothered by her strikes. Leaving her to her futile struggles, Ulrich finally turned his attention toward Esther. The young girl was scratching her fingernails against the surface of Hermione's barrier, trying to pry it open. I can't," Esther cried tearfully, her small hands slipping against the smooth barrier. "Esther! He's coming! Run!" Hermione yelled from inside her prison, pressing her hands against the inside of the spell. "Eek!" Hearing the warning, Esther whipped her head around. Seeing Ulrich's figure approaching, she let out a terrified scream and scrambled away. Don't touch her! You pervert!" Hermione shouted. "I am going to kill you!" Aram roared from her own confinement, still hammering her fists against the crimson runes. Ulrich stopped and cast a glance between Hermione and Aram, utterly unfazed by their threats and insults. "Right?" he said coldly, before turning on his heel and walking off to catch the youngest sister. Esther ran down the opulent hallways of the Rubenhard estate, her small feet thudding against the polished floors. The estate staff watched her flight with bewildered and shocked expressions. Their confusion lingered only until Ulrich's figure appeared, strolling calmly behind her. In an instant, the servants ceased their gawking, bowing their heads and fearfully resuming their chores. A silent consensus passed among the workers. The Count had finally grown tired of harboring the witches' daughters and was moving to deal with them. Though they loathed the older girls, a few staff members could only offer silent prayers for little Esther, who seemed like nothing more than a sweet, innocent child caught in a dark web. Unaware of their pity, Esther scrambled up the grand staircase. She knew that trying to flee the estate entirely would only expose her, and she refused to leave her sisters behind. Her plan was simple. She would hide somewhere secluded and wait until Ulrich gave up his search. Once the coast was clear, she would sneak back to the study, break those magical barriers, and free Aram and Hermione so they could all escape together. It was, admittedly, a terribly optimistic plan for a 10-year-old. Reaching the upper floor, she darted into the library. It was a cavernous room lined with towering bookshelves that housed countless volumes spanning every conceivable topic. Ulrich was clearly a man of study. Esther hurriedly scanned the room for a hide. Ducking behind the wooden shelves would be too obvious. He would find her in moments. Then, her gaze landed on a completely empty row on one of the lower shelves. Thankfully, her young, slender body was just small enough to squeeze into the tight gap. Slipping backward into the dark recess, she pulled her knees to her chest and clamped both hands tightly over her mouth to muffle her breathing. Large, teary drops welled up in her wide blue eyes as she prayed Ulrich wouldn't search the shelves too closely. She had been terrified of Ulrich since the very first day they met. How could she not be? He had stood at the very center of the brutal attack that decimated their village. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he had also tried to help them during the chaos, attempting to conceal them from the slaughter. Tragically, that effort had failed, and their beloved mother had died anyway. In the aftermath, their lives had felt entirely bleak, seemingly over before they had truly begun. They were surrounded by enemies who harbored a deep loathing for witches. But in that darkest hour, Ulrich had stepped forward. He had defied the royal prince of Skargardia, stopping him from executing or capturing the girls, and officially claimed them under his protection by choosing to adopt them. The sudden act of mercy had left Esther deeply confused. However, with their mother gone and the three of them thrust into a world brimming with danger, they hadn't had the luxury of overthinking it. Or rather, Esther simply couldn't process it at all. Her beloved mother was dead. The grief left her numb to everything else. She only cared about staying by her sister's sides, blindly following whatever decisions they made. Ulrich had offered a straightforward pact. He promised them safety, warm food, and protection, on the condition that they obeyed him. Naturally, Esther's fear of the Count only multiplied after that day. She constantly wondered what a powerful nobleman could possibly want from three orphan witches. Aram and Hermione were equally wary, their walls built high against him. True to his word, he did provide for them until he left without a trace, leaving them alone at the estate for over a long week. In a twisted, almost shocking sense of irony, Esther had actually felt far more terrified living in the estate without Ulrich. The harsh maids and judgmental workers treated the girls like monsters the moment the Count's shadow was gone. When Ulrich was present, no one dared to whisper a single bad word about them. But during his absence, leaving their care to Fabian and Monica, the hostile glares had returned. It hadn't been a total nightmare, but the anxiety was a heavy weight on her small shoulders. Though Aram and Hermione were too proud to ever admit it aloud, they had felt the exact same underlying panic without Ulrich around. He was the Count. His status was the only shield standing between them and a whole kingdom's hate and wrath. Without him, what would happen next? If the prince or the witch hunters returned to finish the job, there was no one left to defend them. They highly doubted any other noble possessed the power or the audacity to step forward and pull off what Ulrich had done. Initially, she had felt a brief wave of relief upon his return. But now, seeing how he had easily dealt with them, attempting to control and confine them, fear crept back into her heart. From her trembling perspective, she could only wonder in dread what Ulrich was planning to do with her two elder sisters, currently trapped within their strange, red prison. As those dark thoughts swirled in her mind, she heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching. They were definitely his, calm and confident. He walked along the corridor, and for a fleeting second, she was certain he would simply pass by her hiding spot. But then, the footsteps stopped entirely. I offered my protection, and I promised not to harm any of you as long as you obeyed me. I do not go back on my word. His voice echoed through the quiet hall. I will hurt neither you nor your sisters, provided you submit to my rules. Now, tell me, have I hurt your sisters yet? He asked. Esther remained completely silent, pressing both hands tightly over her mouth to muffle her frightened breaths. If I truly wished to harm any of you, it would have been done already. I have no interest in such pointless cruelty, he continued. Your sisters may not yet understand what I desire and expect from them, but I expect you to understand above the rest, because unlike them, you actually listen. His tone was as cold and emotionless as ever, yet the logic in his words easily reached Esther. Slowly, she lowered her trembling hands from her mouth, and her shivering began to subside. Just a few feet away, Ulrich was leaning casually against a wooden table positioned directly in front of the shelf where Esther was cowering. He stared straight ahead. He could easily see the ruffled hem of her skirt peeking out from the shadows, yet he made no move to drag her out. I will release your sisters once they are done calming down and done with punishment. You may check on them if you wish. I will not interfere, Ulrich added. Inwardly, he acknowledged that Aram and Hermione were quite a pain to deal with, each stubborn in her own unique way. He needed them to lower their defenses, and the most effective path to their compliance was through their beloved younger sister. It was definitely a bit of manipulation using a sweet, innocent girl as leverage, but he had no other viable choices. With their current behavior, both elder sisters would never survive the world of the nobility. This small confinement was only the beginning of their harsh lessons, but it needed to be done now. The sooner he won their submission, the better their future would be, and the most logical starting point was obviously the youngest. So, he fed her the exact words she needed to hear. The promise of safety for her and her sisters once again. He lingered in silence for a brief moment, his piercing blood-red eyes staring thoughtfully at her clumsy hiding spot, before he finally straightened his posture and walked away. When he reached the door at the end of the corridor, however, he paused. The faint, hesitant patter of light footsteps sounded behind him. Turning slowly around, he saw Esther standing in the open, her small figure still trembling slightly in the dim light. Why? You truly won't hurt my big sisters? She asked. I will not, so long as they do not give me a reason to, Ulrich replied, adding the last part seriously. Hearing that, Esther gripped the fabric of her skirt tightly in her small hands. For the very first time, she looked up with seriousness, holding Ulrich's intimidating gaze for more than a mere second. I will tell my big sisters to listen to you, she said. A faint, almost invisible smile curled on Ulrich's lips at her compliance. Good. After Esther promised to speak with her sisters, Ulrich returned to the room where he had left the older two confined. Even though they were young, their innate potential and magical talent were simply too great to ignore. Placed in a high-stress situation, believing their youngest sister was in mortal danger, their emotions could easily cause severe damage to his property, or themselves. He intended to prevent that. Stepping back inside, Ulrich swiftly pulled the door shut behind him. His cold gaze swept over the two girls still trapped within their respective crimson cylinders. Count Reuben Hart. Linnea stood awkwardly by the desks, wringing her hands, completely unsure of what to say or do. Ulrich barely acknowledged her, his attention entirely focused on the two furious girls glaring daggers at him. "Where is Esther?" Hermione shrieked, her voice echoing sharply off the magical walls. Aram, on the other hand, hadn't spoken a word. She was entirely consumed by her frenzy, continuously pounding her small fists against the glowing crimson barrier. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ulrich noted that she was even raking her nails against the barrier. Her fingernails had splintered and broken, leaving her fingertips bloodied and raw, but she didn't seem to care, continuing her brutal assault. "Leave," he ordered Linnea. She nodded rapidly, bowing her head, and hurriedly slipped out of the room, clicking the door shut behind her. In the newfound quiet, Ulrich slowly approached the prisons, his eyes briefly flicking toward their untouched notebooks. "It seems you have no wish to get out of here," he said. If you have hurt Esther, I will." "You will what?" Ulrich cut her off, his icy stare locking onto Hermione. She flinched under his stare. "You will do nothing," he said, his voice devoid of pity. "Much like your aggressively stupid older sister over there, bleeding for no reason." Hermione's eyes darted toward Aram, who was still silently slamming her bruised palms against the crimson magic. "The eldest is the stupidest, and the youngest is the smartest, it seems," Ulrich said aloud. He casually strolled past the glowing prisons, stepping behind the main desk to take a seat. "Where is Esther?" Hermione asked again. This time, the anger had drained from her voice, leaving it hushed and trembling with fear. Hearing the tremor in her sister's voice, Aram finally stopped her assault. She lowered her bloodied hands, her murderous glare fixed entirely on Ulrich as she waited for his answer. Ignoring their stares, Ulrich picked up one of the books resting on the desk. It appeared Linnea had been teaching them to read and write using popular novels, a rather effective and engaging technique. He casually flipped the book open and began to read. "Where is Esther?" Hermione shouted again, her voice breaking painfully for the first time. Ulrich slowly raised his gaze from the page. The girl's ruby eyes had turned teary and swollen, much like her flushed cheeks. The arrogant facade had finally broken. Please, don't hurt her," she begged, her voice shrinking. I will do anything you want." Ulrich stared at her. "I have already told you both what I wanted," he said. "If you want to see your precious little sister, you will do exactly as I say. This is my mansion. It is my territory and I rule here. If you wish to earn your place within these walls, you will work for it. I do not grant privileges to disrespectful, stupid, or useless people." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Is that how your mother raised you?" At the mention of their mother, the fire instantly returned. Hermione recovered her hateful glare in a heartbeat. "From what I have seen, only your younger sister seems to have actually learned something from that stupid woman," Ulrich added mercilessly. "Don't dare insult our mother," Hermione screamed, her fists trembling. "And what are you going to do about it?" Ulrich asked, his tone hard and dismissive. "What can you even do?" Hermione clamped her mouth shut, biting her lip hard enough to draw blood. "If you truly care for your sister and wish to see her safe, you will obey," Ulrich said, before returning his attention to his novel. For the next 10 minutes, only silence filled Hermione's side of the room. Aram, however, resumed her violent pounding against the crimson barrier. Ulrich offered her occasional side glances, mildly wondering if she would ever stop out of exhaustion. She never did. She just kept shooting him those murderous glares as she hammered her fists against the barrier. If she continued at this pace, she was definitely going to fracture her wrists. Both of her hands were thoroughly bloodied now, and in a fit of desperation, she had begun throwing her head against the magical wall as well. "Stop it, Aram," Hermione called out, panicking as she watched her sister self-destruct. Aram completely ignored her. Hermione tightly clenched her fists, her teary gaze dropping to the blank notebook on her desk. She shot one last, resentful look at Ulrich, who remained perfectly absorbed in his book. Defeated, she picked up her pen, sat down heavily in her chair, and immediately started to write. "Write, Aram. He said he will let us out," Hermione shouted, her hand flying across the notebook as she wrote fast. But Aram didn't listen. She remained fixated on Ulrich, her black eyes burning with hatred as she continued her assault on the magic. Half an hour later, however, the inevitable toll of exhaustion, pain, and blood loss finally began to catch up with the eldest sister. The pounding slowed. Slowly, her legs gave out, and she slid down the glowing wall, collapsing onto her knees. Her eyes were half closed now, but she still stared stubbornly at Ulrich through her dark bangs, refusing to look away. Hermione noticed her sister's alarming decline out of the corner of her eye, but she knew she couldn't do anything to stop it. The only way to save them both was to write and write and write exactly as Ulrich had told. A couple of silent hours passed. Finally, Hermione slammed her pen down and stood up abruptly, hoisting her filled notebook into the air. "I am done," she said, her chest heaving as she shoved the pages filled with her meticulous handwriting toward him. Ulrich casually glanced up from his novel, his eyes briefly scanning the offered work. Without a single word or gesture, the crimson barrier enclosing her suddenly vanished into thin air. Relief washing over her, Hermione smiled through her tears and immediately sprinted toward Aram's prison. Nug! Her face collided with the curved surface of another solid crimson wall. She stumbled backward, crying out as she rubbed her stinging nose. "Why?" she asked, glaring tearfully. "You may go see Esther. But this one hasn't finished," Ulrich said calmly, not even bothering to look up from his page. "Why, you can't do that. She's hurt, and she is not well. Look at her. She's lost consciousness," Hermione cried, pointing at Aram's motionless body crumpled on the floor, her bloodied fingers entirely still. Ulrich lazily shifted his gaze toward the pathetic, battered sight of Aram lying on the wooden floor. "No, she didn't," he replied. "What? She hasn't lost consciousness," he explained, his voice conversational as he turned a page of his book. "She is perfectly awake. She is merely playing dead, waiting for me to drop the barrier so she can attempt a surprise strike." At his blunt words, Aram's ears twitched slightly. Hermione stood dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. She looked down at Aram, noting how perfectly still her sister truly was. There was no denying it. Aram was an expert at acting dead, an assassin biding her time for a lethal opening. "I will come back, Aram. Just wait for me here." Somewhat reassured by the realization that her sister wasn't actually dying but rather executing a calculated ambush against Ulrich, Hermione hurriedly bolted from the room, leaving the Count and the young assassin completely alone. A long silence stretched across the room once the door clicked shut. Slowly, Aram lifted her head from the floorboards. She raised her dark gaze to look directly at Ulrich, who was still comfortably engrossed in his reading. It was painfully clear that her last plan had failed miserably. He wasn't a man to be fooled so easily by a pitiful display of weakness or blood. Accepting her defeat for the moment, Aram simply dropped the entire act, dragging herself up into a seated position to resume her cold, murderous glaring. An hour had passed since Hermione successfully finished her punishment and rushed off to find Esther. She had tried to return shortly after, but Ulrich swiftly barred her and Esther from re-entering the study. Though he had previously told Esther she could see with her sisters, he had changed his mind regarding Aram. He wanted to observe the eldest girl just a little bit longer. Currently, Aram was standing perfectly still, her small, bloodied hands pressed flat against the curved magical barrier. Her pitch-black eyes were locked onto him, unblinking. She had been staring at him in that exact posture for 10 long minutes. It was quite a scary sight. Yet, in a cold, analytical way, Ulrich had to admit he admired her resilience. She refused to yield. If only she would channel that tenacity toward a better purpose, rather than attempting to murder anyone who posed even the slightest perceived threat to her sisters. "My lord!" Polite knock rang out at the wooden door. It was Fabian. "Enter." The door swung open, and Fabian stepped inside, pushing a serving cart laden with silver-domed plates. Although it was only late afternoon, Ulrich had specifically requested an early meal to break his hunger. Moving with professionalism, Fabian began to arrange the dishes on the desk. However, as he worked, he couldn't help but shoot brief, pitiful glances toward Aram's glowing prison. Just how many hours had the child been trapped inside that spell? And yet, Ulrich showed no intention of removing it. Fabian hesitated, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something on the girl's behalf. But Ulrich cut him off before he could utter a single word. "You may leave, Fabian," he said. "My lord." Fabian sighed, bowing his head in defeat before quietly wheeling the empty cart out of the room. Left alone once more, Ulrich calmly proceeded to uncover the warm, delectable meal. From within her magical cage, Aram's dark gaze drifted downward, locking onto the lavish spread fit for a count. The food was piping hot, its rich, savory aroma easily slipping through the permeable magic of the barrier. Picking up his silver fork, Ulrich speared a succulent meatball. He raised it toward his mouth with excruciating slowness, ensuring that Aram watched the entire process. Maintaining perfect, aristocratic posture, he finally took the bite. Aram's gaze darkened considerably as she watched him chew. Slowly, her eyes flicked away from the plate, landing on her blank notebook. After a long moment of internal debate, she finally turned away from the glass, dragged herself into her chair, and began to write. Ulrich gave her a sidelong stare as he took another bite. Perhaps he should have simply ordered food earlier and let her watch him eat it from the very beginning. It would have saved a great deal of time. Regardless, as long as she finally obeyed him, the method didn't matter. Knock! A sudden rapping echoed from the door. It was too soon for Fabian to return, and it didn't sound like Monica. It's Monica. Please let me enter." The voice trying to disguise itself was entirely too young and high-pitched to be his maid. It was definitely Hermione. Ulrich had instructed Fabian and Monica to keep both her and Esther securely away from the study, but it seemed the two girls had managed to slip past them. Without saying a word, Ulrich casually raised his fork toward the door. With a flick of his wrist, a secondary crimson barrier materialized, sealing the door shut. Immediately, the brass doorknob rattled, jerking downward several times to no avail. "That damn Ulrich locked the door!" Hermione cursed loudly from the hallway. "Why? You have to respect him, big sister. It's Count Reubenhart." Esther's timid, trembling voice rang right beside her. "Did he brainwash you, Esther? Damn it. I will never forgive him." "Hey, wait. Monica. We just want to check on elder sister," Esther cried out, her voice pitching into a pleading one. It seemed the Monica had finally caught up to her escapees. "Please do not bother the Count. I can guarantee you that nothing bad will happen to Aram," Monica said softly, trying to corral the girls. "I don't trust Ulrich," Hermione snapped back. "It's Count Reubenhart. Why? You cannot disrespect the Lord like this, Hermione," Monica gasped, clearly horrified by the girls' brazen insolence. Ulrich continued to eat in peaceful silence, mildly entertained as he listened to the noisy dispute echoing through the wood. Thankfully, the voices soon began to fade down the hall, signaling that Monica had successfully managed to drag them both away. After another hour had slowly ticked by, Ulrich finally finished his meal. He had just resumed reading his novel when a sudden, dull thud caught his attention. Lowering the book, he raised his gaze toward Aram's prison. She had collapsed onto her desk, her bruised fingers still stubbornly clutching her pen. He stared at her motionless form for a long, silent moment. She wasn't acting this time. It seemed her body had finally given out entirely. She would have lasted much longer, and certainly wouldn't have collapsed so completely had she not spent hours aggressively breaking her nails, wounding her wrists, and stupidly slamming her head against the barrier. Setting his book aside, Ulrich stood up and approached her desk, staring down at her work. She had, in fact, been writing the exact phrase he had demanded. However, the notebook was a chaotic, smeared mess of dark ink and fresh blood. She had forced herself to write despite her bleeding fingertips, only succeeding in making her injuries significantly worse. With a silent thought, he dismissed the glowing crimson barrier. He reached over the desk, gently pulling her limp form forward before lifting her into his arms. He briefly paused to look down at her face. At the very least, when she was unconscious, her murderous expression softened into something peaceful. She finally looked like a girl of her age. Well, he couldn't entirely blame her for being so wary. In the wake of her mother's death, she must feel a strong responsibility to protect her two younger sisters. Yet, looking at the depth of her hostility, Ulrich suspected that something else, something traumatic that occurred long before her mother's murder had hardened her. Stepping out of the study, he carried her upstairs toward the guest wing. He headed for the separate room he had originally assigned to her, a large, personal space that had remained entirely unused, as the three sisters preferred to sleep huddled together in one bed. Regardless of their preferences, he carried her inside and carefully lowered her onto the plush mattress. "My lord!" Monica appeared silently in the doorway, her hands clasped tightly before her. "Treat her injuries," he said as he stepped past her. "At once, my lord." Monica nodded, immediately moving toward the bed. As he stepped out into the hallway, Ulrich spotted Hermione and Esther rushing toward the room. They skidded to a sudden halt the moment they saw him emerging. Hermione immediately grasped Esther's arm, pulling the younger girl behind her back while glaring up at him with unhidden wariness. "Where is Aram?" Hermione asked. "She requires medical treatment because of her own stupidity," Ulrich replied coldly. "If you truly care about her well-being, tell her to refrain from needlessly harming herself once she wakes." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. The moment his back was turned, both Hermione and Esther scrambled past him, rushing into the bedroom. Ulrich continued down the hall, making his way to his private study. Taking his seat behind the grand mahogany desk, he was immediately confronted by a towering pile of paperwork. Fabian had clearly gathered every pressing issue that had accumulated during his long absence. "My lord!" Fabian entered the study quietly, stepping up to stand beside the desk. Ulrich had already picked up his favorite pen and started writing, but he gave a slight nod to indicate he was listening. "Several of our allied partners and the merchants currently in cooperation with us wish to immediately terminate their contracts," Fabian reported. "How many, and who?" Ulrich asked, his hand never pausing in its fluid script. "I have compiled a list, but the numbers keep increasing by the hour," Fabian said, gently placing a written ledger on the edge of the desk. Ulrich barely spared the document a glance. "Among them, our main wine transporters and major sponsors have also requested to formally withdraw their support," Fabian continued. Ulrich remained completely silent, the scratching of his pen the only sound in the room. "Perhaps, my lord, the three young ladies shouldn't be formally adopted just yet. Perhaps through some other, quieter means we can—" "No," Ulrich cut him off. He finished the final stroke of the letter he had been writing and signed his name with a heavy flourish. Lifting the parchment, he blew lightly across the surface to dry the ink and clear away any stray dust. His eyes scanned the document one last time, checking for any minute errors. It was a formal, legally binding declaration of adoption. Aram, Hermione, and Esther were to be officially recognized as daughters of the Reubenhardt house. From this day forward, they would all bear his name. Up until now, he had only verbally declared his intentions, a move that had already caused a massive uproar and spread scandalous rumors throughout the entire kingdom. Now he was carving that decision into law. He folded the parchment, melting a dollop of crimson wax over the seal and pressing his signet ring into it. He raised his gaze and handed the sealed letter directly to Fabian. "See that this is sent directly to the king," he ordered. He had already prepared and filed the necessary local documents for the three girls. However, sending a personal, direct letter to the royal family was a calculated move. It was his way of confirming the adoption on a national scale, making the crown fully understand that he was not bluffing. It was a bold declaration of his intent. Obviously, the king legally couldn't do anything to stop a noble from adopting wards. But by making it an official correspondence, Ulrich wasn't simply being respectful. It was an intelligent, subtle political maneuver to force the crown to formally read, acknowledge, and tacitly accept his decision. Fabian took the sealed letter, exhaling a soft, deeply resigned sigh. As expected, Ulrich was not a man to cower or walk back his decisions. He was going to push this forward to the bitter end, regardless of the severe economic and political repercussions it would bring down upon the county. It was a bold move to send such a letter directly to the royalty, specifically to the queen, since she was the one truly managing the kingdom's affairs in the king's stead. And it was widely known that the queen despised witches. Later that evening, Aram finally opened her eyes. Her injuries had been treated efficiently with high-grade healing potions. Both her lacerated hands and her bruised forehead, injuries entirely self-inflicted in her frantic rebellion, were cleanly bandaged. Perhaps the magic in the potions, combined with physical exhaustion, was the reason she had slept so heavily throughout the long afternoon. Raising her body abruptly, she panicked for a brief, terrifying second, her black eyes darting wildly around the unfamiliar bedroom as she searched for her sisters. But feeling a familiar, comforting weight on the mattress beside her, she immediately lowered her gaze. Hermione and Esther were right there. Esther was fast asleep, curled up snugly on the bed right next to her. Hermione, however, was seated stiffly in a wooden chair pulled close to the mattress, positioned exactly like a guard standing watch over them. Eventually, though, she too had succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing forward with her arms folded on the bed, her head resting peacefully upon them. Seeing the two of them safe and unharmed, Aram's usually guarded, stone-cold expression softened visibly. She reached out with her bandaged hands, gently patting both of their heads in a slow motion. With their mother dead, they were her only remaining family in this hostile world. As the eldest sister, she felt an overwhelming, bone-deep responsibility to shield them. She had to protect them. She had to keep them safe no matter the cost, no matter the means. Both Hermione and Esther had cried endlessly after their mother's murder. Throughout their departure from the smoldering ruins of their destroyed village, and even during this past week trapped within the Count's estate, the grief had been suffocating. Every single night, without fail, Esther would cry herself to sleep. For as long as they could remember, the three of them had always slept safely tucked beside their mother, drifting off while listening to her gentle bedtime stories. It was a comforting, unshakable routine, until it suddenly stopped forever. All three of them felt the void left behind, an unbearable ache that threatened to swallow them whole. Esther simply couldn't hold back her tears. She was too young and too fragile. Hermione tried her best to resist the overwhelming sorrow, putting up a brave front, but eventually, the dam would break, and she would cry out alongside her younger sister though quieter. Aram, however, never shed a single tear. She refused to surrender to her emotions. She would never, ever let her tightly wound control slip, because she believed that giving in to grief would immediately weaken her. And a weak Aram could not protect her sisters from the monsters hunting them. She needed to remain sharp. Every sense had to be honed like a blade, constantly scanning for any hidden threats in the shadows. She was the eldest now. She had to take her mother's place and become the impenetrable shield they so much needed. And she would do anything, kill, lie, or die to ensure no harm ever fell upon them again. MNJH. Just as that dark resolution settled in her mind, Esther suddenly stirred. The young girl let out a small, tired yawn before fluttering her bright blue eyes open. The moment her gaze landed on Aram, who was currently offering her a small, almost imperceptible smile, Esther's eyes snapped wide open. Without a second of hesitation, she launched herself forward, burying her face into Aram's chest and hugging her tightly. "Elder sister," she wailed, instantly bursting into fresh tears against Aram's shoulder. "I am fine. Aram said gently, returning the embrace and lightly patting Esther's blonde head. I was so scared. You didn't even wake up, sniff. Esther shook her head stubbornly, keeping her face pressed tightly against Aram's chest as she squeezed her harder. Hearing Esther's loud, sudden cries, Hermione's head shot up from her folded arms. She didn't wake up groggy. She woke up panicked and immediately terrified. In a flash, she shot up from her chair. A stolen kitchen knife suddenly gripped tightly in her hand. I won't let you touch my sisters, Ulrich. She screamed at the top of her lungs, brandishing the blade threateningly at the completely empty, closed bedroom door. A long silence fell over the room. Both Aram and Esther, who stopped her sniffling, turning their heads to stare blankly at Hermione, who was still standing in a combat stance against an invisible enemy. When Hermione finally blinked, fully waking up to realize that she had completely misunderstood the situation, her cheeks flushed a bright, burning red. She quickly lowered the knife, clearing her throat to hide her intense embarrassment. Humph! I told Ulrich not to dare step foot inside this room, or else I would kill him, she huffed, trying to salvage her pride. He wouldn't have dared to come anyway, Aram. Don't worry, she added confidently. The Count said he will not hurt us, big sister, Esther said from Aram's chest, her voice timid but surprisingly firm in its defense. We cannot trust him. He imprisoned both me and Aram, and you saw it happen with your own eyes, Esther. Hermione replied sharply, still holding the kitchen knife defensively. But he didn't actually harm you, big sister, Esther replied softly. The Count explicitly said he will not harm us unless we forced his hand. You are being far too naive, Esther, Hermione snapped, before shifting her intense gaze toward the eldest sister. Now that you are finally awake, Aram, we must quickly form a plan to leave this place. Why? No, big sister. We are safe here, Esther suddenly cried out, jumping off the plush bed to stand defensively between them. Hermione's eyes widened in shock at the outburst. We are not safe here, Esther, Hermione insisted, crossing her arms defensively. We are. Lord Reubenhart firmly promised to protect us. And because we belong to his noble house now, no one will dare harm us. Isn't it true? Esther pleaded. We cannot ever trust a noble, Esther. Even more so, we cannot trust a noble hailing from Scargardia, Hermione countered. The other day, I heard the maids whispering in the halls. They said that Ulrich's own mother had been killed by a witch's curse. Her revelation caused both Aram and Esther to freeze, their eyes snapping toward Hermione in shock. Do you honestly think someone like him, someone whose very blood hates witches, is helping us purely out of the kindness of his heart? Hermione asked, pressing her point. He personally took part in the slaughter that destroyed our village and caused our mother's death. He tried to save us during the attack, Esther yelled back, her small fists clenching tight at her sides. If he truly wanted to save us, he wouldn't have attacked us in the first place. Hermione glared down at Esther. She didn't like how the youngest was blindly defending Ulrich like this. At the blunt reminder of their mother's death, Esther's brave front crumbled. Her blue eyes instantly welled with fresh tears. Hermione immediately felt a pang of guilt at making her cry, but she stubbornly refused to apologize, instead turning her head urgently toward Aram. Aram, you are okay to travel, right? We are leaving soon. Maybe even tonight, she said, looking for confirmation. Aram remained completely silent for a long moment. She slowly lowered her gaze, staring blankly down at her bandaged hands resting in her lap. No, she said. What? Aram looked up to meet a confused Hermione and gave a shake of her head. I think we should be staying here, Hermione, she decided. Why? You were the one who wanted to leave this place the most. Aram, Hermione let out, dumbfounded by the sudden reversal. We are too weak, Aram replied. We cannot adequately defend ourselves outside. He is right. We wouldn't survive long outside these walls, and I refuse to take any risks with you and Esther. Setting aside the hunters and the knights. If the coven finds us. At the mere mention of their coven, Both Hermione and Esther flinched in unison. It was the very coven their mother had abandoned, fleeing deep into hiding just to raise her daughters in relative safety and peace. The coven had never accepted her traitorous departure, and they knew exactly how magically precious her 3 daughters were. "We stay here, protected by him and his status," Aram concluded, her dark eyes hardening. "We learn, we get stronger, and only then we leave." At her words, Esther nodded her head, roughly wiping the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand. Hermione stared at Aram with a complicated, conflicted expression. But she couldn't deny that every single word her elder sister spoke was the harsh truth. "We get stronger and then we leave," Hermione repeated softly, letting the plan settle in her mind. Aram nodded her head. "And we don't bother Lord Ulrich while we do it," Esther added brightly. Instantly, both Aram and Hermione slowly turned their heads, fixing Esther with identical, freezing cold stares. "What exactly did Ulrich do to you?" Hermione shrieked, suddenly rushing forward and grasping Esther tightly by the shoulders. "He used a dark mind control spell on you, didn't he? I am going to purge it off right now. Don't move. Eek. Why? You were scaring me, big sister." A full week had passed since Ulrich's return. As anyone might have expected following his severe intervention, the general behavior of the 3 sisters had grown considerably less volatile and overtly violent. They behaved, although their conduct was still far from perfect. Particularly with Aram and Hermione, there had been several glaring instances where they simply lost all patience, especially when dealing with the household staff. They were quite petty, harboring deep, icy grudges against the very maids who had openly mocked and insulted them behind their backs during Ulrich's long absence. Their revenge was juvenile yet highly effective. It basically consisted of Aram and Hermione making the maids' daily chores exponentially more difficult, casually sweeping trash onto the freshly polished floors and accidentally shattering fragile objects whenever a servant's back was turned. Indeed, it was petty, but they could easily forgive insults directed at themselves. However, making little Esther cry was a sin neither of the older sisters could ever forgive or forget. Regardless of the ongoing quiet war with the staff, the overarching tension in the estate had smoothed out significantly over the last few days. Ever since the confrontation upon Ulrich's return, and following Aram's decision to stay, the girls fully understood that the Count's protection was the only thing keeping them alive. They recognized the necessity of taking full advantage of the resources and high-class tutoring he was offering. Consequently, all 3 of them threw themselves entirely into their studies. By now, they could read and write quite well. Hermione constantly complained that she had already mastered basic reading and writing, loudly insisting she no longer needed to sit through Linnea's tedious classes. Obviously, Ulrich did not care in the slightest about her complaints. His goal wasn't merely for the 3 girls to achieve basic literacy. He demanded perfection. He wanted them to master the elegant art of penmanship and comprehend complex texts with flawless accuracy. They were officially ladies of the Reubenhart house now, and he would not allow 3 former peasants to stain his prestigious family name with mediocrity. So, they were forced to continue their arduous daily lessons with Linnea. They aggressively tackled real literature and advanced writing techniques far beyond what children their age would normally study. But this was exactly how the harsh world of nobility operated for young women. From the moment they could speak, noble daughters were meticulously raised and groomed to become perfect, flawless ladies. In the rigid hierarchy of the aristocracy, the demand for perfection was always placed far more heavily upon a woman's shoulders than a man's. And although it was annoying, all 3 sisters deeply understood the underlying reality of their situation. They were the orphan daughters of a despised witch. Because of their tainted bloodline, the societal pressure placed upon them would be heavier than on anyone else. They had to achieve perfection just to survive, leaving them no room to genuinely complain about the workload. Ulrich was dead set on thrusting them directly into the spotlight of the noble world, much to the shock of everyone in the kingdom. He had no intention of keeping them hidden away out of shame or fear. Hiding them, after all, would entirely defeat his purpose. The late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows across Linnea's designated study room. She neatly gathered her teaching materials, officially concluding her schedule for the day. "That is all for today," she said, flashing a warm smile at the three girls. Esther let out a long sigh of pure exhaustion, dropping her head down to rest sideways on the wooden table. Beside her, Aram remained completely silent, her dark eyes entirely focused on her paper as she diligently continued to drag her pen across the page, seemingly unbothered by the lesson's end. Hermione, on the other hand, immediately crossed her arms over her chest and cast her gaze downward in a display of faux boredom. "Humph, far too easy," she scoffed. "You are a genius, after all, Lady Hermione." Linnea chuckled warmly. At the compliment, Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed a faint shade of pink. "There's no need to hear that from you. I already know it," she stuttered defensively, turning her head away to hide her flustered expression. Linnea smiled fondly. Over the past week, she had grown to care for all three of these difficult girls. She had even developed a strange fondness for Aram, despite the eldest sister threatening her with a painfully sharpened pencil almost every single day, demanding that the tutor confess whatever evil plans Ulrich was supposedly plotting against them. Naturally, Linnea had no idea what Ulrich's plans were. Dismissing the thought, she quickly began packing her satchel. "Thank you for the lesson today, Lady Linnea," Esther beamed, forcing herself to sit up straight and offering a bright smile. "Thank you for listening so well, Esther." Linnea smiled back gently. She just wanted to walk over and give the sweet young girl a hug. However, the last time she had attempted such a gesture, Aram had vaulted over the desk to intercept her. Wisely, she decided to hold back today. Having securely packed her bag, Linnea reached out for the brass doorknob. But before her fingers could even brush the metal, the door suddenly swung inward, revealing Ulrich's towering figure in the threshold. Count Reubenhart," Linnea gasped, instinctively taking a panicked step backward. The gazes of all three sisters snapped simultaneously toward the doorway. Ulrich almost never made an appearance in the study room during their lesson hours. "Have you finished your instruction?" Ulrich asked as he looked down at Linnea. "I have." Linnea nodded rapidly, clutching her satchel to her chest. "I will be back tomorrow morning bright and early. Please don't be concerned, my lord." Ulrich stared at her for a long, silent moment, his red eyes unreadable. "No. From now on, you will reside here," he said simply. Linnea's face instantly went burning crimson at the sudden, unexpected demand. "Stay here," she squeaked. Ulrich gave a short nod, shifting his gaze slightly toward Monica, who stood patiently in the hallway behind him. "Prepare a suitable room for her, and provide any necessities she might require," he instructed her. He had observed Linnea leaving late in the afternoon, sometimes even evening and arriving early each morning. Her personal residence was clearly not situated anywhere close to the estate, meaning she was wasting a significant amount of time and energy commuting. To ensure maximum efficiency, Ulrich offered her a temporary room within the manor for her own sake. He was the one who had requested her to tutor the three girls, after all. To achieve the best results from the sisters, he inherently understood that he had to offer his tutors the best working conditions possible. "Yes, my lord." Monica nodded her head respectfully, before turning her calm gaze toward Linnea, who was still reeling in wide-eyed shock. "If you would follow me, milady." "You, Count Reubenhart." At her sudden, timid call, Ulrich slowly shifted his gaze back to her. "Do you need anything else?" he asked. The moment his piercing red eyes fell directly upon her again, Linnea's flushed face turned a deep shade of scarlet. She quickly shook her head, overwhelmed. "And not at all. Thank you very much, my lord. I will gladly stay here," she stuttered, before scrambling out of the room to follow Monica down the hall. When she left, Ulrich turned his gaze toward the three sisters who looked at him wondering why was he here for. Aram, Hermione, and Esther waited silently as Ulrich stood at the doorway. Esther, who was seated at the closest desk, was the first to grow nervous. She slowly stood up and began backing away, retreating toward Hermione's desk. In the end, Hermione was the one who spoke. "Do Do you need something? She had started with an annoyed tone, but quickly softened it, remembering all too well how that same tone had earned her a crimson prison before. Something. Get up, Ulrich said simply before turning and walking away, clearly expecting them to follow. The three girls exchanged wary glances, but in the end, they chose to obey and follow after him. Aram went first, Hermione after her, and Esther stayed close behind. I am suspicious about this, Aram. Be ready for anything, Hermione whispered. Aram gave a slight nod. The Count said he will not harm us, big sister. Esther reminded them timidly. You are too gullible, Esther, Hermione said with a shake of her head. The only ones you can trust are us, your sisters. We trust only ourselves. Do you understand? Esther pouted faintly at that. What about Linnea and Monica? Fabian too. They have been kind to us, she said quietly. All three are on Ulrich's evil side. Don't you understand? They are here to corrupt you under Ulrich's demonic plans. Hermione snapped. Eh? Esther stared at her in confusion. Demons. I am sure he is involved with demons. Just look at him. Everyone around him is afraid, Hermione said with a nod, as though that settled the matter entirely. Ulrich continued walking ahead of them with a perfectly straight face. Without even realizing it, Hermione had blurted out the truth about him being involved with demons. Hopefully, it would remain nothing more than a theory in her mind until the very end. Just like that, Ulrich led them out of the estate and toward the back grounds. As they walked farther and farther away from the manor, Aram and Hermione began to grow increasingly suspicious. He was taking them beyond the estate yard itself now, along a path they had never used before, one that was isolated and strangely deserted. Trees lined both sides of the path, their branches hanging low and loose like skeletal arms. The further they went, the more the world seemed to lose its warmth and color compared to the grand estate behind them. Esther, now visibly frightened, clutched Hermione's arm tightly as she looked around. Aram, however, kept walking ahead, tense and alert, just like the eldest sister who was ready to protect her two younger siblings at any moment, just in case Ulrich had suddenly changed his mind and intended to bury them somewhere far from everyone's sight. Then, after 2 long minutes of walking, the path finally opened. Esther gasped when she saw what lay before them. A graveyard. Eek! She shrieked, immediately darting behind Hermione. You liar! Hermione shouted, glaring accusingly at Ulrich. At the same time, Aram drew the knife she had hidden beneath her sleeve and fixed him with a dark glare. Ulrich turned around and looked at the three sisters with a deadpan expression. It had only been a week since his return, and he was already exhausted from dealing with all three of them. At this point, he wondered whether even 100 years spent with them would be enough to make them trust him even a little. Ignoring their reactions entirely, he turned back around and continued walking. For a brief moment, the three girls stood there in confusion. But eventually, Aram chose to keep following him, with Hermione moving carefully beside her and Esther hurrying close behind. It was only then that they realized he was not actually entering the graveyard itself. The graveyard was large, far larger than they had first thought, and it belonged to the Reubenhart family, serving as their burial ground for generations upon generations. But he wasn't heading inside the protected iron gates of the cemetery. Instead, he continued ahead, pressing further down the overgrown path even where it clearly seemed to end. He had to push his way through the low-hanging branches, sweeping the thick canopy of leaves aside with his arms to forge a path forward. Being small, Aram, Hermione, and Esther easily managed to slip through the newly opened gaps behind him. Eventually, Ulrich paused, his gaze fixed on something ahead, before stepping out of the thicket. The three sisters widened their eyes as they emerged into a hidden, open clearing of lush green grass. At its very center stood a beautiful tree blooming with vibrant rose flowers. It was young, yet already quite tall and striking. It was a truly beautiful sight, but the sisters' gazes did not linger on the blossoms. Their eyes were locked on the glass coffin resting gently beneath the branches. Beside it, a perfectly rectangular grave had already been dug into the earth. "Mommy!" Esther shrieked, her voice shattering the silence as she broke into a run, tears already streaming down her face. Looking dumbfounded, Aram and Hermione rushed forward right after her, their eyes wide as they stared down into the glass box. It was truly her, their mother, Anna Maria. She was wearing a white simple gown. Hermione soon broke down as well, pressing her trembling hands against the cold glass. Her and Esther's teardrops fell heavily onto the transparent surface, blurring the peaceful, sleeping figure of their mother resting within. Aram shot a stunned glance back at Ulrich. She tried her best to maintain her composure, but her dark eyes trembled, betraying a rare, agonizing flicker of emotion. Back on that dreadful day, they had been forcefully torn away from their mother's side, or rather, Ulrich had been the one to pull them away. Though they had cried and raged against him, none of the sisters could truly fight back. Anna Maria was a witch, and the crown prince had been standing right there. At the time, they believed Ulrich was simply dragging them as far away from the prince as quickly as possible to lock them up in his estate. That assumption was partially correct, though saving them from the prince wasn't his sole motivation. Regardless, they had spent the last week believing their mother's body had been callously burned to ash along with the rest of their ruined village. But it seemed they were wrong. Amidst the chaos, Ulrich had secretly managed to recover Anna Maria's body, using powerful preservation magic to keep her perfectly intact for this exact occasion. It was happening a bit later than he had originally planned, but having known the warmth of a loving mother himself, Ulrich wanted to at least offer the 3 orphans this brief sanctuary so they could properly say their goodbyes. Ulrich stared at the grieving girls for a brief moment before turning away, walking a respectable distance off to give them the privacy they needed to mourn. Offering their mother a dignified resting place was indeed a rare, good-natured deed on Ulrich's part. However, his mind was already working on a secondary objective. Now they will think twice before ever trying to leave, he thought to himself. Harboring that manipulative thought to ensure these 3 future powerful witches remained tied to his side, Ulrich simply stood in the shadows and kept his silent watch. Over an hour passed before the weeping finally began to subside. Shifting his gaze back to the clearing, Ulrich noticed that Esther had completely exhausted herself, falling unconscious right on top of the glass coffin. Hermione was slumped on her knees right beside her, drained. Aram, on the other hand, was standing perfectly still on the opposite side of the grave, staring down at her mother's face. She hadn't wailed loudly like Esther or openly wept like Hermione, but she had indeed cried. Faint, silent tear tracks had already dried against her pale cheeks. Seeing that their strength was spent, Ulrich slowly walked back toward the grave. "That should be enough," he said as he approached. "You may visit her grave whenever you want." "Why, you will bury her here? What will become of her body?" Hermione asked, scrambling up from the grass. "The preservation spell has been removed," he said. There was no need to elaborate further. "And no, I want to see her again," Hermione said. Ulrich gave her a cold stare. "She is dead," he reminded her bluntly. "But, Hermione," Aram's quiet voice cut through the air. Hermione quickly looked over at Aram, who was just giving her a stare. Hermione tightly clenched her fists and bit her lip hard to stop her trembling. Reluctantly, she gathered the sleeping Esther into her arms and began to walk away from the grave. With the younger girls retreating, Ulrich slowly raised his hand. The glass coffin lifted itself seamlessly from the earth, hovering briefly in the air before lowering perfectly into the freshly dug trench. With another slight motion of his hand, the pile of displaced soil beside the grave swept backward, filling the rectangular hole flawlessly beneath the roots of the blooming tree. Ulrich left a slight mound in the earth, a permanent marker of where she now rested. Aram stared down at the ground for a long moment before raising her gaze to the tree towering above it. She had no idea such a tree even existed. It was clearly the product of artificial nurturing, yet it was alive, a sprawling rose tree bursting with blossoms of every conceivable color. It was truly beautiful. Breaking her stillness, she began moving around the base of the trunk, jumping up repeatedly to pluck individual roses of different shades from the lower branches. Ulrich observed her movements in silence. He didn't mind merely watching her gather the blooms, until she suddenly grabbed a sturdy branch and began hastily climbing the tree to reach a vibrant purple rose near the top. He had seen enough. Reaching out his palm toward the trunk, he sent a concentrated, invisible shockwave rippling through the air. The blunt force hit the tree bark with a dull thud. Instantly, a shower of vivid petals and whole roses rained down from the canopy, scattering blossoms of every color across the green grass. Aram dropped lightly back down to the earth, immediately shooting a sharp glance at Ulrich while clutching a small bouquet of roses tightly in her hand. Recovering quickly, she moved around the grass, carefully picking out the remaining flowers she wanted from the fallen pile. With careful motions then, she began arranging the colorful blooms directly over her mother's fresh grave. When she was finally satisfied with the tribute, she knelt in front of the mound of earth, bowing her head in silence for a long moment before abruptly standing up. She shot one last glance at Ulrich, but the second she met his gaze, she broke into a sudden run, sprinting past him toward the estate. As she moved, the stolen kitchen knife strapped beneath her sleeve slipped loose, clattering loudly against the path. She skidded to a halt and turned back to retrieve it, but stopped dead as she looked up. Ulrich was standing right there, giving her the exact same deadpan, exhausting stare he always did. She glared at him for one final second before whirling around and sprinting away, abandoning the weapon in the dirt. There were plenty of spare knives waiting in the estate's kitchens. Anyway, Ulrich walked over and bent down to pick up the discarded blade. Straightening up, he cast a long glance back at the flower-covered grave. He had just buried the body of one of the most powerful witches in existence in plain sight, right in his family's backyard. Even though Anna Maria had lost most of her magical strength and grown weak before her death, her remains were still precious and highly sought after by those who knew her true identity. Only time would tell if making this gesture had been a terrible mistake. A full month had passed since the three sisters had first crossed the threshold of the Reubenhardt estate. They were now officially recognized as daughters of the House of Reubenhardt, carrying his prestigious name. Slowly but surely, the trio was growing acclimated to their entirely new reality. Until this sudden adoption, they had been mere commoners living deep in the forests within a coven or a village. Consequently, the opulent lifestyle of the nobility was completely foreign terrain. Was it comfortable? Definitely so. Yet, adjusting to it was mandatory. No matter how plush their new beds were, they were noble daughters now and were expected to act with the utmost grace. This was especially challenging given the nature of the head of the house. Ulrich was an exceptionally strict and demanding house head, who expected nothing short of perfection from his new wards. Whenever they committed even the slightest breach of etiquette, he would fix them with his trademark, deadpan stare, a chilling, almost loathing look that made the girls feel as though they had just murdered someone and had been caught trying to hide the corpse right in front of him. A very irritating face, was how Hermione frequently described it. Regardless of Ulrich's demanding presence, today was Hermione's most anticipated day. After a whole month of rigorously proving herself capable of reading and writing to a standard that satisfied the Count, though still not as flawless as he would have preferred, Ulrich had finally granted them permission to begin formal lessons in the arcane arts and spellcasting. Hermione had barely slept a wink the night before. Fueled by nervous energy, she had pestered Aram about her excitement until the early hours of the dawn, much to her sister's annoyance. As a result, Aram had hardly managed to rest. This likely explained why her expression currently looked as haggard, hardened, and dark as a veteran assassin contemplating a murder, or perhaps that was simply her usual demeanor. Aram stood rigidly on the sprawling back lawns of the Reubenhardt grounds, flanked by an excited Hermione and a yawning Esther. They were positioned quite a distance from the main manor itself. Ulrich had explicitly demanded this remote location. He did not trust the sisters just yet. He was particularly wary of Hermione, suspecting she might be tempted to overexert her newly learned magic and inadvertently cause an explosion. Considering they harbored the latent potential to become the most powerful witches of their era, Ulrich simply refused to take any unnecessary risks with his property. Standing before the expectant sisters was an elderly man possessing a magnificently long silver-gray beard. He was one of the elite tutors summoned exclusively at Ulrich's strict behest. His name was Brian Strelly, a grandmaster holding one of the highest ranks a mage could achieve. Hermione, who had voraciously read every tome she could find about prominent mages, knew exactly who he was and what his rank represented. This realization only amplified her swirling mix of profound nervousness and giddy excitement. Brian's calm, experienced eyes analyzed each of the girls in turn. He hummed thoughtfully, slowly stroking his long beard with one hand while keeping the other casually rested behind his back. This quiet contemplation would have been perfectly acceptable had he not been doing it for the past 3 minutes straight. 3 unbroken minutes of utter silence was a long time to be stared at. The old mage hummed once more, narrowing his eyes slightly as his gaze settled on Aram. In response, Aram merely shot him an icy, unblinking glare. She disliked the way he was inspecting her. It wasn't that his expression held any malice or disdain. Rather, he was offering her a look of thoughtful acknowledgement. However, relying on Aram's ingrained survival instincts, anyone who stared at her or her sisters for more than 5 seconds was immediately categorized as a potential enemy who might need to be eliminated. Entirely unaware of Aram's dark thoughts, and the razor-sharp knife she kept meticulously hidden up her sleeve, Brian finally shifted his gaze toward Hermione. Hermione shifted nervously under his intense gaze, though she forced herself to meet his gaze with a display of bravery. She was desperate to prove to the Grandmaster that she was strong, capable, and worthy of his teachings. Had any of the estate's staff witnessed the typically fiery Hermione acting so respectful and timid in front of a man, they would have been quite shocked. The Grandmaster's lips curved into a faint, amused smile before he shifted his attention to the youngest sister. Esther was caught entirely off guard, dead in the middle of a massive yawn when his gaze landed on her. Hastily slapping a hand over her mouth, she let out a muffled, undignified squeak, her cheeks instantly flaring crimson with embarrassment. She hadn't slept much either, thanks to Hermione's nocturnal rambling. "Esther, you cannot disrespect a grandmaster like that," Hermione said, instantly slipping into her scolding older sister persona. I'm so sorry," Esther stammered in panic. Inwardly, however, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at her sister's blatant hypocrisy. Hermione constantly disrespected Ulrich and the household staff behind closed doors. The only reason she refrained from mouthing off to Ulrich directly was her lingering, very real fear of being locked inside his terrifying crimson prison spell ever again. Brian merely chuckled warmly as he observed the girls. "It is quite all right. All 3 of you are still young after all," he said gently. Grandmaster, what exactly are we going to learn first?" Hermione asked timidly, though she vibrated with barely contained excitement. "Before we begin weaving any spells, we must first determine the nature of your mana cores," he explained, gesturing behind him. A middle-aged woman, his assistant, stepped forward from the shadows. She carried an immaculate white velvet cushion, upon which rested an object draped in a silk tissue. With emotion, she removed the cloth to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful, opalescent crystal. The sphere glinted with shifting, iridescent hues that seemed to change depending on the angle from which it was viewed. "What is that?" Esther breathed, her eyes sparkling as they reflected the mesmerizing object. "This is a Veritas sphere, more commonly known as a core reading sphere," Brian explained, his smile broadening. "With this wondrous artifact, we will be able to see exactly what kind of mana core each of you possesses." "What kind of core?" Esther echoed, tilting her head in confusion. "Indeed, most individuals blossom a core around the age of 10. Since all of you are 10 or older, your magical pathways should have already taken a definitive shape. Because you were born to a witch, it is highly likely you possess ordinary cores, but rest assured, that will be more than enough to learn basic spellcraft," he assured them warmly. He nodded to his assistant, who approached Aram first, holding out the cushion. "Place your hand upon it, young lady," Brian said. Without a second thought, Aram reached out and pressed her palm against the smooth glass. The sphere reacted instantly. With a sudden, echoing hum, a blinding radiance exploded outward, splitting into 4 distinct, brilliant beams of pure light which darkened however slightly at the end. Brian's hand froze mid-stroke on his beard. His lips parted in silent shock. Even his typically stoic assistant blinked, dumbfounded for a long moment. "Next!" Brian managed to whisper. The assistant quickly shuffled over to Esther. Hesitantly, the youngest sister placed her small hand on the crystal. "Eek!" She let out a startled squeal as a strange, tingling sensation rushed up her arm. An instant later, a dazzling torrent of golden white light erupted from the sphere, this time shooting out into 6 magnificent, blinding beams. Esther blinked away the spots in her vision and looked up timidly. Brian's eyes had snapped wide open in disbelief, his jaw open. Recovering her wits, the speechless assistant moved toward Hermione, looking at the middle sister with an obsessed curiosity. Hermione, thrilled, immediately slapped her palm onto the sphere, eager to see her own result. Crack! The Veritas sphere fractured instantly. It shattered with a sharp noise, unleashing a devastatingly powerful, blinding radiance. 12 magnificent beams of pure magic exploded outward, forming a perfect, dazzling star shape that illuminated the entire yard of different colors. That hurts," Hermione muttered, wincing and rubbing her sore eyes. Blinking the residual light from her vision, she looked up at the Grandmaster with a bright, expectant grin. "Well, then what does it mean?" she asked excitedly. Brian Strelly, a Grandmaster mage who had seen decades of arcane wonders, simply stood there, speechless. His jaw hung open in shock and disbelief. All 3 of the sisters possessed prismatic-shaped cores. A mana core blossomed inside almost everyone around the tender age of 10. However, not every mana core blossomed in the same way. The vast majority of the population, upwards of 95%, though some scholars argued the percentage was even higher, developed an ordinary mana core which took on a standard spherical shape. This left a rare 5% or perhaps even less who awakened a prismatic-shaped core. A prismatic core was any core that deviated from the ordinary sphere. It could manifest as a triangle, a lozenge, a perfect cube, or any other geometric variation. The standard spherical mana core allowed for an ordinary, reliable control and weaving of mana. It was perfectly functional. However, extensive study had proven that prismatic-shaped cores enabled a vastly superior magical output and much tighter control over spell weaving. They were typically larger, possessed a greater capacity, and, most importantly, allowed the mana within to spin at a highly accelerated rate. This translated directly to faster spellcasting. While casting a spell rarely took much time to begin with, at the very least depending the person's experience, the innate capability of a prismatic core to spin mana fractions of a second faster could easily mean the difference between life and death on a battlefield. It was rare for anyone to awaken a prismatic shape. Yet, based on the reaction of the Veritas sphere, the Grandmaster immediately realized that all 3 of the sisters standing before him possessed exactly that. Having overseen this exact process countless times throughout his long life, Brian knew what he was looking at. While this Veritas sphere he brought was not an precise diagnostic tool, the Grandmaster's keen, experienced eyes did not lie. Of course, his shock was not simply because he had never encountered a prismatic-shaped core before. He had met many such prodigies over the decades. No, his disbelief stemmed from a much more complicated biological reality. All 3 of these sisters had been born to a witch. Consequently, they possessed innate witch channels running through their bodies, existing entirely separate from the standard channels required to flow and spin mana from a core. Historically, it was widely accepted that these 2 distinct systems could hardly coexist within a single body. It had long been proven that the mana cores within a witch's body tended to be stunted, significantly smaller and weaker than those of ordinary humans. This was simply because a witch's physiology was inherently incompatible with manipulating magic through a traditional mana core. For a witch, a mana core was not a tool, it was a hindrance. This was exactly why witches, despite possessing cores, almost exclusively relied on their innate veins to craft spells. Tapping into a mana core was slow, cumbersome, and inefficient for them. It went against their very nature. When Brian had first agreed to travel to the Rubenhard estate, he knew he would be attempting to teach standard magic to 3 young witches. Because of this, he hadn't thought it necessary to conduct a thorough, intense examination of their cores. He had assumed Ulrich merely wanted him to teach them the basics, simple, easy spells that their incompatible bodies could manage without too much strain. He had initially found Ulrich's request rather odd. Why force witches to learn standard magic? But upon reflection, he assumed Ulrich simply wanted the girls to refrain from channeling magic through their witch veins. A logical precaution given they currently resided in a kingdom that loathed and hunted witches. Brian had privately thought Ulrich should have considered the political ramifications twice before so blatantly adopting the girls, ultimately writing the decision off as a rare moment of guilt or regret over what the Count had done to their village. But looking at the shattered Veritas sphere, Brian finally understood. He didn't know how, but Ulrich must have somehow sensed the terrifying talent lying dormant within these girls. Setting aside the presence of the prismatic cores, the reaction each of the girls had provoked from the Veritas sphere was unique, something Brian had never witnessed in all his years of study. Aram's light had fractured into 4 distinct beams, the brilliant radiance darkening at the very ends into an eerie shade of black. Esther's light had shattered into 8 beams, burning with the purest, most unblemished shades of white and gold he had ever seen. And finally there was Hermione. When Brian's wide-eyed gaze landed on the puzzled middle sister, his throat worked around a swallow. He had counted 12 individual beams. The light had shattered into a perfect starburst of a rainbow. No, it possessed even more colors than a natural rainbow. Her spectrum of affinity was terrifying to say the least. He had never seen a reaction of that magnitude in his entire life. Based on this brief glimpse alone, he could confidently deduce that all 3 sisters possessed the potential to become grandmasters of magic, easily standing as his equals. No, that wasn't accurate perhaps. It was far more terrifying than that. The intensity of the sphere's reaction suggested their ceiling was higher, especially Hermione. Given proper instruction, she had the very real potential to reach the title of Archmage, placing her among the pinnacle of magic. Perhaps she could even ascend to the legendary rank of Grand Archmage. No. Brian gave his head a sharp shake to clear the dizzying thoughts. He needed to conduct another examination immediately, and this time he required far superior tools. He was holding 3 unpolished diamonds in his hands, or rather Ulrich was. "Please excuse me, I need to speak with the Count for a moment," Brian said, hastily clearing his throat before turning on his heel and marching off toward the estate. What? Hermione gasped, her face instantly falling into an expression of disappointment. "Maybe we did something bad?" Esther asked nervously, wringing her hands together. "Hermione did shatter the sphere, after all," Aram pointed out dryly, crossing her arms over her chest. I didn't do it on purpose," Hermione protested, her cheeks blazing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the assistant mage who had been left behind stood awkwardly in front of the 3 girls. She might not have possessed the same depth of assessment as Grandmaster Brian, but she had definitely recognized that these 3 were anything but ordinary. She found herself wondering how on earth witches could possess prismatic cores in the first place. Based on everything she knew of magical biology, it made no sense. It was completely unheard of. The main reason why witch mana cores were so naturally stunted was that the witch's tree required too much physical and spiritual space within the body. The witch's branches and veins, the biological equivalents of a human's mana channels, took up an immense amount of room and worked on an entirely different physiological logic. Comparing a standard mana core to a witch's tree was like comparing a small stone to a massive upside-down oak. The scale and structure were not remotely the same. It was beyond confusing. It was biologically shocking. Simply having an ordinary, stunted mana core coexisting alongside a witch's tree was known to be a painful burden, though the resilient biology of witches somehow made it survivable. But a prismatic-shaped core boasting cleaner, significantly larger channels, crammed into the same body as a fully developed witch's tree? Was it even physically possible to survive such a thing? That morning, Ulrich sat in the quiet solitude of his study. His blood-red eyes locked onto a missive he had just received from the capital. He had already broken the wax, leaving the royal seal fractured upon his desk. The letter lay open before him. He read the contents carefully, analyzing every word. It was a formal writ of summons, explicitly ordering him to present himself at the capital. From Ulrich's perspective, it was a displeasing piece of parchment. The missive was irritatingly vague. It offered no explanation for his sudden summoning. Yet, because it bore the king's seal, compliance was not optional. In the grand scheme of things, the lack of detail didn't change the fact that he had to go, but knowing the exact reason would have helped him determine just how urgent the matter truly was. There was always the slight possibility that explicit reasons were intentionally omitted for security purposes. However, given how well Ulrich understood the politics of the capital, and exactly how the king worked, he highly doubted it. Just as he was mulling over the political implications, a sudden, crisp knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. "My lord, Lord Strelly urgently wishes to speak with you." Fabian's composed voice rang out from the corridor. With a casual flick of his fingers, Ulrich neatly folded the royal letter. "Let him in," he said, putting aside the letter. The door swung open, and Grandmaster Brian Strelly stepped into the expansive office. Fabian silently closed the door behind him, leaving the two men alone. When the gentle thud of the latch engaging echoed through the room, Brian spoke. "Pardon my sudden intrusion and my urgent request to speak with you, Count Reubenhart." The old mage began respectfully. "Have they posed any issues?" Ulrich asked directly, cutting straight to the point. It was the very first question that sprang to his mind, and the most logical reason he could imagine for Brian to abandon a lesson so quickly. Perhaps Aram had threatened him with that hidden knife of hers, or Hermione had launched into an impassioned string of insults. Could easily have been either. But Brian merely shook his head, his expression unusually grave. "No, my lord. Actually, I have just instructed the young ladies to undergo a core reading. It was not a comprehensive examination, but what I witnessed was more than enough to prompt some rather shocking conjectures," he explained, holding Ulrich's gaze with serious intent. Ulrich stared at him in silence for a long moment, his face still unreadable. "What kind of conjectures, my lord?" he finally asked. "They all possess prismatic-shaped cores," Brian said, watching closely for the Count's reaction. But Ulrich didn't so much as blink. He showed no surprise. "As I suspected, my lord. You did not adopt these three young witches for no reason." Brian sighed, not knowing what to make of the man sitting across from him. He couldn't help but wonder. Attacking the hidden village, slaughtering them, and taking these three phenomenally gifted girls. Had that been part of Ulrich's grand design from the very beginning? Had he intentionally orphaned them simply to force these poor, powerful children to become entirely dependent on him? If that were true, Ulrich was a truly terrifying and ruthless man. Even knowing that the Count's own mother had been murdered by a witch, and that he naturally harbored a deep-seated hatred for their kind, doing such a thing to three innocent young girls was horrifyingly cruel. In truth, Brian was severely misunderstanding the situation. Ulrich had no real choice but to act on it once their hidden village had been discovered by outside forces. Perhaps from an outsider's perspective, his actions seemed like a malicious strike. But Ulrich's initial plan had been to bring all three girls, along with their mother, safely back to his estate. He had never harbored any intention of making the sisters orphans. Anna Maria's death had been an unexpected complication. In the quiet of his own mind, Ulrich still regretted neglecting that crucial variable. If Anna Maria were still alive, managing and communicating with her three daughters would have been much easier. "Is their nature a bother to you?" Ulrich asked abruptly, cutting through the silence. The old Grandmaster merely chuckled at the question and shook his head, a smile spreading on his lips. "Not at all. Rather, it has been a very long time since I felt such a bubbling, youthful excitement. I only wish to teach these talented girls," Brian said. "Despite the fact that they are witches," Ulrich pointed out. I do not harbor the typical Skargardian hatred for their kind. Moreover, they are merely children. Only a madman would show such innocent girls genuine hatred, Brian said softly and meaningfully. Ulrich did not offer a reply. Whether the old mage was attempting to send a hidden, pointed message about Ulrich's own well-known prejudices, Ulrich simply could not bring himself to care. It was a cold, indisputable fact that he hated witches, but he did not hate these girls. They had done nothing wrong. They hadn't even fully matured into their witch heritage yet. That was exactly why he was so determined to have them progress in a standard, acceptable version of magic. They need to learn proper magic and utilize their cores. They cannot rely on their innate veins, Ulrich said, his voice deadly serious. Obviously, Ulrich harbored no underlying intentions of intentionally hindering their great potential. But for the time being, for their own survival, he needed them to be able to wield mana exactly like any ordinary person in Skargardia. They needed to mingle within the kingdom's culture. Now that they were officially part of his house, and citizens of a nation that actively hunted and loathed witches, blending in was their only shield. You may count on me, my lord. I will gladly teach them and nurture their extraordinary talents, Brian assured him, bowing his head slightly before turning to leave. But just as his hand brushed knob, Ulrich spoke again. Not a single word to anyone about their cores, he said coldly. He wanted that knowledge hidden until they came to age and were capable of defending themselves. Brian paused, glancing back over his shoulder in mild surprise. Was this strict demand born from a selfish fear of what political rivals might try to use against his house? Or did it stem from a place of maybe protective concern for the girl's safety? It could easily be a complicated mixture of both. As expected, even a hardened, perceptive veteran like Brian found it nearly impossible to accurately read someone like Ulrich. He was clearly not an ordinary man. As he pondered this, a strange, prickling sensation suddenly washed over the old mage. Furrowing his brow in quiet confusion, Brian instinctively lowered his gaze, his eyes drawn directly toward Ulrich's chest. You may leave. Ulrich dismissed him sharply, catching the direction of the mage's stare. Brian gave a final, stiff nod, choosing not to press the issue as he stepped out into the hallway to return to his new students. He hadn't lied to the Count. Regardless of the political danger or Ulrich's hidden motives, he was truly thrilled to teach the girls and witness their miraculous with his own two eyes. Exiting the Count's office, Grandmaster Brian immediately encountered Fabian waiting in the hallway. Grandmaster, Fabian greeted, offering a respectful bow. You have been working in this estate since before the Count's birth, have you not? Brian asked, his tone contemplative. Indeed I have, Lord Magister. The old butler nodded, falling into step as he followed Brian down the corridor. Then tell me, what are your personal thoughts regarding your lord's sudden adoption of these three young girls? Brian asked, curious to hear the perspective of someone so close to Ulrich. The Count harbors no ill intentions toward them, Fabian replied immediately, without a trace of hesitation. How can you be so certain? You were present when the previous countess had died because of a witch. I highly doubt such a trauma is easily erased from a son's mind. They may be young, innocent children, but regardless, he brought witches into the very home where he lost his mother. Do you not find that suspicious? Lord Magister, the Count indeed always has, and I assume still does harbor a certain negative view for witches. But he would never direct that hatred toward these young girls. Fabian insisted gently. He did, however, lead the attack that reduced an entire village of their kind to ash. Brian pointed out, thoughtfully stroking his long beard. That assault was carried out strictly per His Majesty's explicit orders, Fabian replied defensively. But would the Count have ignored the village's existence had he discovered it himself, without the king's mandate? Brian asked. Fabian fell silent, not knowing how to answer that difficult question. Ulrich was certainly no saint, that much was true. But at the very least, concerning those three sisters, based entirely on what the butler had observed, he only wishes to see them grow. Perhaps the Count has some grand design in his mind, but until now, he has offered the young ladies nothing but a safe roof, warm food, and the best of education. The Count has not hurt them. He formally adopted them, despite being a high-ranking noble of Skargardia and despite the potential political consequences. Would a man with malicious intentions truly go so far as to put his own territory and public image in such extreme danger just to use them? Fabian asked softly. For someone like Ulrich, who typically cared a great deal about his reputation, doing something so reckless was shocking to Fabian. But at the same time, the butler understood it was definitively a calculated method to protect these girls. If he only wanted to use them as disposable tools, why go to such extreme lengths to ensure they were legally protected from the harsh laws and prejudices of his own kingdom? Hearing the butler's impassioned words, the old grandmaster merely offered a few more slow strokes to his beard. "You are a very faithful servant," he said with a soft smile. Fabian simply smiled in return. "Please help the young ladies," he requested finally. "I fully intend to." "Those 3 girls are small diamonds," Brian said. Glancing out a nearby hallway window, he could see them standing out in the yard from afar. They were currently idle, or, rather, not so idle. Esther was on her hands and knees picking up the broken fragments of the shattered Veritas sphere, while Hermione tugged at her arm, telling her not to worry about it lest she cut herself. Meanwhile, Aram was simply standing perfectly still, shooting a cold, murderous stare at Brian's poor, terrified assistant, who was waiting there with a highly strained smile. Realizing he needed to intervene before blood was drawn, the Grandmaster hurriedly left the estate and headed back out toward the lawns. "I am telling you to stop doing this. The maids are here to do these things for us, Esther," Hermione scolded, yanking on her younger sister's arm. But someone walking might accidentally hurt himself," Esther protested weakly. "We are nobles now, do you understand?" Hermione gave her a dead serious look. "Ulrich will be annoying us to see you crawling on the grass like a commoner." "Ah!" At the mere utter of the Count's name, Esther sprang to her feet immediately, brushing off her dress. "You are right." Hermione gave Esther a very hard stare. As expected, Ulrich's name worked like magic on her. "Excuse me for my delay, I needed to be absent for a brief moment," the Grandmaster said as he finally arrived back at the scene. "Grandmaster!" Hermione beamed, her demeanor instantly shifting into a bright, eager smile. "You went to speak with Ulrich. What exactly did you discuss?" Aram asked immediately, shooting him a cold, suspicious glare, completely opposite to Hermione's welcoming gaze. Brian's warm smile faltered slightly under Aram's black, intense eyes. "Aram, the Grandmaster is here to teach us magic. We must show him proper respect," Hermione scolded, trying to maintain her newly adopted noble etiquette. Aram merely flicked an unimpressed, dismissive glance toward Hermione before snapping her chilling gaze directly back to Brian. "I want to learn magic capable of shattering barriers," she asked, "and spells to put people to sleep instantly. Also, magic that kills a man in a single strike." The Grandmaster chuckled nervously, doing his best to maintain his warm, grandfatherly smile despite the lethality of the young girl's requests. "Well, for now we will focus on the basics," Brian deflected smoothly, clearing his throat. "We will learn how to properly control and spin mana, allowing it to flow safely through your standard magical channels, so that you do not have to rely on your innate witch veins." "Why?" Aram asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "We are witches. Why should we ignore our own nature?" "Because the people here really don't like witches, elder sister," Esther chimed in with flawless, childish logic, peeking her head out from behind Hermione's shoulder to look up at Aram. "Quite correct, little lady," Brian praised, his strained smile instantly softening. "And what might your name be?" "Esther," she replied, a shy smile finally appearing on her face. Her posture relaxed considerably. This grandfatherly old man felt far less tense and intimidating than the strict, looming presence of Ulrich. "I am Hermione, and she is Aram," Hermione quickly added, stepping forward to eagerly reclaim the tutor's attention with a bright beam. "It is a pleasure to formally meet all of you. We have seen each other already before, but allow me to properly introduce myself once more. I am Brian Strelly, a Grandmaster of the Magical Arts. However, During our lessons, you may call me however you wish, he said, stroking his beard with a gentle smile. Grandmaster, Hermione called right after enthusiastically. Grandpa? Esther asked timidly. Brian, Aram said. Brian's smile twitched with amusement. In less than a minute, he had already perfectly deduced which sister was going to be a joy to teach, which one needed gentle encouragement, and which one was going to make his remaining years exceedingly difficult. In the grand dining hall of the Reubenhardt estate, Aram, Hermione, and Esther sat around the long table, waiting for the maids to bring out their dinner. Hermione sat on one side with Aram, while Esther sat across from them. Esther let out a small, exhausted sigh as she slouched slightly over the table. I am tired and hungry, she complained. All of that because of Linnea's classes, Hermione grumbled, crossing her arms. We already know how to read and write, so why do we need to read even more and understand all those extra things? I like what we do with Linnea though, big sister, Esther said softly. To begin with, she liked Linnea very much. She was kind, attentive to all their demands, and always answered every question Esther asked. But beyond that, Esther genuinely enjoyed reading and learning. That's useless, Aram scoffed. It's important, elder sister. We have to know how to speak properly, and we have to be knowledgeable in every domain of literacy. Poetry and speech are arts that must be learned too, Esther said, her eyes bright with unexpected excitement. What are you going to do by learning poetry? Hermione snorted. Write embarrassing poems to Ulrich like Linnea? She added, throwing a jab at their tutor, who, thankfully for herself, had already eaten and retired to her room. I wouldn't write poems to Lord Ulrich, Esther replied with a small sulk. You had better not. And poems are useless anyway. We learn far more useful things from the Grandmaster, Hermione declared. That was useless too, Aram said. Esther quickly stifled a giggle. What? We are learning magic, Aram, Hermione exclaimed. We didn't learn anything today. He only talked about useless things, Aram replied without the slightest hesitation. Obviously, Aram had wanted to immediately learn proper spells, good spells, practical ones, the kind she could train with and perhaps one day even use on Ulrich. Instead, Brian had spent the whole lesson lecturing them about the dangers of magic, how it had to be handled carefully, when it should be used, and the responsibility that came with it. It had been long, tiring, and painfully dull for someone like Aram, who could not care less about the dangers of magic. As far as she was concerned, she was the danger. That's because magic is dangerous, sister, Hermione said seriously, puffing out her chest as though she were repeating some great wisdom. The Grandmaster is worried about us. So of course he wants us to know all of that before we start practicing. We should just learn witchcraft. Why didn't he simply call a witch to teach us? Aram asked. For what? Mother didn't take us away from the coven just for us to involve ourselves with it again, Hermione said, crossing her arms more tightly. Not every witch belongs to a coven, Aram replied. Fine, but do you really expect Ulrich to have contacts with witches and bring one here to tutor us? Hermione shot back. Besides, we are not supposed to be witches, elder sister, Esther added softly. Everybody hates us here. That is why Lord Ulrich brought that Grandmaster, so we can learn magic like everyone else. Aram said nothing to that, but the displeasure on her face was obvious. Though she understood the need to blend in with the nobles and all the rest, more than anything she wanted to grow stronger. She wanted revenge against this kingdom, against the prince who had led the attack, and against the king who had ordered it. Of course, Ulrich had also taken part in that attack. Aram still had murderous thoughts about him sometimes, considering him one of the reasons their village had been destroyed and their mother had died. But each time those thoughts surfaced, she would also remember clearly that Ulrich had tried to save them, including their mother. And in the end, he had saved the sisters from the crown prince by adopting them. Monica had told her the truth of it. The attack had been orchestrated by the king, and it was he who had ordered Ulrich to destroy the village with the assistance of his son, Crown Prince Albert. That fact did not erase Aram's hatred. but it made things more complicated. She was simply unable to put Ulrich in the same category as the hateful crown prince or the king, no matter how hard she tried to hate him enough to kill him one day. In that regard, her younger sisters were even worse. Though Hermione acted the most blatantly hostile whenever Ulrich appeared, Aram knew her well enough to recognize that this was merely a defense mechanism. Hermione didn't want to trust him, didn't want to let her guard down, and purposefully refused to go easy on him. She was naturally wary, but she also knew that once she did let her guard down and actually trusted someone, she would have a very hard time staying neutral and uninfluenced. That was why she was so impolite and disobliging toward almost everyone else. As for Grandmaster Brian, Hermione's hostility had completely melted. Her pre-existing interest for magic had simply transferred into a starry-eyed admiration for the Grandmaster himself. In her own stubborn way, Hermione was still naive. Then there was Esther, the most naive and innocent of them all. Though she was scared of Ulrich, she simultaneously felt a deep gratitude toward him for saving them and keeping the three sisters together. While Aram and Hermione were focused on the trauma of what had happened to their village, to their mother, Esther was focused on what Ulrich had done afterward. They all understood the importance of the protection, food, and shelter he provided, but Esther placed far more emotional weight on it. Consequently, she felt far more inclined to respect and trust Ulrich. Obviously, Aram would have preferred her sisters not to trust anyone except themselves. But since that was hardly possible, she simply had to play her role as the protective older sister and watch over them. To do that, she had to become strong and quickly. From Aram's perspective, witchcraft was far superior to ordinary magic for this purpose. Witchcraft was inherently more destructive, and given their biology, it was far more natural for them to use. But, as expected, Ulrich was never going to allow them to train in witchcraft. His own mother had died from a witch's curse, after all. Remembering that dark fact, Aram's expression hardened slightly. It was difficult to parse exactly how she felt about that piece of information. If anything, she was certain that this fact alone made her even more wary of him. She currently felt like hating every single person in Scargardia because of what had been done to her own mother. Therefore, she constantly wondered how Ulrich must truly feel toward witches. And yet, despite that hatred, he had chosen to adopt them. No matter how many times she turned it over in her mind, it was simply too suspicious. But at the same time, over the course of the last month, he had done nothing to harm them. He barely even stayed in the same room with them longer than strictly necessary, all while providing them with food, shelter, lavish clothes, and everything else a commoner could ever dream of. They were being treated exactly like the true daughters of a count. While Aram was lost in her dark, complicated thoughts, the plates finally arrived. The maids worked silently, having finally grown accustomed to serving three young witches. Truthfully, while some of the staff still harbored lingering fear and perhaps some unjustified hatred, it was becoming difficult to hate the girls completely, especially Esther. "It smells amazing," Esther sighed, almost drooling as the rich scent of the food filled the air. "After all our hard effort today, we deserve this," Hermione said with a haughty little smirk. Esther nodded enthusiastically before glancing over at Monica, who was standing nearby, quietly watching over them. Even though Monica was Ulrich's personal maid, he frequently sent her to manage the girls, likely because she was the closest to the three sisters and held no prejudices against them. And perhaps she was also there because her presence made the other maids far less inclined to let slip any dangerous, prejudiced remarks that could result in either Aram or Hermione snapping. "Monica, why doesn't Lord Ulrich ever eat with us?" Esther asked innocently. Hermione's expression immediately soured into profound displeasure. "Why would you want Ulrich to eat with us, Esther? Aren't you happy just eating with your sisters?" she asked. Aram also shot the youngest sister a sharp, questioning stare. I am happy. I was just curious," Esther stuttered, shrinking back slightly. "Well, I will tell you exactly why. It's because he hates us, that's why," Hermione replied, offering a dismissive shrug. "He barely stays in the same room as us for more than a single minute, and every time he looks at us, he gives us that 'you miserable witch' gaze," she said, pitched her voice down into a cold, deep tone, perfectly imitating the Ulrich's intimidating demeanor. Every maid in the room was dumbfounded by the display, though they all strictly maintained their silence. It was far from the first time, and certainly not the last time, that the girls would speak behind Ulrich's back. Well, perhaps now that they were officially daughters of the house, they cared a little less about hiding their disdain, though Hermione clearly made a point to refrain from speaking like that directly in front of Ulrich. She still harbored very bad memories of the last time she had tried that. Is that really so? Esther mumbled, feeling immediately dejected at the thought that Ulrich might hate them. The Count does not hate you, Monica sighed gently, having overheard the entire exchange. My lord, in fact, considers all three of you to be very precious, she added, offering the dejected girl a soft, reassuring smile. Aram and Hermione didn't buy it for a single second, but Esther believed it immediately, a bright, hopeful smile returning to her face. Morning broke, bringing with it a subtle shift in the manor's routine. Today, the remaining tutors were finally scheduled to commence their instruction. First on the itinerary was Alana Etten, a woman tasked with molding the three girls into proper noble ladies, teaching them the unspoken rules of high society. Before facing her, however, Aram, Hermione, and Esther had to endure their daily preparations. Though the sisters had stubbornly chosen to sleep in the exact same room for the past month, sharing a single morning bath would take far too long. To save time, they reluctantly separated, retreating to the individual, lavish chambers originally assigned to them. Inside each room, maids waited to draw steaming water, lay out fine soaps, and attend to their needs, giving the girls as much time as they required to wash. Once they were clean and wrapped in fresh towels, the true ordeal of the morning began. Aram sat rigidly at her vanity. She despised having strangers hover over her. She simply did not trust these unfamiliar servants and hated the vulnerability of being tended to. Yet, when it came to lacing her heavy garments and styling her hair, she forced herself to sit quietly, offering a stiff, reluctant obedience. Hermione shared this quiet rebellion, submitting to the maid's hands only out of necessity, her teeth clenched the entire time. Esther, conversely, found a quiet comfort in the routine. As the maids gently worked a brush through her damp hair, the soft, repetitive motion pulled at her heartstrings. It brought back warm, fleeting memories of their mother, who used to brush her hair with that same affection as even the maids found it hard to hate on the sweet Esther. Soon they had to select their attire. Thanks to Ulrich's meticulous planning, their closets were overflowing. He had taken their measurements upon arrival and commissioned a staggering array of tailored gowns, each piece crafted from fine materials suited and expected for the daughters of a countess. The volume of their wardrobes was overwhelming. The silk, velvet, and lace were all a daily reminder of the luxury they now lived in, a huge leap from the lives they had known before. The dressing process was highly methodical. Corsets were pulled snug, and bodices were smoothed and fastened perfectly around their waists. While one servant expertly braided and pinned their hair, another applied light creams to their skin. In total, it took well over an hour for the girls to be deemed presentable for the day. Spending an entire hour almost two surrounded by strangers, isolated from one another, still felt weird and wrong to the sisters. Over the past month, they had slowly built a tolerance to the daily separation, but they still hated it. Whenever they were forced apart, a creeping, breathless anxiety would gnaw at them. Aram suffered the most from this. The mere thought of not knowing her sister's exact whereabouts could spark a sudden panic in her chest. Because of this unspoken fear, whoever finished dressing first would immediately hurry into the hallway to wait for the others. They simply refused to walk the manor alone. This time, Hermione was the first to emerge. She stood waiting by the grand staircase, leaning back against the banister with her arms crossed. She wore a rich red gown that framed her sharp posture, her hair pinned back into a regal style as she watched the hallway doors, waiting for her sisters to appear. Aram emerged a moment later, draped in a black gown. Seeing this, Hermione's face instantly scrunched into a faint grimace. "Sister, do you always have to wear such a dark, eerie color?" she asked. Aram glanced down at her skirts. Despite a wardrobe bursting with vibrant hues, she almost exclusively reached for the darkest fabrics available. "I like black," Aram replied simply. "And you always wear red." "Because red is better," Hermione retorted. "Blue is the best," Esther interrupted from behind, stepping out into the hall in a bright, azure gown accompanied by a light giggle. "Well, we can wear whatever we please anyway," Hermione said, turning to her younger sister with a smile. Secretly, Hermione loved her new wardrobe. The perfectly smooth silk slipped comfortably against her skin, possessing a beautiful craftsmanship she could appreciate with a single touch. As Hermione led the way down the grand staircase, Aram and Esther followed closely behind. "Today we finally meet our new teachers," Esther said, her voice bubbling with excitement. "We are just learning useless things again," Aram said dryly. "It is not useless, eldest sister. We have to learn proper etiquette and the history of Scargardia if we want to acclimatize ourselves here," Esther replied. "We do not need to acclimatize because we are leaving in a couple of years," Aram pointed out. "A couple of years, Aram, not a couple of days," Hermione sighed. "I also hate learning about this kingdom's culture, but we are stuck with it. If we refuse, Ulrich will just annoy us endlessly." "It is Lord Ulrich, big sister," Esther corrected promptly. Hermione shot her a sharp stare. "Esther, I do not like this newfound respect you have for him at all." "It is not newfound," Esther defended. "Look at us, Hermione. These beautiful gowns were bought by Lord Ulrich, you know." Hermione shifted awkwardly, suddenly very aware of the fine silk brushing her ankles. That's..." she stammered, unable to form a solid counterargument. "Speak of the devil." Just as the sisters reached the ground floor, they spotted Ulrich standing in the foyer, locked in conversation with Fabian. Ulrich was fully dressed in riding clothes, clearly preparing to depart for the capital. He wanted to get the king's mandatory summoning over with as swiftly as possible. Adopting the 3 daughters of a witch was a highly controversial move. To mitigate the political fallout, he needed to display goodwill toward the crown and avoid appearing overly arrogant. No matter how much he internally despised the incompetent king of Scargardia, keeping up appearances was vital. Fabian nodded promptly, absorbing his master's instructions. Under normal circumstances, either Fabian or Monica would have accompanied Ulrich on such a trip. However, given his precarious political situation and the unpredictable nature of the 3 sisters, Ulrich chose to leave his most trusted staff behind to manage the 3 sisters in his absence. "Have a safe journey, my lord," Fabian said, bowing respectfully just as Ulrich turned toward the grand doors. "Have a safe departure, Lord Count," Linnea added, standing attentively at the bottom of the steps. Ulrich offered her a curt, silent nod. "A safe departure, my lord," Monica said as well. She waited nearby, holding Ulrich's neatly folded crimson coat in her hands. Ulrich took the tailored garment and slipped it over his shoulders. He adjusted the high collar and tugged sharply at his sleeves a few times to smooth the cuffs. As he finished settling the coat, his gaze drifted upward, landing on the 3 sisters frozen in an awkward, colorful row upon the stairs. Caught in his sudden attention, the girls stiffened. "Humph!" Hermione broke the silence with a scoff. She turned on her heel, her red gown swishing sharply, and marched off down the upper corridor without a second glance. Aram lingered a moment longer. She leveled a long, completely unreadable stare at the Count before turning silently to follow Hermione's path. That left only Esther. She stood rooted to the spot, timidly clutching the silk skirts of her blue gown. Her mouth parted slightly, as if she wanted to offer him a polite farewell of her own, but meeting the piercing of his red eyes instantly drained her courage. Yielding to her nerves, she spun around and quickly scurried out of sight. Monica chuckled softly at the display, an amused, quiet sound that was subtly echoed by Fabian and Linnea. Ulrich did not react to their amusement or the girls' hasty retreat. He simply faced forward and stepped out of the manor, descending the sweeping front steps toward the iron gates where his carriage sat waiting. The journey to the capital loomed ahead, bringing with it the exhausting reality of facing a court full of irritating nobles. Putting the glaring incompetence of the king aside, Ulrich harbored a much deeper wariness for the queen who was the real sovereign. In truth, he suspected her hands were the ones pulling the strings behind this sudden royal summons. Regardless of who had actually signed the decree, Ulrich knew exactly what he was riding into. He was prepared to endure a barrage of thinly veiled insults regarding his controversial decision to adopt 3 witches. Meanwhile, just beyond the perimeter of the estate, a solitary figure lingered in the shadows of the tree line. A woman stood perfectly still, her slender form entirely obscured by a traveling cape, its deep hood pulled low to cast her face in darkness. She was a witch. From her concealed vantage point, she watched intently as Ulrich's carriage rolled past the gates and disappeared down the winding road. As the clatter of the wheels faded into the morning air, a small smile curled her lips, and she turned to melt quietly away. Witches had existed in the world for thousands of years. While few truly understood the depths of their history, the earliest records traced their lineage back long before the demon race invasion 1500 years ago. In those times, magic was considered a domain belonging strictly to deities, and by extension, witches themselves were mostly as such. Back then, mana cores did not exist. Instead, these earliest witches manipulated magic through their veins without even any hindering mana cores, treating the flow of power as an intrinsic art form. For this, they were worshipped, standing in contrast to how they were perceived in the present era. Centuries had passed, forcing much to change, yet the core principles and traditions governing a witch's way of life remained unbroken. Above all, they lived in covens, secluded circles where groups of witches resided, learned, and survived together. They would seek out remote, defensible locations, building their homes far from the prying eyes of the ordinary world. Within these hidden sanctuaries, elder witches passed down their knowledge to the next generation. It was also within these secretive borders that the blooded sons were born. These men, the male descendants of witches, were different from their mothers and sisters. They lacked the veins that defined a true witch, possessing instead a distinct magical core. Because the covens were strictly matriarchal, men were never treated with the same standing as women. However, as blooded sons, they bore an essential duty. They served as the sworn guardians and protectors of the witches. As such, they were also requested. Moreover, they played a vital role in perpetuating the coven's lineage. A traditional coven worked under a strong hierarchy to ensure its survival against outside threats, a system that had successfully shielded them for thousands of years. At the top ruled the matriarch. Below her sat a ruling council of elder mothers, who in turn guided the daughters. Respect for this structure was given and demanded. The Crimson Garden was one such coven. It held a famous reputation among witches as one of the original covens, tracing its precise origins back exactly 3,000 years when the triple-headed goddess blessed them. To ensure its survival, an original coven of this magnitude did not exist in just one location. Instead, it fractured into several secondary branches spread across the lands. This splintering prevented their enemies from wiping them out in a single attack and perfectly concealed the main sanctuary where the matriarch secretly resided. It was through one of these secondary branches, hidden within a dense forest south of Skargardia, that Lucida now walked. High above, the forest canopy wove together in a dense ceiling, splitting the gloomy woods into several branching paths. Around her, witches went about their daily tasks, their long gowns sweeping over the forest floor. Torches clung directly to the thick trunks of the trees, casting a warm glow along the pathways without ever burning the bark. Here and there, the blooded sons stood watch. Clad in light leather armor that contrasted with the elegant dresses of the women, they kept their hands resting casually on the weapons hanging at their waists. It was rare to see them lingering so close to the very center of the camp, yet they maintained a quiet, watchful presence. Lucida moved past the guards and wandering witches, following the main path until she reached a massive tent-like structure ahead. Reaching up, she lowered her dark hood and stepped inside. The interior was large and circular, the walls lined with towering wooden shelves. Jars of strange ingredients, bundled herbs, and countless other supplies hung from the woodwork, crowding the space alongside rows upon rows of books. Standing perfectly still at the center of the room, positioned behind a wide wooden desk, was a beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her long, pitch-black hair tied strictly back to expose sharp features and piercing deep red eyes. It was Agatha, one of the elder mothers of the Crimson Garden Coven. "Mother," Lucida greeted, immediately lowering herself onto one knee in a respectful bow. "What is it, Lucida?" Agatha asked, her attention fixed on a small, tightly rolled message in her hands. After scanning the brief contents, Agatha simply closed her fist. A sudden, bright lick of flame flared in her palm, reducing the letter to ash in an instant. "It concerns the daughters of Anna Maria. They are currently residing inside the Rubenhart estate," Lucida reported, keeping her head bowed. "Have you seen them?" "Yes, Mother." "And how are they?" Agatha asked, her voice calm but probing. She needed to know their exact condition. Given the reputation of Count Ulrich van Rubenhart, she highly doubted the girls were being treated well. Whispers and rumors had spread through the underground networks claiming that the Count had not only taken them into his household but officially adopted them, a notion that seemed truly unbelievable. "They are looking fine," Lucida admitted, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Agatha offered only a small, thoughtful nod. She turned away from the desk, moving gracefully toward a massive, claw-footed bronze cauldron bubbling quietly over a low fire. Bundles of dried plants hung from the rafters above, their sharp, earthy scents mixing with the steam rising from the brew. "What should we do, Mother?" Lucida asked, finally rising to her feet. "Nothing," Agatha replied, picking up a wooden stirrer. We wait until the daughters of Anna Maria prove themselves worthy." "But Mother, Ulrich has just left for the capital," Lucida urged, stepping closer. "There is no better timing than now. We can attack the estate and recover the daughters immediately." Agatha paused her stirring. "The Count has left?" "Yes. If we strike now, we can breach his estate by force. We have the numbers to overwhelm his remaining knights," Lucida said. "No," Agatha said, not even bothering to turn around. "A man like that would never leave the daughters of Anna Maria unprotected. He doesn't even know who they truly are, Mother. He cannot possibly know how precious their bloodline is," Lucida argued, biting her lower lip. "Perhaps," Agatha conceded, her red eyes narrowing thoughtfully at the bubbling potion. "But that only raises the question of why he adopted these 3 girls. It cannot be a mere coincidence." Agatha doubted that Ulrich knew the truth about Anna Maria. So why take her children? Was it truly just a random act of charity? No, that was far too strange, no matter how she examined it. He had formally brought them into his noble house. There was a plan at play. Lucida raised her chin. "Then that is all the more reason why we must act fast." "Lucida," Agatha cut her off. She turned, fixing the younger witch with a freezing, stern glare. "Do not mix your personal vendettas with our coven's priorities. I know your mother died for us. She was slaughtered by Ulrich's father," Lucida snapped, her composure shattering. "How many of our sisters were murdered by that man? And Ulrich is no better. He butchered our sisters the moment he claimed his title. Just last month, he wiped out an entire hidden village of your innocent sisters, taking as well the life of our previous matriarch. They must be avenged." "Lucida," Agatha's voice dropped, further silencing her. "The matriarch does not wish to drag Anna Maria's daughters into this coven. We must be silent and we must be intelligent. Ulrich van Rubenhart is a dangerous variable who must be handled with care. If he adopted those girls knowing about Anna Maria, I assure you, he has not left them unguarded." Lucida opened her mouth, wishing to shout back, to argue, to make her understand. But under her gaze, she bit her lips so hard she nearly drew blood. Forcing herself to submit, she lowered her head in a stiff bow, turned on her heel, and marched out of the tent. Her decision, however, was already made. If Agatha refused to take action to avenge their fallen, then Lucida would simply have to do it herself. First she will take the daughters of Anna Maria. We have arrived, my lord. Ulrich stared blankly ahead. Beyond the carriage window, the main road was already bustling with chaotic traffic. Carriages of all shapes and sizes converged from every direction, weaving through throngs of pedestrians traveling on foot, all flowing in lines toward the same destination. Looming in the distance were the colossal, stretching stone walls that delimited the Skargardian royal capital. Ulrich had only visited the capital a handful of times in his life, actively avoiding it whenever possible. To him, the city was just like any other capital, a rotting core hidden beneath layers of wealth. It certainly did not help that the king ruling over it was just as rotten and incompetent as the city itself. The carriage rolled forward, bypassing the slow, ordinary queues to enter a secondary lane exclusively reserved for the nobility. However, because Ulrich ranked among the highest echelon of the kingdom's lords, he did not even have to wait in the noble line. His carriage was immediately waved through the iron portcullis, granting him swift entry into the city's heart. Unfortunately, passing the outer gates meant his carriage now had to drive through the endless, winding roads leading up to the royal castle. Ulrich pulled the curtain aside just a fraction, peering through the narrow gap with an expression real distaste. Everything in the capital was far too noisy, far too animated, and entirely too disordered for his liking. The streets actually looked even more disorganized than during his last visit 2 years ago. Nonetheless, the capital still flaunted its immense wealth. Nearly every pedestrian walking the inner districts wore clothing spun from high-quality silk, and the surrounding carriages rivaled his own in extravagant craftsmanship. He did notice, however, that several new cobblestone pavements and pedestrian pathways had been constructed. It was a necessary and thankful addition. Given the volume of traffic and bodies pressing through the streets, the city would have devolved into a complete, gridlocked mess without them. The deeper Ulrich's carriage advanced into the center of the capital, the richer and more immaculate the surrounding architecture became. The people walking these inner streets were entirely different from the outer crowds. These were court nobles. They were a completely different breed from provincial lords like Ulrich, who personally governed and defended their own territories. Naturally, the two factions despised one another. Provincial nobles like the Reubenhart family were independent of the crown. In their minds, their territories belonged exclusively to them, paid for in their own blood and sweat, rather than merely being on loan from the king. Ulrich's father had never missed an opportunity to flaunt that independence. He had been a proud man who ruled his lands with an iron grip, and Ulrich had inherited every ounce of that identical pride. Eventually, after nearly an hour of tedious travel through the sprawling city, the carriage slowly approached the towering eastern gates of the royal castle. The vehicle ground to a halt as a squad of armored royal knights immediately stepped forward, raising their hands to block the path. "The Count of Reubenhart is here," the coachman said clearly from his seat. The knights advanced to inspect the cabin, but before they could even reach for the handle, Ulrich swept the curtain aside, revealing his very post-travel annoyed face in the window. The leading knight met Ulrich's impatient dark red eyes and instantly flinched. My lord," the knight stuttered, hurriedly taking a step back. Turning sharply, he ordered at his men to throw open the gates. Without further delay, Ulrich's carriage was swiftly allowed inside the royal grounds. Inside the royal grounds, the knights promptly directed the carriage toward the stables, where the other carriages of guests and nobles had already been gathered. Ulrich stepped down without delay, and one of the royal knights silently motioned for him to follow. He was clearly not alone. As he walked through the castle's inner corridors, Ulrich could spot nobles here and there, court nobles, gathered in small circles, speaking in low voices. Yet the moment their eyes landed on him, their expressions hardened almost at once. It was impossible to mistake a Reubenhart. Their bloodline was too distinctive, marked by that dark crimson hair and those deep red eyes. Ulrich possessed all of it, the full inheritance of his house. Only his face differed somewhat, lacking the harsher, more severe angles of the Reubenharts and instead bearing the softer features he had inherited from his mother. Naturally, Ulrich could not have cared less about their looks. He did not bother greeting anyone. He did not offer a nod, not even to those of rank close to his own as he passed them by. In that regard, he resembled his father greatly, equally proud, equally arrogant, and just as openly dismissive of the capital's noble circles. Ulrich's father had been a man quite hated in the capital. In truth, Ulrich was not much different, and he didn't help to salvage it either since he took over 2 years ago. He continued forward until he reached a tall set of doors. The knight accompanying him stopped and pulled one open. "My lord, please wait here. I shall inform his majesty of your arrival," the man said. Ulrich stepped inside. It appeared to be a large reception hall reserved for private audiences and formal meetings with distinguished guests. The room was spacious and richly furnished, though Ulrich barely cared enough to notice more than that. His gaze swept over it once, and his expression twisted immediately. It seemed he was not alone after all. Ulrich! Ulrich froze for the briefest of moments before turning around. Standing there was a breathtaking woman, about his age, with long snow-white hair cascading down her back and eyes of a rare, beautiful shade between icy blue and pale gray. Her skin was just as fair, almost untouched in its whiteness, giving her a wintry beauty that was difficult to ignore. He recognized her immediately, Ashera Frost. She was perhaps the only person who could truly be called his childhood friend. After all, her mother and his own had once been very close. But after his mother's death, everything had changed. His father had changed. Ulrich himself had changed. And with that, his bond with Ashera had become one more thing left behind, altered beyond repair. Most of that distance had come from his father, who had severed the ties he once maintained with Arcadia, the homeland of both Ulrich's mother and Ashera's mother. Yet Ulrich himself had not done much to preserve that bond either. Whenever they met afterward, he had shown little warmth, and even less effort. And still, if there was someone who could be called as Ulrich's first love, crush, childhood sweetheart, and all of that, it would definitely be Ashera. Even now, after 5 years without seeing her, the sight of her struck him harder than he would ever admit. She was no longer the girl he remembered. She had grown into a woman of stunning beauty, dressed in a flowing tunic of white and blue that made her exactly like a winter princess. Though maybe it wasn't far-fetched to call her a princess since she was from one of the 4 Arcadian houses, directly descending from the saint god Kalar. Ulrich stared at Ashera for a long moment. He was not the only one left momentarily stunned by the sudden reunion. Ashera was just as speechless. It had been 5 long years since she had last seen him. Back then, she still remembered clearly how cold Ulrich had been toward her, and how painfully their parting had ended. Though she had come to the capital today, she had never expected to find Ulrich here. Even when she had entered the kingdom again, she had not imagined she would cross paths with him in his own land. She knew well enough that Ulrich did not wish to see her, and yet, it was as though fate had decided otherwise. He stood there before her now, older, taller, broader, and even more handsome than before, no longer a boy but now a man. Yet his expression remained much the same as she remembered. Distant, cold, unreadable. Still, something about him felt different. She could not quite place it, but there was softness now, albeit small. Though, as always, Ashera did not dare hope to see him smile at her again, the way he used to when they were children. And yet, despite everything, despite the pain, despite the bitterness, despite how convinced she had been that she had long cut him out of her heart, the moment she saw him again after 5 years, a wave of aching nostalgia crashed over her. Her heart skipped a beat before she could stop it. Ulrich stared back at her in silence. Unlike Ashera, he did not let the shock show so plainly on his face, but seeing her again stirred something deep inside him all the same. Emotions he had long forced down now rose unexpectedly to the surface. Feeling his heart stutter once in his chest, Ulrich abruptly turned on his heel and pressed a hand against it. This was bad. He knew that at once. That kind of feeling, so sudden, so impossible to control, he had only ever felt it toward Faith in his past life. But that only proved how important Ashera had always been to Ulrich. The main reason he had driven her away back then was because he could not bear the thought of something happening to her. He could not endure that pain of loss ever again. And then there had been the matter of his broken core. While Ashera had awakened a prismatic core, he had been left with that shattered disgrace inside him. In the years that followed, her kindness, her comfort, and her quiet presence had not soothed him. If anything, they had only made him hate himself more. All of those feelings, fear, shame, longing, bitterness had twisted together until being near her had become unbearable, no matter how deeply she had carved herself into his heart. The last thing he wanted was to pour out that unjustified hatred toward her or hurt her in the process, so he drove her away, despite it still had hurt her. Wait! Seeing Ulrich almost flee, Ashera hurried after him. Don't follow me, Ulrich spat, shooting her a sharp look over his shoulder. Ashera's expression faltered at once. It has been 5 years, and you do not even want to speak to me? She asked. There was hurt in her voice now, impossible to hide. A part of her still carried guilt. After Ulrich's father had passed away, she had never gone to see him. In truth, she had been afraid of facing him again after he had lost both his parents, afraid of how he might look at her, afraid of what he might say. 5 years ago, the way he had pushed her away had already wounded her more deeply than she cared to admit. She had not wanted to suffer through that pain a second time. And yet now, standing before him again, all those feelings she thought she had buried came rushing back. More than ever, she was reminded of how precious her bond with Ulrich had once been. Ulrich saw the hurt plain on her face, and despite every wall he had built, he felt his heart skip another beat. No, he could not do this. If he gave in, if he let himself feel even a fraction of what he used to, the probability of experiencing that unbearable pain of loss would only multiply. It was an automatic, inescapable response. He simply could not allow anyone to get close enough to form a bond with him. He didn't want to experience that loss again. Who do we have here? At that exact moment, a man appeared in the corridor, directly blocking Ulrich's path of escape. Both Ulrich and Ashera immediately contorted their expressions in shared distaste. It was the crown prince of the kingdom, Albert van Skargardia. He wore a lopsided, mocking smile as he observed the two of them. The two lovebirds of Arcadia, reunited at last. Tell me, if shame truly existed within the Frost House, would the young princess still be caught standing beside Ulrich van Rubenhart? Mind your words, your highness? Ashera snapped, her expression twisting into open displeasure. I am simply being honest, Albert replied, chuckling softly. The previous count shattered the supposed engagement between your two houses, and Ulrich here has shown absolutely no interest in honoring his late mother's wishes either. Ulrich stared at the prince, outwardly unbothered by the jab. Yet, if one looked closely into his dark red eyes, they were swimming with barely repressed contempt. Albert saw it clearly. His mocking smile vanished, instantly replaced by a deep scowl of discontent. Unfortunately for the crown prince, Ulrich was that rare noble in Skargardia who was untouchable even by them. Putting aside his power as a ruling count, Ulrich's late mother had been a daughter of the Flameheart House, one of the 4 great Arcadian houses, just like Ashera's family. Because of this, even Albert could not simply order Ulrich around or act too arrogantly. It was true that relations between Ulrich and his mother's family were virtually non-existent. A cold estrangement entirely orchestrated by his late father, but the inescapable fact remained. Ulrich carried Arcadian royal blood in his veins. Elder brother. A small, quiet voice echoed from behind the prince. Ulrich shifted his gaze to the figure standing just behind Albert. It was a young girl about Hermione's age, possessing long, pale pink hair and vivid emerald eyes. She was Albert's younger sister, the only princess of Skargardia, Camelia van Skargardia. For Ulrich, there was an even more crucial detail about her. 5 years from now, when the main events of the novel would truly begin, she was destined to be the main love interest of the novel's protagonist. Father has called, Camelia informed her brother softly. Well, you heard her? Albert said, casting one last dismissive glance at Ulrich and Ashera before turning and walking away. Left standing in the corridor, Camelia offered both Ulrich and Ashera a deep, respectful curtsy, delicately pinching the hem of her skirt. Lord Rubenhart, Lady Frost, Your Highness, Ulrich replied coldly. He barely spared her a glance before brushing straight past her. His mood, already sour, had turned for the worse because of Albert. Camelia's emerald eyes quietly tracked Ulrich's, retreating back for a moment before she turned her attention to Ashera. "My apologies for him, Your Highness. He is always like that," Ashera offered, forcing a polite, apologetic smile. "It is fine. Everyone knows what Count Reubenhardt is like." Camelia replied with a small nod. Ashera did not know what to say to that. It seemed Ulrich had done nothing to improve his abysmal reputation at court. "Shall we?" Camelia prompted gently. Ashera nodded. Falling into step beside the young princess, she cast one last lingering stare at Ulrich, who was already striding impatiently ahead, clearly eager to get this royal summon over with. Following Albert, Ulrich, Ashera, and Camelia entered a small hall where a lively gathering was already underway. Anyone entering a royal room would naturally expect an atmosphere of respect, a calm, regal, and noble setting befitting a monarch. This room was nothing of the sort. Ha ha ha! A loud, unbecoming bark of laughter erupted from the center of the room. It belonged to none other than the king of Skargardia himself. He was slumped haphazardly across a long couch. He had curly blonde hair, muddy brown eyes, and a patchy, unkempt beard. His complexion was unnaturally flushed and feverish, which was entirely unsurprising given the number of empty bottles cluttering the small tables scattered before him. The king was laughing so raucously because he was surrounded by a gaggle of fawning noblewomen, all of whom were bootlicking him for favor. One of these women was perched right beside him on the cushions, and he had one arm wrapped unceremoniously around her shoulders, pulling her tight against his side. This was Antonius van Skargardia, the royal king. "Father," Albert spoke up, just as the king was reaching for yet another bottle of wine. Antonius sluggishly raised his head. "Count Reubenhardt and Lady Ashera Frost have arrived," Albert announced with a thin smile. "Oh!" Despite the announcement, Antonius did not sit up. Instead, he lazily uncorked the bottle, sloppily filling his glass as he finally shifted his bloodshot gaze toward Ulrich. "Ulrich van Reubenhardt. Goodness, Ulrich's little boy has certainly grown into a man now, hasn't he?" he said, drawing a chorus of tittering laughter from the crowd surrounding him. The noblemen lounging about the room were a perfectly twisted, spineless entourage suited for a man like Antonius. The women, however, directed far more admiring, lingering gazes at Ulrich's unique features. Seeing Ulrich simply standing there and staring back at him in total silence, Antonius's expression twitched with annoyance. "Aren't you going to greet your king, Count Reubenhardt?" he asked. "Your Majesty." Ulrich placed a hand over his chest and offered a perfectly minimal bow. At the very least, you seem more obedient than Ulrich ever was." Antonius chuckled wetly, taking a long sip from his glass. His gaze then slid slowly over to Ashera. Ashera immediately dropped into a graceful curtsy. "Your Majesty, it is an honor," she said softly. "A lady of House Frost. My, we certainly have quite a beauty here," Antonius purred, his eyes raking over Ashera slowly from head to toe. He turned back to Ulrich with a mocking gleam in his eye. "Ulrich, aren't you quite bothered by what you might have missed out on?" A sudden, suffocating silence fell over the room. What had begun as a crude but formal audience had instantly spiraled. The king had completely dropped all pretense of royal decorum, choosing instead to ask something disrespectful, insensitive, and entirely beneath the dignity of both a noble and a monarch. Slouched on the couch, he looked no better than a common tavern drunkard. "Your Majesty, you have had too much to drink." The man seated closest to the king offered a soft, slimy chuckle. This was Count Martin van Bentheim. He was the king's closest confidant and a deeply shrewd, subservient noble who thrived on palace scheming. Every line of his sharp face radiated cunning, and he wore a small, knowing smirk, clearly finding the king's vile behavior highly amusing. Antonius ignored Martin's warning. He leaned forward, keeping his gaze locked on Ulrich. Well, who could blame the dissolution of the engagement anyway? What father would agree to marry his precious daughter to a man with a broken core? The king said loudly. He turned his attention back to Ashera, who was standing frozen drowning in awkwardness, and raised his wine glass to her in a sloppy toast. Think of your father's decision as a blessing, my dear. You are still young, and there are far better men to look for. Certainly plenty who do not have a broken core, he added, finishing with another wet chuckle. This time, far fewer nobles laughed at the king's cruel words. Even through their loyalty, they understood the gravity of what was happening. It was certainly not the first time Antonius had openly mocked someone to their face. He did it to other lords regularly, but Ulrich was a different matter. If that is all, your majesty, Ulrich said, already pivoting on his heel to leave. No, wait. Antonius raised his glass, stopping him in his tracks. Ulrich stopped mid-turn. Antonius took another long, sloppy sip, hiccuping loudly into the silence. Count Reubenhart, you have come to meet your king, yet no present has been brought? Your lands produce the finest wines I have ever tasted. All gifts have already been handled by your servants, Ulrich replied coldly. He had, in fact, brought a dozen crates of his estate's finest and most prohibitively expensive vintages. Oh! Antonius smiled, a slow, lazy grin spreading across his flushed face. Then please, have one brought here personally so my friends and these lovely ladies may have a taste of what your house does best. Ulrich did not move. Instead, he leveled a freezing, contemptuous stare directly at the king, that he didn't bother to hide anymore. Antonius's smile vanished instantly. The look in the young count's dark red eyes was far too similar to the disdainful glares Ulrich used to give him. Your king orders you. I believe that is quite enough. A sharp, calm voice sliced cleanly through the king's bluster. Everyone in the room snapped their gazes toward the entrance. Instantly, the entire hall stiffened. Conversations died. Laughter evaporated. And every noble scrambled to bow their heads. The young woman draped over Antonius's side almost leaped off the couch in pure panic. Ulrich turned toward the doors and found himself looking at a truly gorgeous woman. She possessed long, cascading pink hair and breathtaking heterochromatic eyes. Her right eye shone a deep, oceanic blue, while her left was a brilliant light green. She was the queen of Skargardia, Caliantha van Skargardia. Anyone looking at her would find themselves momentarily mesmerized. She hardly looked old enough to be the mother of 2 adult children. However, the royal bloodline of Skargardia was descended from elves, and that heritage played a role in her youthful features and perfectly smooth, milky pale skin. In terms of presence, she easily eclipsed her husband. The immediate, terrified silence that had fallen over the room was proof enough of who truly ruled this kingdom. Caliantha swept a freezing gaze over Antonius, who simply scoffed and looked away, refusing to meet her eyes. Without wasting another second on him, she turned her attention to Ulrich and Ashera. Your Majesty! Both Ulrich and Ashera immediately offered a formal greeting, one that carried far more genuine respect and meaning than the empty bows they had given Antonius. Even Ulrich, who despised the capital, held a measure of respect for this woman, though he still considered her dangerous. Not because she was secretly evil but because he knew just how sharp and intelligent she was. We have important matters to discuss, Caliantha said, turning on her heel without waiting for a reply. Ulrich and Ashera immediately fell into step and followed her out of the room. I apologize for my husband's disobliging remarks, Caliantha said, not breaking her pace as she led them down the corridor. No, I think. Ashera glanced toward Ulrich. It was rather Count Reubenhart who was. She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. There was no denying the disrespect Antonius had hurled at Ulrich, and defending the king's vile behavior felt impossible. In his stead, I do apologize, Count Reubenhart, Caliantha continued. There is nothing to apologize for, Your Majesty, Ulrich replied curtly, his voice devoid of emotion. Ashera wanted to tell him to show more warmth, but in the end she kept silence. The latter was very upset. As someone who knew him well before and after his mother's death, she could tell that much. Caliantha's mismatched eyes flicked toward Ulrich for a brief moment before she turned her attention forward once more. Lady Frost, I do hope you will not be the only one answering my summons, she said. She had expected to see the official heads of the Arcadian houses arrive at her call. Instead, only Ashera had come, and she was not yet the head of her house. Perhaps she had been sent ahead out of respect? It was not really surprising that the great houses had stalled their arrival. What was surprising, however, was how quickly both Ulrich and Ashera had responded to the summons, especially Ulrich, who openly despised the capital with excellent reason. Of course not, Your Majesty, Ashera replied quickly. I appreciate your prompt response. However, the matters at hand are of grave importance, and we must discuss them in privacy, Caliantha said as she approached a set of doors. A royal maid walking briskly beside the queen immediately hurried forward to pull the doors open. The room inside was a private parlor, expressly designed for intimate discussions with distinguished guests of the crown. Caliantha walked gracefully to the center of the room and took a seat on a plush sofa. You may sit, she said. Ulrich and Ashera immediately took their seats on the sofa directly across from her. Caliantha elegantly crossed her legs, resting her delicate hands lightly upon her raised knee. She leaned forward slightly, fixing both of them with a piercing stare. Demonic signatures have been detected in the eastern seas of Skargardia, she said quietly, her eyes locking onto Ulrich. Demonic signatures have been detected in the eastern seas of Skargardia, she said quietly, her eyes locking onto Ulrich. Eastern seas, Ashera repeated, her own gaze shifting at once toward Ulrich. More precisely, the dark blue seas, Caliantha added, making it clear that she meant the eastern waters bordering Ulrich's side of the kingdom. The dark blue seas bore that name because of their peculiar shade, a deep and unnatural blue caused by the blue scar and demonic essence. The waters stretching beyond Greyhaven, past the route Ulrich himself had once taken toward the Maelstrom and beyond the reach of the blue scar, grew darker still, taking on an almost ominous hue. It was not as though the sea itself were cursed, yet there was something about those waters that had always inspired unease. Count Reubenhart, have you heard anything concerning your seas? Caliantha asked, watching him closely. Of course, the dark blue seas did not belong to Ulrich personally. Still, as a provincial lord whose territory bordered the edge of the kingdom, far more responsibility fell upon him than upon most nobles. The coasts, the harbors, the merchant vessels, the fishing ships, the patrol routes, such matters inevitably concerned him. It was his duty to ensure that no outside threat could easily breach Skargardia through his shores. And if demonic signatures had truly appeared there, then the matter was grave. Should demons approach Skargardian territory and land through the coasts connected to Reubenhart lands, Ulrich would naturally be the first one blamed. Under Caliantha's piercing stare, Ulrich showed almost no hesitation before answering. That is news to me, Your Majesty. May I ask where this information comes from? He said calmly. Reliable and trustworthy informants, Caliantha replied. One of our traveling ships was destroyed, and among the 25 deceased, the body of a demon was recovered. Wait, a demon? Ashera exclaimed, unable to hide her concern. Demons were regarded everywhere as a serious and ancient threat. The memory of the 500 years of enslavement, during which humanity had suffered most terribly, had left scars on the minds of all peoples. Even after 1,000 years, the very mention of demons was enough to awaken unease. Caliantha gave a small nod. That close to Skargardia? Ashera muttered in shock. Indeed, the lands of the demons lay far to the southeast of the known world, while Skargardia stood much farther to the northwest. There was a great distance between the two. For a demon to be found in the dark blue seas, so far from its own domain, could not be dismissed as some random coincidence. If one had truly appeared there, then there had to be intent behind it. And that made the matter far worse. This was no minor rumor either. From Caliantha's own words, one of Skargardia's ships had already been destroyed, and more than 20 lives had been lost. Ulrich narrowed his eyes slightly. Was that really them? At the very least, he truly knew nothing about such an incident. He had not lied when he said the news was new to him. But still, he slowly raised his gaze to Caliantha's heterochromatic eyes. Her stare was sharp, far too sharp. For a brief moment, Ulrich wondered whether she suspected him. It was difficult to tell. In the novel, Caliantha had not appeared for very long. Her role had been significant but brief. Demons would eventually assassinate her. Ulrich's eyes widened by the slightest fraction. Had she been killed because she discovered something about him? It was only a guess. In the novel, her assassination had been mentioned, but the true reasons behind it had remained obscure. Or perhaps it did. He did not remember every chapter of that novel, after all. There were gaps, entire sections lost to time and indifference. To begin with, he had never even been a reader by nature. The only reason he had ever picked it up at all was because of faith. Ulrich narrowed his eyes again, just slightly, and fixed his gaze back on Caliantha. As for why he instinctively recognized her as someone not to be trifled with, that understanding came entirely from personal experience. He had met her only a handful of times throughout his life, yet each encounter had been enough to confirm the same conclusion. Her appearance was deceptively delicate. Everything else about her was not. "I will reinforce the patrols along my seas," Ulrich said. "As Lord Reubenhart should," she replied, before letting a brief pause to settle over the room. "The construction of the 7-pillared bridges will be commencing soon enough." "The 7-pillared bridges?" Ashera repeated, her eyes widening slightly. "Is that the reason we were all summoned here?" Caliantha gave a single, composed nod. "Among other matters, yes. I am seeking the full cooperation of Arcadia," she said. "The talks held 10 years ago collapsed, but a great deal has changed since then. The threat of the demons has become very real. Attempting to block or delay this initiative under the guise of economic and independency concerns would be nothing short of willful stupidity," she said coldly, her mismatched eyes staring at Ashera. The main reason those earlier talks had broken down was Arcadia's steadfast refusal to participate. To the great independent nation of Arcadia, joining such an initiative meant entangling themselves in the affairs of Skargardia and other foreign kingdoms, something Arcadia had always been deeply reluctant to accept, guarding its political independence above all else. "I do not need to remind Arcadia," Caliantha continued, her tone sharpening further, "that the demon lands of Shitamara lie closest to your borders. When the demons have recovered enough strength and finally march, it will be Arcadia that falls first." Ashara's hands tightened into fists on her lap. She had no rebuttal to offer. Caliantha's words were hard but uncomfortably true. It was precisely this inevitability that had given birth to the 7-pillared bridges. The plan was Caliantha's own. What had once begun as a rough draft, a defensive proposal designed to shield Skargardia's borders, had been meticulously developed over the years into something far grander in scope. In its fully realized form, it was a sweeping, ambitious initiative designed to completely seal off and isolate the demon lands of Shitamara from every other kingdom in the known world, cutting off any viable route of invasion before it could ever begin. The 7-pillared bridges, naturally, were intended to be built directly beneath the borders of Arcadia. This was not because Caliantha harbored any deep-seated love for the Arcadian nation. Far from it. Rather, she was one of the few who truly understood the severity of the demon threat. She knew with certainty that if Arcadia fell, Skargardia would rapidly follow. Unfortunately, the strategic stretch of sea directly below Arcadia belonged entirely to them. Caliantha could not simply sail in and construct a massive fortification right under their noses without sparking a war. Thus, she needed their authorization and their understanding. This time, however, her proposal was finally going to be accepted. Ulrich knew this for a fact because he remembered the plot of the novel. The 7-pillared bridges would be built, though not quite to completion, from what he vaguely recalled, and the peace it provided would not last long due to a cascade of inevitable future incidents. "We understand the threat, Your Majesty. Believe me," Ashera said, placing an earnest hand over her heart. "It has only taken Arcadia 10 years. I suppose I should be relieved," Caliantha said drily. Ashera did not offer a defense. It was blatantly obvious that some recent, unmentioned event within Arcadia had finally forced them into this sudden reconsideration of the Queen's plan. Nothing must be allowed to hinder the construction, and the surrounding waters must be strictly surveyed, Caliantha said, turning her gaze back to Ulrich. Ulrich nodded silently in acknowledgement. With that, the core of their discussion seemed to reach its end. Ulrich and Ashera stood up simultaneously, preparing to depart, when Caliantha's voice stopped them once more. Have you perhaps learnt the true identities of the 3 witches you have adopted, Count Reubenhart? She asked suddenly. Ulrich froze mid-step and slowly turned around. Ashera whipped around as well, her eyes wide with total shock. She had been out of the loop regarding Ulrich's recent actions, and hearing the Queen casually mention that he had officially adopted 3 witches was shocking. It was too shocking even. She stared at Ulrich, her mouth completely agape. Is there something regarding them that I should be worried about? Ulrich asked, ignoring Ashera's gaze. Caliantha gave him a long, hard stare. I return the question to you, Count Reubenhart, she said. They are now members of my house. They fall under my responsibility and my laws. Nothing will happen, he said. Without waiting for a dismissal, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room. Ashera remained frozen for a second longer before quickly spinning around to chase after him. Ulrich walked briskly down the grand corridors, his expression carefully blank, but Ashera was struggling to keep up, her mind still reeling from the revelation. Ulrich, she called out, but he refused to stop or even slow his pace. Ulrich, refusing to be ignored, Ashera picked up her skirts, breaking into a light run until she caught up to him, grabbing hold of his sleeve. When Ulrich finally stopped and turned to look at her, she hesitated for a brief moment before speaking. Why, you adopted witches? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. I did, he said, confirming it. What about what happened to your mother? I mean, Ulrich, do not do anything stupid, she said. Stupid? Care to explain what you mean? Ulrich asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. What exactly are you planning to do with them? Ashera asked, her voice trembling slightly. Deep down, she was terrified that he had only adopted the girls, so he could legally torture them as vengeance for his mother's death. Knowing Ulrich's reputation, the thought was not entirely unfounded, and she wanted to prevent him from crossing that line. Rather, why did he even adopt them if it was to torture them? It was confusion for her, so she wanted to know what he was planning. What I do with them is my own business, he replied sharply, trying to turn away again. But Ashera only tightened her desperate grip on his arm. Annoyed, Ulrich suddenly pulled his arm forward. The sharp motion caught Ashera entirely off guard, unbalancing her as he crowded her backward, pinning her lightly against the corridor wall. What? Ashera flinched, her breath catching as she suddenly found herself pressed against the stone, with Ulrich leaning in closely, his hand loosely trapping her arm against the wall. What are you doing? Ashera. Ulrich cut her off. Ashera gulped, staring up into the depths of his dark red eyes. You are being a bother, he said. Ashera froze entirely, her lips parted in stunned silence. Releasing her arm, Ulrich stepped back and calmly walked away. It took a few seconds for Ashera's brain to restart. When it did, her face instantly flushed burning red. Why? You are calling me a bother? She shrieked, her voice suddenly echoing loudly down the entire length of the royal corridor. Who was the one who grabbed my hand when we were 10, crying and telling me he would never leave me, and begging me to never leave his side either? Ha! The royal knights and courtiers lingering nearby all froze, turning simultaneously to stare in deep, awkward silence at the furiously flushed, screaming noblewoman. Ashera realized what she had just yelled in the middle of the royal palace. Her face somehow burned even hotter. She clenched her fists tightly at her sides. Who cares? Stomping her foot against the marble floor, she spun around and stormed off in the opposite direction. 2 days had quietly slipped by since Ulrich departed the estate for the capital. Throughout the manor, the maids had braced themselves for chaos, fully expecting the 3 sisters to run rampant the moment their strict guardian was out of sight. A month ago, Ulrich's absence had triggered a small rebellion, and the staff assumed history would surely repeat itself. Yet, the anticipated uproar never materialized. Instead, the halls remained quite peaceful. Over the past month, the girls had grown accustomed to their new reality. They understood the unspoken bargain. Ulrich provided them with unprecedented privileges, and in return, he demanded strict discipline. Besides, the sisters had already made a quiet pact among themselves. They needed to absorb every piece of knowledge they could before eventually making their escape, leaving them little reason to squander their time rebelling. Instead, they channeled their energy into the rigorous curriculum designed by their 4 tutors. Their days were consumed by literacy, the nuances of magical etiquette, and dense historical texts, everything required to mold them into the flawless image of noble ladies from a count's house. Ulrich, however, refused to settle for mere competence. He demanded perfection, determined to ensure that the high society of Skargradia could never find a single flaw to hold against the young witches. That morning began in the sprawling study under the instruction of Thomas Danvers. Tasked with teaching them geography, history, and the politics of the kingdom, Danvers faithfully followed Ulrich's directive to focus almost exclusively on Skargradia. The lecture stretched on interminably. Given the early hour, Esther fought a losing battle against her heavy eyelids, her head nodding with every passing minute. For Aram and Hermione, the exhaustion was mental rather than physical. It grated on their nerves to memorize the noble lineages and borders of a kingdom that openly despised their kind. Still, they swallowed their pride. They knew they lacked better options. If they wanted to survive in Skargardia, they had to understand the very people who hated them. As the grandfather clock chimed the end of the lesson, Thomas offered them a warm, encouraging smile. "I thank you for your diligent attention, my ladies," he said, offering a bow before gathering his ledgers and slipping out through the doors. The moment the latch clicked shut, Esther let out a breath. She immediately crossed her arms over her desk and buried her face against them. "Phew, I am so sleepy." Hermione cast a sympathetic glance toward her younger sister. Esther was hardly the only one suffering from exhaustion. Beneath their quiet compliance lay a shared burden, the nightmares that plagued their nights. All 3 sisters suffered from the night terrors, but Aram bore the brunt of them, often spending her nights staring at the dark ceiling rather than risking the visions that waited for her in sleep. "If you are that tired, you can take a nap right after lunch, Esther," Hermione said gently, pushing her chair back and standing up to stretch her stiff legs. Esther's head snapped up, suddenly wide awake. "No, I am completely fine. I want to be awake for Ms. Alana's class." Hermione raised an eyebrow, amused by the sudden burst of energy. "Why are you so excited about it?" "Because she teaches us how to be a real lady, Hermione." Esther beamed, her eyes sparkling with innocent enthusiasm. "You know, exactly like the ones in the books Mother used to read to us. Those are tiresome tales that paint women as nothing more than helpless damsels in distress." Hermione scoffed, her tone filled with disdain. She despised those antiquated stories where a woman's only purpose was to wait around to be rescued, reduced to a mere romantic prize for the male protagonist. "But I always thought they were rather beautiful," Esther muttered, her voice dropping shyly. It wasn't that she failed to grasp Hermione's view. She simply possessed a softer, more romanticized vision of chivalry, one where grand gestures and sweeping rescues held a certain magical charm. Seeking an ally, Esther pivoted. "Right, elder sister." Aram hadn't engaged in the bickering. Instead, she stood quietly at the front of the room, her gaze fixed upon the large chalkboard. Pinned just beside the dense scrawls of historical dates was a sprawling, meticulously detailed map of the known world. "What are you looking at so intently?" Esther asked, trotting over to stand beside her. "Just thinking," Aram replied. "Thinking about where we might go once we are strong enough, and once we are finally done with this place." Esther leaned in, her eyes scanning the faded map. "Ooh, I want to go here," she said, tapping a small finger against a beautiful illustration of floating islands situated in the far west. Silfra, the mythical domain of the legendary elven race. Hermione marched over, crossing her arms defensively. Why on earth would you want to go there? The only logical destination is Arcadia, obviously. She confidently pointed to a large island southeast of Skargardia. We can study every branch of magic known to history there. We could even become archmages. What about you, elder sister? Esther asked, letting out a soft giggle. Aram continued to trace the jagged coastlines with her eyes. In truth, she had no idea where they truly belonged. Beyond these walls, witches were feared, hunted, and universally despised. Perhaps Arcadia, with its deep love for magic, might be more tolerant of their kind, but even that was a dangerous gamble. To Aram's battle-weary mind, every inch of that map represented a potential threat. I don't really care, she finally answered, her tone softening as she looked away from the map. As long as I am with the two of you, anywhere is fine. A faint flush crept onto Hermione's cheeks, though she quickly masked it with a proud smirk. Humph, of course we are staying together. There was never any doubt about that. I will always stay by your sides. Esther chimed in brightly, wrapping both arms around Aram's elbow in a tight, affectionate squeeze. Hermione's smile grew as her gaze drifted back to the map. You know, if nowhere else will have us, maybe we should just carve out our own kingdom somewhere. Esther gasped, her imagination instantly taking flight. Wait, then wouldn't that make us the princesses of our own land? Well, of course we would be, Hermione replied. She would never admit it aloud, but the grandiose fantasy appealed to her immensely. And then, even Ulrich would have no choice but to bow and address us respectfully as Your Highness. Can you imagine the look on his face? Eh? Esther fell somewhat silent hearing that. Imagining the always calm and noble Ulrich acting like a knight serving a princess to her was giving her strange feelings about it. I doubt Ulrich will ever call us anything at all, Aram said dryly, puncturing the daydream. Right? He barely even uses our actual names as it is. Hermione agreed, her expression sobering. Since the day he had taken them in, she could only recall him saying Aram's name a single time. Not once had he addressed her or Esther directly by name. He maintained a wall of cold distance between himself and them, not that Hermione was complaining about the lack of affection. Right on cue, the quiet atmosphere was shattered by a distinct, rumbling growl from Hermione's stomach. Her face instantly flushed hot red, her grand ambitions momentarily forgotten in the face of embarrassment. Spinning on her heel, she marched quickly toward the doors. Let's go eat. Finally, Esther cheered, happily trailing after her sister with Aram close behind. Aram, however, did not immediately follow her sisters. She paused near the threshold, her attention suddenly snagged by a tall, arched window. Her gaze pierced through the thick glass, scanning the distant perimeter of the estate far beyond the grilled gates. She furrowed her brows, her dark eyes narrowing at the distant tree line as she searched for a threat she couldn't quite see. But finding nothing but swaying branches, she finally turned and walked away. Far from the bustling city streets, the Reubenhardt estate's isolated location proved to be a strong disadvantage. Hidden within the dense shadows of the bordering tree lines, Lucida watched the grand estate attentively. She kept her cloak pulled low to conceal her features, melting into the woodland gloom. She was not alone in the encroaching darkness. Another which stood quietly at her side, flanked by 3 imposing men, blooded sons of her coven, who had accepted to help her seize the 3 daughters of Anna Maria. A cold smile curled Lucida's lips as she peered through the thick foliage to stare at the estate's defenses. Armored guards patrolled the wrought iron gates in predictable routes, completely oblivious to the danger lurking in the woods. To an ordinary intruder, the fortress might have seemed impenetrable, but for a witch like her those armed sentries were nothing more than minor inconveniences. Tearing her gaze away from the estate, she turned to face her silent, waiting companions. Tonight we are doing it. There was a reason Lucida had arrived at the forest edge as early as noon. Even though the attack was planned for the dead of night, she needed to observe. She anchored herself in the shadows, memorizing the estate. She had to ensure no unexpected variables would disrupt their mission. As the hours bled away, nothing deviated from the ordinary. When twilight finally gave way to a deep, starless night, the guard patrols noticeably dwindled. 2 armed sentries stood illuminated before the main gates, but a frontal assault was never part of Lucida's strategy. With a silent gesture, she signaled her group to move. A subtle shimmer washed over them. Lucida wove a sophisticated stealth spell, cloaking their scent and steps from mortal senses. A part of her yearned to slaughter every living soul inside that cursed estate. However, the stern echo of Agatha's warning kept her bloodlust tightly leashed. Agatha had not granted her permission for this rogue excursion. So Lucida had compromised with herself. She would act with the utmost caution and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. If Ulrich had been present, her composure might have shattered entirely. But the Count's absence made this the perfect, fleeting opportunity. Everyone in Skargardia knew Ulrich's mana core was broken. Yet, from the moment he seized the title of Count, he had ruthlessly purged his territory through witch and brigands' hunts. He had reinforced his military might and single-handedly revitalized the Reubenhart County's economy. He wasn't an invincible powerhouse, but he had proven himself terribly dangerous to cross. The fact that Anna Maria's daughters had fallen into his clutches was widely known. Still, no one had dared to act. Everyone was paranoid that the girls were merely bait in a deadly trap. It was irritating to admit, but the man projected a definite aura of deterrence, very similar to the previous Count, despite his young age. Lucida swore she would make him pay one day, but vengeance had to wait. Tonight, her only priority was reclaiming the daughters of the previous matriarch of the Crimson Garden. Upon reaching the eastern perimeter, a black metal fence marked the estate's boundary. Lucida finally called a halt. She glanced back at her silent companions. Beside her stood Shauna, a fellow witch of equal rank and skill. Looming behind them were 3 blooded sons, Theos, Creon, and Dan. They were not mere subordinates. They had trained, bled, and grown up together. That forged loyalty and friendship was the reason they had willingly risked their lives to follow her tonight. Beyond their sympathy for Lucida's mother, their motives were driven by pragmatism. The coven simply could not afford to lose Anna Maria's bloodline to a human noble. The probability that at least one of the 3 sisters had inherited their mother's tremendous tree was staggeringly high. If that latent power could be safely returned to them, it could revolutionize their ranks. It was the key to finally restoring the Crimson Garden Coven to the glorious peak it had known under Anna Maria's reign. Lucida tilted her head back, her eyes trailing up the towering black iron of the estate's fence. A confident smile curled on her lips. Well, wasn't that a walk in the park? Dan chuckled under his breath. And here I was, actually worried we'd have to fight a full-scale battle against an army of morons. Creon offered a dark, eager grin of his own. Took the words right out of my mouth. Do not drop your guard just yet, Shauna interrupted, releasing a grounded sigh. This is still the seat of a ruling count. The interior might be crawling with knights. Dan merely rolled his shoulders in a loose shrug. Don't sweat it, Shauna. We came prepared. We know exactly what needs to be done. Shauna is right to be cautious, Theos said. The tallest of the 3 blooded sons stepped forward, his broad frame shifting as he turned a gentle smile toward Lucida. Are you ready for this? I am a little nervous, she said, giving a small nod. But yes, I'm ready. Theos reached out, brushing the back of his knuckles lightly against her cheek. The sudden warmth of his touch brought a faint blush to Lucida's face. Everything will turn out well, he reassured her softly. As long as we keep our heads down and focus on the task. Regaining her composure, Lucida turned to address the rest of the group. Our only objective is to find the 3 daughters of Anna Maria. Do not waste time engaging anyone else, she ordered. It shouldn't be difficult to convince the girls to follow us. They are witches. They will know we are on their side. Creon let out a bitter breath. Shame. I was really looking forward to slitting a few throats. Don't, Theos warned immediately. We stick to the plan. But after everything that bastard has done to us? Creon fired back, his anger flaring. Think about a month ago. How many of our brothers and sisters were slaughtered in that village? It was a wound for all of them. The village where Anna Maria had lived so peacefully had been a rare sanctuary. It was a hidden haven where independent witches and blooded sons could live in harmony, separated from the strict, demanding politics of the covens. Not every witches and blooded sons wanted the life of a coven. Some chose to blend in with normal society, while others sought out these secluded settlements to simply exist in peace. Unfortunately, as Ulrich's father and recently Ulrich's own purge had proven, even the most isolated havens were never truly safe. We have all lost people we love, Creon. We all know that pain, Theos replied calmly. We will avenge them when the time is right, but we cannot lose sight of our purpose tonight. Securing Anna Maria's bloodline is what will secure our future. So stay focused, he added. Creon held Theos's stern gaze for a long moment before his shoulders finally sagged. Fine, let's just grab the girls and get the hell out of here. That's the spirit? Dan smirked, tapping the hilt of his weapon. Shauna simply offered a curt nod of agreement. No unnecessary risks, Lucida finalized. She turned back toward the imposing iron fence and slowly extended her hand into the empty air. Instantly, a translucent ripple of magical energy flared against her palm, humming with a defensive vibration. A localized barrier, just as expected, Dan muttered, eyeing the shimmering distortion. That Count really is a paranoid bastard, isn't he? Considering how many of our kind want his head on a pike, you can hardly blame him, Creon scoffed. It was a domain spell, a massive, large-scale barrier layered directly over the physical guards. While common in theory, few nobles actually employed them in practice. The disadvantages were steep. Sustaining a barrier of this magnitude required a monstrous amount of raw mana. It drained dozens of highly expensive mana stones every single day just to keep the spell fueled around the clock. But Ulrich was wealthy. He could easily afford the astronomical cost of total security. However, Lucida was obviously ready for that. She had scouted the estate during the previous days, analyzing the exact magical frequency of Ulrich's domain. She knew exactly what she was up against, and more importantly, she had brought the perfect tool to shatter it. She had already recognized the domain covering the estate. It was a rank 1 domain, the lowest rank possible, but also the most common kind found around noble estates and important properties. A rank 1 domain could contain up to 300 runes woven into its structure. Runes were the very basis of all spells, the smallest foundations upon which magic was built. A basic spell was usually formed from an assemblage of no more than 10 runes. So a barrier sustained by 300 runes was on an entirely different scale. That was precisely why such a spell was no longer simply referred to as a barrier spell, but as a domain. Even a rank 1 domain was no small thing. Hundreds of runes were layered across it, reinforcing one another and maintaining the spell over a wide area. Still, there were ways to bring one down. The most direct method was brute force. A sufficiently powerful large-scale spell, or a powerful rain of repeated attacks, could disrupt the runic structure and gradually weaken the domain until it collapsed. But raw power was not the only option. There were also special tools designed for that very purpose. Such items were rare, exceptionally rare, and often difficult to craft. Yet witches were better equipped than most when it came to creating or obtaining such things. Their knowledge of materials, plants, remains, and the hidden properties of the natural world ran far deeper than that of ordinary mages. And Lucida had come prepared. From within her satchel, she slowly drew out a dagger made of bone. But it was no ordinary bone. It had been carved from the remains of a 5-core beast. Magical beasts possessed cores as well, though theirs were known as bestial cores. Unlike human or witch cores, they were smaller depending on the beasts, and some beasts possessed several of them. The greater the number of cores, the more powerful, more dangerous, and far rarer the creature was. A 5-core beast was no common monster. It was a fearsome and precious creature, and the dagger made from its bone had clearly been refined, crafted with care, and spellbound for a purpose. In other words, it was an item of tremendous value, the sort of treasure many families would preserve for generations as an heirloom. And in Lucida's case, that was exactly what it was. It had belonged to her mother. For the briefest moment, her grip on the dagger tightened. Then her gaze hardened once more. Tonight, she was going to use it to tear open that domain and enter the estate. If it meant taking back the daughters of Anna Maria, then no price was too high. "Are you sure you want to use this, Lucida?" Theos asked, leaning close as she gripped the bone dagger tightly in her hand. "Oi, Theos," Creon grumbled from the side. "Do you magically have a special spell hidden away to tear down a domain?" It wasn't as if they had arrived with a backup plan. Without that dagger, their only other options would have been equally rare tools, or casting a high-ranking, large-scale destruction spell. Obviously, none of them possessed that kind of raw power, and even if they did, the patrolling guards would never give them the time required to cast it. "It belonged to her mother," Shauna quietly rebuked him, her eyes fixed on the pale bone. "Yeah, I know. But it's not like she's throwing it away for nothing," Dan said, looking directly at Lucida. "We are doing this for a greater purpose. This isn't just about vengeance, right?" Lucida slowly nodded her head, her grip on the hilt tightening. "You are right. It's not just about vengeance," she said, her voice turning serious as she met their eyes. "We are saving 3 witches, 3 daughters of the Coven. We are taking them back to where they truly belong." Around her, the group gave a unified nod of agreement. "All right, be ready, everyone," Lucida said, raising the dagger. Shauna nodded, her posture instantly shifting into a defensive stance. Beside her, Theos, Dan, and Creon drew their weapons in unison. As blooded sons, their main duty and training revolved around fighting in close quarters to protect the witches of their coven. Unlike witches, who were born with a root that functioned as a superior mana core, the blooded sons possessed standard mana cores. Yet, combined with their training, that was more than enough. Closing her eyes, Lucida drew in a sharp breath. She immediately channeled her mana, forcing it through her veins and directly into the pale bone of the dagger. The weapon reacted instantly. The runes carved into its surface flared to life, glowing with a soft light. She threw one final glance at her companions to ensure they were braced. Then, with all the strength she could muster, she drove the glowing blade directly into the translucent barrier. The domain reacted. It rippled fiercely across its entire spherical shape, attempting to defend itself against the foreign intrusion. But it didn't last long. Jagged, glowing cracks appeared at the point of impact. Within seconds, the fractures spiderwebbed outward, tracing rapidly across the entire magical dome that surrounded the estate. Then, with a sound like a thunderclap, the domain shattered. It burst into thousands of glittering glass-like particles, raining harmlessly to the ground as the residual mana exploded into the night air. "It worked!" Dan shouted, a grin splitting his face. "Of course it worked!" Creon laughed, adrenaline surging through his veins. "Ready, everyone?" Theos said, his hand hardening on the hilt of his sword. "We move together. Keep Lucida and Shauna protected at all times." "Yeah!" They roared in agreement. Theos nodded and quickly stepped into Lucida's space, wrapping his arms securely around her waist. He would be the one to carry her over. While blooded sons lacked a witch's root, they were born with a naturally denser, superior physical constitution compared to ordinary humans with mana cores. Because of this, clearing a 4-meter iron fence in a single bound was trivial for them. Nearby, Creon moved in to secure Shauna. "Do not touch me anywhere weird," she warned, shooting him a glare. "Don't worry," he grinned, sweeping her up. "All right, let's go," Theos said, holding Lucida tight against his chest. He bent his knees and launched himself into the air. Creon leaped a split second later with Shauna, and Dan followed right on their heels. They soared over the tall iron spikes, completely expecting to land inside Ulrich's grounds. Instead, their bodies slammed into something invisible. Ah! The brutal impact knocked the breath from their lungs. All 5 of them were repelled, sent crashing backward toward the outer side of the fence they had just tried to clear. Theos twisted midair, barely managing to recover his footing as he hit the dirt. Creon and Dan hit the ground hard but scrambled up just as quickly, swords instantly raised. What the hell just happened? Dan shouted, rubbing a bruised shoulder. What? Lucida stood frozen, her eyes wide with utter shock as she stared upward at the empty air above the fence. Something else shimmered on the other side of the fence. A translucent dome, vibrating with a deep crimson hue. Another domain. Lucida watched the second barrier ripple, catching a brief glimpse of the runes woven into its surface. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was a rank 2 domain. That meant there could be up to 600 individual runes protecting it. But the number wasn't what terrified her, it was the alignment. The assemblage and weaving of the runic structure were near perfectio, arranged like she had never seen before. The tighter and more flawlessly the runes were woven, the stronger the spell became. The craftsmanship of this crimson dome was complex and masterful. This wasn't something done in a couple days. A silence fell over the group as the red domain faded back into its invisible, dormant state. Another domain. Theos finally breathed, breaking the silence. Everyone flinched at his words. Under another domain, Lucida finished, her voice trembling. It wasn't entirely unheard of. Highly secure locations often have several domains layered on top of one another. It was an immense drain on mana and resources, but not impossible, even for someone like Ulrich. Yet, that wasn't what was causing the cold dread to pool in Lucida's stomach. A double domain was an absurd level of protection, maybe too much for an estate as protected as Ulrich's already. But more importantly, the second domain was stronger than the first one. It made no sense. If someone wanted maximum security, the standard configuration was to place the stronger rank 2 domain on the outside, using the weaker rank 1 on the inside as a backup. Unless, Lucida's face drained of all color. I was baited. He had placed the weaker domain on the outside purposefully. He wanted intruders to think they had successfully broken his defenses. He wanted them to jump the fence. She snapped her head toward her companions, panic finally bleeding into her voice. Everyone, run. It's a trap, she screamed. They all stared back at her, dumbfounded by her sudden shift in demeanor. Shauna took a hesitant step toward her, her face twisting with confusion and worry. What do you mean? A sharp, imperceptible whistle cut through the night air. Before anyone could react, something struck Shauna directly in the side of the neck. She froze instantly. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed hard onto her knees. Shauna! Hey! Creon lunged forward, catching her by the shoulders before she could hit the dirt. As he tilted her head back, his eyes locked onto her neck. Protruding from the skin was a thin, meticulously crafted blowgun dart. Creon yanked it out, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized the distinct, dark residue coating the tip. It was a paralyzing poison, specifically crafted to freeze the veins of a witch. It was a weapon engineered to hunt their kind. Watch out! Theos roared, spinning around on his heel. The crunch of boots echoed through the darkness. Several imposing silhouettes began to detach themselves from the deeper shadows of the estate outside grounds. Theos tightened his iron grip on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a blur of motion rushed him. It was fast. Faster than even a blooded son's enhanced reflexes could track. He barely had time to flinch, raising his blade to intercept the strike. But before he could even swing, a pale hand clamped brutally over his face. With overwhelming strength, the assailant lifted the towering man entirely off his feet and hurled him backward. Aga! Theos let out a choked grunt as his spine slammed against the iron fence. The impact rattled his bones, his body slumping to the dirt as his back screamed in pain. Theos! Lucida cried out. Snapping out of her paralyzing shock, she scrambled across the grass toward him. Now, that was a truly wonderful attempt to break through. An amused feminine voice drifted through the night air, perfectly synchronized with the clicking of approaching footsteps. Lucida raised her trembling gaze from Theos. Stepping gracefully into the dim moonlight was a charming and beautiful woman. Her long, light sea-blue hair were up in a ponytail, and her piercing aqua-blue eyes stared down at the intruders with a cold amusement. With a flick of her wrist, the woman raised a gleaming silver saber, pointing the sharp tip directly toward Lucida. Her lips curled into a slight smirk. "Too bad you so foolishly overestimated yourself, little witch," she said, her eyes narrowing with delight. "Or perhaps I should say, you severely underestimated him." Mira stood tall, the point of her gleaming saber glowing in the night as she stared down at Lucida. A pleased smile played across her lips. It was no accident she was here. Ulrich had summoned her personally, promising a private meeting and, more importantly, a hefty sum of gold. When Mira first received the unexpected missive from the Count, a full month after a silence from the very man who had taken her maidenhood, she had been much delighted. She assumed she would finally see Ulrich again, invited directly by him, with a generous pouch of coin as a bonus. However, upon her arrival, he hadn't even permitted her inside the grand estate. Instead, he met her in secrecy in the heart of his city. She had half expected him to steal her away into a quiet room for a passionate second encounter. But his intentions were as expected as others. He told her that he would be absent for a few days. He then hired her to watch over the perimeter of his estate, adding, almost dismissively, that she should keep an eye out for potential witches' attacks. He ordered her simply to stay hidden and observe. Naturally, Mira and her rugged crew despised playing the role of glorified, invisible sentries. But she had accepted the job without complaint, mostly because Ulrich had fronted the promised gold. Though her crew would say Mira simply fell once again for Ulrich's pretty features. The first night had dragged by without incident. But on the second night, Mira spotted the small, terribly stealthy group of witches and blooded sons scurrying through the woods. Watching them painstakingly weave a stealth spell right in front of her hidden crew, Mira quickly realized that Ulrich had, on some level, anticipated this exact scenario. When she witnessed the brilliant trap of his double-layered domain snap shut, she fully understood the depth of his foresight. She doubted Ulrich had been 100% certain a group of witches would attack his estate during his absence, but he had clearly considered the possibility and prepared accordingly. And he had been right. This group of novice witches and blooded sons had walked directly into his snare. It was almost laughable. The intruders looked to be around Ulrich's age, if not slightly older, yet it was glaringly obvious they possessed zero real-world combat experience. Attempting to breach a ruling count's fortified estate without a single seasoned superior to guide them was an arrogant mistake. And looking at Lucida's wide, horrified eyes, it was clear the young witch was finally realizing it, too. The stern warnings of Agatha and the elder witches echoed brutally in Lucida's mind. Whenever she and the younger generation had complained about being kept off the battlefield, the elders had always told them to be patient. They had warned them, time and time again, that the outside world was a different place. Now she found herself surrounded, and the people closing in on her didn't look like any noble's guards she had ever heard of. They looked exactly like bloodthirsty pirates. Setting aside Mira, whose breathtaking beauty barely masked the dangerous intimidation rolling off her, the men fanning out behind her were even worse. They advanced with gap-toothed grins and salty skins, their hands resting lazily on the hilts of jagged weapons. "Captain, you're scaring the poor girl," one of them chuckled, spinning a dagger in his hand. "Look at your own ugly mug, Grover," another spat back. "Wanna fight about it, you punk?" Lucida swept her panicked gaze around the clearing. There were perhaps 10 of them in total. Every single one was armed, and none wore the armors of the Reubenhart guards. Was this Ulrich's doing? She couldn't process what was happening. Lucida finally grasped just how precarious their situation had become. "Damn it!" Dan roared, pushing himself off the ground and stepping protectively in front of them, his sword raised high. Dan," Lucida muttered, her voice trembling. "You guys run away," Dan shouted over his shoulder, not taking his eyes off the approaching pirates. Theos had already taken a brutal hit, and Shauna's which veins were paralyzed. Dan's only thought was to buy enough time for Creon to grab Lucida and drag the wounded away to safety. Creon hesitated, his face twisting with a complicated mix of guilt and fear. "Dan! Don't just sit there, idiot! Run!" Dan screamed. Gritting his teeth, Creon finally moved. He scooped Shauna into his arms, spinning around to make a break for the forest. But instead of an open escape route, he immediately found himself face to face with a massive, unmoving wall of muscle. He stumbled to a halt, slowly raising his gaze to meet the cold eyes of a towering man. It was Mira's scarred second, Edmar. Creon instinctively took a step back. What were these people? From their ragged, mismatched clothes, they looked like third-rate bandits. But their movements betrayed something far more dangerous. They moved like veterans who had spent their entire lives fighting and killing. They were a seasoned pseudo-pirate crew, forged in the lawless seas where cutthroats and sea monsters were a daily threat. Damn it! Fuck off! Creon shouted in panic, wildly raising his free hand to cast a spell. But before he could even form a single rune, his hand was sent flying, severed cleanly at the wrist. Creon blinked stupidly. He watched his own hand tumble onto the blood-spattered grass in a daze. A heartbeat later, the excruciating pain hit. He let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing onto his knees alongside Shauna. "See, Creon," Shauna stammered. Her body was still unresponsive, but panicked tears instantly welled up in her eyes as her companion bled out beside her. "I am sorry, but you really shouldn't have come here," Edmar said, his tone almost apologetic, as he casually flicked the blood from his dagger. Ulrich had paid them handsomely to protect his estate in his absence. These intruders were actively attempting to breach a ruling count's home. They were hardly innocent victims. Yet, perhaps because of their inexperience, they felt more like foolish children playing a deadly game. But the rest of the crew, particularly their captain, couldn't have cared less. "Ah!" Dan's furious war cry echoed through the night as he charged blindly toward Mira, his sword swinging in an arc. Mira raised a single delicate brow. A delighted smile spread across her face just as she casually swung her saber. Dan didn't even see the movement. It was nothing more than a silver flash in the moonlight. Then blood sprayed into the air. His own blood. Dan stared in shock as his steel broadsword was sheared cleanly in half, sliced through as if it were made of warm butter. A moment later, his legs gave out. He collapsed hard onto the dirt. A deep gash opened across his chest. "Geez, Captain. The Count asked us to keep them alive, didn't he?" One of her crewmen sighed, scratching the back of his neck. "He is alive. I didn't kill him," Mira shot back defensively. "He is dying soon," Edmar corrected her dryly, glancing down at the expanding pool of blood. Well, we will simply tell Ulrich we only found 4 of them. Bury his body somewhere else," Mira ordered, waving her hand dismissively. "The captain is scary. Look at your own ugly mug, idiot," she snapped back. While the pirates casually bickered over Dan's dying body, Lucida remained frozen on her knees, going through a mental breakdown. "Dan!" Theos, having somewhat recovered his breath despite several shattered ribs, rushed to Dan. He lay trembling on his back, his face completely drained of color as the life bled out of his chest. Theos gripped his shoulder tightly, but Dan didn't even have the strength left to speak. Seconds later, his breath rattled in his throat, and he went completely still. "Well, tie up the rest of these idiots," Mira ordered, instantly losing interest in the corpse. She had honestly expected a much more thrilling fight from real witches and blooded sons, but fear had easily overtaken them all. "You!" Fueled by a sudden, blinding surge of grief and rage, Theos snatched a small vial of liquid from his belt and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, his mana flared to life with greater intensity. He leveled his broken sword at the pirates. At the very tip of the shattered blade, a burning red magical circle materialized, glowing with a complex array of 20 rapidly shifting runes. It was a rank 2 spell. Bright sparks crackled in the air before a massive, roaring torrent of fire exploded directly from the tip of his sword, hurtling straight toward Mira and her crew. A deafening explosion rocked the clearing, expanding outward. But almost immediately, the roar of the flames was swallowed by a strange, unnatural hissing sound, instantly turning the fire into boiling vapor. What? Theos muttered, dumbfounded. The white vapor was swept away by the night wind almost immediately. In its wake, a strange, translucent barrier of aqua-blue ripples shimmered in the air, having completely absorbed the explosion of fire. There was not a single rune visible within the shield structure, defying everything Theos knew about magic. Yet, a bizarre aura pulsed outward from the rippling water-like wall. Mira stood casually behind it, one hand raised in a relaxed, open palm gesture while the other rested against her hip. Not a single member of her crew had even been singed. Theos remained frozen, his mind unable to process what had happened. Seeing her last remaining protector stunned into silence, Lucida finally snapped out of her paralyzed horror. She threw her arm forward, attempting to weave a spell. But a second whistle cut through the air. A dart struck her squarely in the side of the neck. And no! She gasped, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. She swatted at her neck, pulling the wooden dart from her skin, but it was already far too late. An icy numbness spread instantly through her bloodstream, forcefully hindering her veins and leaving her body completely unresponsive. She slumped to the ground, helpless. What are you going to do to us? Creon forced out. He was biting his lip so hard that blood dripped down his chin, trying to suppress his pain while Shauna tearfully wrapped a torn strip of cloth around the bloody stump of his wrist. Mira slowly lowered her hand, letting the watery shield dissipate into the air. She glanced down at the ruined, defeated group with mild boredom. I am not going to do anything to you, she replied nonchalantly. But you will, of course, have to answer directly to the Count for your little intrusion. Every single one of them stiffened. Pure fear washed over their faces at the mere mention of their fate left to Ulrich's judgment. Mira suddenly paused, one brow arching in curiosity. Her aqua-blue eyes shifted away from the prisoners, peering directly through the wrought iron fence and into the front yard of the estate. Standing completely still on the manicured lawn was a young, silver-haired girl. It was Hermione. She was watching them in total silence. However, the moment Hermione realized Mira had locked eyes with her, she spun on her heel and sprinted fast back toward the shadowed safety of the grand estate. Lucida's gambit had ended in a humiliating failure. Dan was dead. The remaining 4 had been captured with pitiful ease. They possessed magical power and physical strength, but they entirely lacked the experience of real combat. When thrust into a life-or-death situation, their mental fortitude simply shattered. Under the crushing stress of the ambush, they were easily dismantled by Mira and her seasoned crew. Ulrich returned to the estate from the capital the very next morning. The moment his carriage rolled through the gates, Fabian was there to receive him, immediately delivering a detailed report of the events that had unfolded in the night. Ulrich had, of course, briefed Fabian about Mira and her crew beforehand. Still, the loyal steward was confounded by his master's recent decisions. He simply could not understand why the Count would hire sea brigands to guard the estate in his absence. First, the man formally adopted 3 young witches. Now, he was relying on ruthless ocean hunters as mercenaries. His lord's actions were becoming increasingly baffling. Yet, ever the dutiful servant, Fabian had quietly managed the situation, providing Mira and her crew with a temporary place to rest on the outer grounds. Upon his arrival, Ulrich did not waste any time. He immediately ordered Mira to bring her prisoners inside the estate walls. He commanded them to meet him at the rear of the property, far past his personal, meticulously kept gardens. It was a secluded area where the gardeners cultivated sprawling grapevines and fresh fruit trees, anchored by a massive wooden building that served as the estate's wine reserve and main storeroom. To ensure complete privacy, Ulrich had dismissed all the servants and gardeners from the grounds for the entire morning. The gardens were thus empty. Accompanied by guards, Ulrich walked toward the storehouse, the steady crunch of his boots ringing calmly in the soft morning breeze. As he approached, he found Mira waiting lazily beside the wooden structure. Bound and kneeling in the dirt before her were the 4 surviving intruders: Lucida, Shauna, Theos, and the one-handed Creon. So, a rogue faction of Coven really had attacked his home to steal back the daughters of Anna Maria. Ulrich had thought that his absence would provide the perfect window for an assault, and his trap had worked flawlessly. He hadn't been certain they would strike this week, but he knew the probability was never zero. These were not ordinary orphans. The blood of Anna Maria, the legendary matriarch of the Crimson Garden, flowed through their veins. In the original plot of the novel, Aram, Hermione, and Esther had suffered a far darker fate. They had been captured by different twisted, corrupt nobles, separated and hidden away for years. During that lost time, the three girls had been subjected to despicable, unspeakable cruelties. Because they were kept in the shadows, treated as expendable slaves in secret dungeons, no one had known their whereabouts, and no rescue ever came. But this time, Ulrich had boldly and formally adopted them. He had placed them directly in the public eye. Because of that, almost everyone in the underground world knew exactly where the three sisters were, making rescue attempts an inevitability. By taking them in as legal adoptives rather than chaining them up in a basement, Ulrich knew he was drawing the attention of the covens. However, this same public legitimacy was likely why the witches had hesitated, acting far less recklessly than they otherwise might have. The covens were confused. They were trying to understand his true intentions. Regardless, Ulrich knew with certainty that this pathetic raid would not be the last. When the three sisters eventually awakened their true, terrifying potential, the world would stop at nothing to claim them. Covens would never willingly leave such monumental power in the hands of a man universally known for hunting their kind. Oh, Count Reubenhart! The moment Mira spotted Ulrich approaching, she immediately straightened her posture, tossing him a bright, eager smile as she waved her hand. "Are you alone?" Ulrich asked. "Well, of course I am. Your guards wouldn't let my men pass the gates," she complained, crossing her arms with an exaggerated pout. "Why would I ever allow third-rate brigands to set foot on my grounds?" He replied. "And what about me? I am their captain, you know," Mira asked, arching a delicate brow. Ulrich's gaze slid over her. "You are different," he said. A sudden blush exploded across Mira's cheeks. Her lips trembled for a split second before she completely abandoned her composure, throwing herself directly at him. "I love you, Ulrich. Accept my confession and take me right now," she squealed, puckering her lips and lunging for a kiss. Without missing a step, Ulrich raised a gloved hand, palming her face and halting her advance midair. "Was it just these four?" he asked, completely ignoring her outburst. Mira blinked, reluctantly composing herself as she pulled away from his palm. She turned a bored gaze toward the prisoners shivering in the dirt. "Oh right, there was a fifth one. He sacrificed himself rather stupidly. I really had no choice but to kill him to protect my men. Is that all right with you?" she asked, tilting her head and offering him an exaggeratedly innocent, vulnerable look. "It's fine," Ulrich said. He stepped past her, coming to a halt directly in front of the kneeling intruders. For a long moment, he simply stared down at them in silence. "You trespassed on my lands. You attempted to break into my private property." He finally spoke, his voice dripping with icy contempt. "Though, considering the despicable nature of your kind, I suppose I should not be surprised." His cold, crimson eyes bore into them, devoid of any mercy. Gritting her teeth, Lucida snapped her head up, meeting his terrifying gaze with anger. "Those three girls are witches. Give them back to us. What are you planning to do with them?" she screamed. Ulrich's expression did not change. "What I choose to do with them is my own business," he said coldly. "Those three are now a recognized part of my house. They bear my family name. They belong to me. They will never belong to a monster like—" Lucida's furious retort died in her throat. Without a word of warning, Ulrich's hand shot out. He grabbed Creon, who was kneeling beside her, by his hair, jerking his head back to expose his neck. Creon hadn't even time to understand what was happening as he faced Ulrich's ruthless gaze. In a single motion, Ulrich drew a dagger and cleanly slit the man's throat. It was a perfectly executed sweep. A spray of hot crimson splashed across Lucida's face, painting both her and Shauna in Creon's lifeblood. And no! Shauna shrieked. A horrific wail tore from her throat as she completely broke down, sobbing. Lucida, however, was plunged into a paralyzing silence. Her eyes were blown wide as Creon's ruined body slumped forward, a pooling puddle of red rapidly expanding over the grass. I highly doubt a proper coven would dispatch such an amateur group on an official mission, Ulrich said calmly, wiping the bloody steel of his dagger on a white handkerchief. So, I will safely assume this little raid was a rogue, independent decision on your part. You bastard! Theos, who had remained frozen in shock until now, completely lost his mind. Seeing his friends slaughtered before his eyes, he roared in and lunged upward, trying to tackle Ulrich with his bare hands. Mira moved before, however. She simply stepped in with a casual kick directly to his kneecap. A crunch echoed through the garden, and Theos collapsed back into the dirt with a choked grunt, his leg buckling beneath him. Theos! Lucida screamed. Hot tears finally spilled over her blood-stained cheeks, her earlier anger having completely vanished. She threw herself forward, pressing her forehead against the dirt as she looked up at Ulrich with shattered, pleading desperation. Please. It was my fault. Let both of them go. I coerced them into doing this. Punish me instead. I beg of you, she screamed, her voice trembling. Ulrich stared down at her trembling form in silence. Without shifting his gaze from the weeping witch, he spoke softly to the guard standing behind him. Lift him up. The knight immediately stepped forward, grabbing the groaning Theos by the collar and hauling him brutally to his feet. Wait! Please! Lucida shrieked, reaching her hands out toward Ulrich. I will do anything you want. Anything. Ulrich slowly tilted his head. 10 years ago, a three-eyed witch bypassed the barriers of the Rubenhard estate and cursed the countess. She died months later. Who was it? I don't know. Lucida sobbed, shaking her head as tears streamed through the blood on her face. It wasn't our coven's doing. I swear to you, we had nothing to do with it. Ulrich stared at her panicked eyes for a long, quiet moment. Kill him. NNOO. Lucida's vision blurred with fresh tears as she watched the knight draw his blade. Without a moment of hesitation, the guard plunged his broadsword directly through Theos's back. The bloodied steel erupted from the center of his chest. Lucida's eyes widened large. The world seemed to stop as she watched the life drain instantly from Theos's eyes, his arms slumping powerless at his sides. Beside her, Shauna had completely shut down. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut, burying her face into Creon's chest as she wept uncontrollably. Are you simply going to execute all of them? I could have easily done that myself, Ulrich, Mira sighed. No, Ulrich replied coldly. He shifted his gaze back down to Lucida. You will send this one back. Mira blinked, raising an eyebrow. Free her. Ulrich gave a single curt nod. Oh, how cruel of you. Mira chuckled, a smirk instantly spreading across her lips. She grabbed Lucida by the back of her collar and hauled the broken girl to her feet. Look at me, Ulrich said. It took a moment, but Lucida slowly dragged her trembling, hollowed gaze upward, meeting Ulrich's merciless crimson eyes. Her spirit was completely shattered. Head back to your coven, he ordered, his voice devoid of any emotion. Explain your pathetic failure to your superiors. Tell them how it resulted in the slaughter of every single one of your companions. And then, warn them exactly what will happen if they ever dare to step onto my territory again. Having delivered his message, Ulrich did not spare her another glance. He gave Mira a small nod. Humming a cheerful tune, Mira tightened her grip on the catatonic Lucida and began dragging her away from the bloody garden. My lord! The knight stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his bloodied sword as he looked down at Shauna. Hearing the metal scrape against the scabbard, Shauna curled into a tight ball. She clutched Creon's lifeless body, shaking as she braced herself for the killing blow. But Ulrich raised a single hand, stopping the guard in his tracks. Keep her locked, Ulrich said simply, turning on his heel to leave. Yes, my lord. The knight bowed deeply. As Ulrich walked away, the knight moved to gather the remaining guards to dispose of the corpses and drag the sobbing Shauna away. Just as Ulrich stepped past the long shadow of the storehouse, he paused. He slowly turned his head. Pressed flat against the rough wooden planks of the exterior wall was Hermione. Upon meeting his gaze, her body shuddered. She quickly averted her eyes, her face deathly pale. She was trembling from head to toe. She had heard everything. Every scream, every slice of the blade, every drop of blood hitting the dirt. Ulrich did not spare her a second glance. He simply turned forward and resumed his stride toward the main estate. Why did you kill them? However, Hermione's shaking voice rang out behind him. Because they trespassed, Ulrich replied, not even bothering to slow his pace. Refusing to be ignored, Hermione grabbed the fabric of her gown to keep from tripping and broke into a run. You didn't have to kill them, she shouted, chasing after him. Ulrich finally stopped. He slowly turned to face her, his expression unreadable. Do you feel pity for your kind? He asked. What? Why do you think they tried to break into my estate in the dead of night? Ulrich asked her. Hermione swallowed hard. To take us. To take you, Ulrich confirmed. And in that attempt, how much blood do you think they were prepared to shed? They would have slaughtered the very servants who bathe you, clothe you, and feed you every single day. Hermione fell completely silent. If you truly wish to join your kind, you are free to leave, Ulrich said sternly. But only after you have properly paid back every single coin I have invested in providing for you. He turned his back on her and resumed walking. Gritting her teeth, Hermione pushed herself into a sprint. She darted past him, spinning around and throwing her arms out to block his path. She glared up at him, her ruby eyes shining with unshed tears of the previous fear. I don't care about other witches. I don't care about anyone else, she yelled, her voice echoing across the empty lawns. I only care about Aram and Esther. Good, Ulrich replied, attempting to step around her. But Hermione shifted again, stubbornly blocking his way. She lowered her gaze to his boots, her bravery suddenly failing her. Oh, other witches will come to take us, won't they? She asked, her voice trembling with fear. There seemed to be some underlying fear to that question that Ulrich noticed, but he didn't probe it. Possibly, Ulrich nodded. We don't want to go to a coven. We don't want to join them, Hermione added. Their mother had fled the covens to protect them. Hermione was smart enough to know exactly what kind of living nightmare awaited them if they were ever dragged back. In a coven, their immense latent power would make them nothing more than tools. They would be used, guarded, and stripped of their free will. It was a bitter, shocking truth for her to swallow. But her life here in Ulrich's estate was better to anything a coven could ever offer. Here, they were receiving a premier education. They had a safe, warm place to sleep. They had an abundance of food, they could stay together, and most importantly, nobody forced them to do anything against their will. Ulrich stared down at the trembling girl in silence. He knew exactly how difficult it was for a proud girl like her to admit such a thing. But he clearly understood her underlying message. If a rescue party ever breached the walls, the sisters would not willingly go with them. It doesn't matter, Ulrich finally said. What? Hermione snapped her head up, her glare returning. I will not let anyone take you from me, he replied. What are you even saying? Hermione's face instantly exploded into a burning shade of red. Her heart did a frantic leap at the possessive way he phrased it. But Ulrich ignored her flustered reaction, casually brushing past her shoulder as he continued his stride. There was no way he was going to let his trump cards slip through his fingers. He needed the three sisters to stand against the demons if he was going to secure a good ending of this world's twisted plot. He may have obtained a powerful core, but that wasn't a reason to let go of the three future most dangerous witches in the world. Putting that aside, he feared that even letting go of these sisters away from him, they might turn against him anytime, like in the novel. And for the record, we don't belong to you, Ulrich. Remember that. Hermione screamed after him, clenching her fists as she glared at his receding form. Ulrich heard her shouting, but he merely kept walking, not bothering to look back. At the very least, he now knew for certain that the girls had no desire to leave. Hopefully, it will be the same for the following years until the start of the story.